Um,
There we go.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Good evening, friends. I hope everyone's having a very fine weekend and you're all as well as you possibly can be. Send some you cheeky sod. I did see that. That was definitely my fault that we have ran late. So apologies in advance about that. You can see tonight I'm joined by Resisting the Lies and Mr. Vinny Sullivan. DJ, how are you doing tonight?
I am no bad, just back in from like 2 hour drive, admiring the views of the Highlands. It was pretty mesmerising, to be honest, but pretty depressed to be home as it goes. But I am good, pal. Yourself?
Aye, pretty good, mate. Pretty good. Had a good weekend. Spent some quality family time. The weather's been good, so pretty ticks all the right boxes, so to speak. So I'm happy with that. Zanny, what about yourself, mate? How's things at your end?
Hello, boys. As I said before, I am just about in existence. I do exist. I am here. That's a solid answer. If anyone ever asks you how you are, as long as you exist, you're not lying. But I'm eager to talk to you, DJ, about the Highlands. I saw some images. You was out and about earlier, wasn't you?
Yeah.
My favourite trip I ever had in my life. I've been to Africa. I've been to America a couple of times. But my favourite was Scotland. Obviously, I've been to places like Tenerife, Crete, Spain, loads of times. I've experienced the whole beautiful coasts and sun and sea, etc. But still, my favourite experience I ever had was in a place called Knoydart, which was past Mallaig, in a place called Mallaig, past Fort William. And, so I had to. It's the most remote peninsula in Britain. You have to get there via ferry because there's no decent access via road, and it's got the Britain's most remote little pub on it. I forgot what it's called, but it's basically a place where wealthy characters will go and deer hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing lodge, but what a place it was. So I won't go on about it. I'm sure we'll get there. But maybe it was because it was just me and four of my mates in the mountains for a while. We was living off the land for only about 10, 11 days. But Jesus, we realised how much we relied on sugars by the time we was coming back. We realised that teeth nails don't quite cut it to a Twix, really. Day 8, you realise, I could do with a Whopper about now.
No, but I mean, I've never been there, but I mean, I do think I'm blessed in terms of where I live geographically in Scotland. I mean, I've been to the only city that I've not been to in Scotland is Dundee. Not heard great things about it, to be honest, so I'm not complaining on that front. But I've been to England, and I'm like yourself. I've been to America. I've been to a multitude of countries in Europe with my family back in the day, but nothing, as far as I'm concerned, and bias aside and whatnot, nothing to me compares to the Highlands of Scotland. Like nothing compared. Even tonight, I was only out for a few hours in the car, my dog in the back. Mm-hmm. Took him for a wee walk around Loch Ness, but then I went further afield, just driving down country roads, and I was just mesmerised. I kept stopping at passing places to take photos and that. I mean, I was just mesmerised.
If I hadn't been, I'd say it's bias. If I hadn't been, then I wouldn't agree with you. But because I've seen it, and there's nothing as silent as an intimidating as when you're in between those mountains and it's just you or a few people and there's silence. And there is this eeriness, and it's almost like the past is talking to you. And it's very morbid and very upsetting because it's a very harsh reminder of what is sort of passing us. But I found myself there. I'm not a spiritual person, but when I was in the Highlands, I just felt like they were watching me. I just felt the mountains were watching me, and I was in their home. That's how I felt.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. Because even when I was driving tonight, like I got to a point where I was sitting thinking, "Where the fuck am I?" I didn't even know where I was, and and when I was getting out and then taking photos and like the eerie, really eerie silence. But then I started thinking to myself, like, my ancestors used to traverse these mountainscapes, these
Yes.
landscapes. It was, and they got by. That was their life. That
Real
was their
humbling
land.
stuff. We piss and moan about going to the shop.
Yeah.
And
you had to traverse mountains.
You spend a few hours or days out there. You're like, oh shit, we've not got to that bird. Okay, could be a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly, man. But
Best
no,
water I ever drunk was in Scotland. It's coming out the cliffs.
Oh, I'm actually. What you mean, stream water? Aye.
Yeah. See, my mate, I didn't believe him. He just said, right, we're going to put backpacks on. I warn you, this sign will say, if you pass this point without experience, you'll die. We're not coming out there. We're not coming to help you tough shit, basically. And when I said to him, how are we going to get by on water? He just said to me, don't worry about it. I said, what do you mean, don't worry about it? I've got 6 kilo or whatever, bloody 13 odd kilo in my bag, it feels like. I'm walking up a mountain. I need some water. And he said, just trust me. And we come across these streams coming out of the water. And me, as someone from London, you're not going to drink that.
Yeah.
You're not going to drink that. He taught me that as long as it's going over 6 miles an hour, coming from the center of the mountains, it's the best water you'll ever drink. And it truly was.
Yeah. No, I can believe it. I mean, I've no been up in the mountains per se to drink stream water and whatnot, but like back in the day when I was a lot younger and I went exploring, because obviously Inverness is where I'm from. It's changed over the years now. Fastest growing city in Europe for the last decade, fastest growing city in Scotland. But when I was a child, where I live right now, used to be strawberry fields where I'm sat right now. So we used to go exploring in the forests and, building bases, etc. But there were streams everywhere. The streams are still there, but we used to drink the water there, no bother. We didn't give it a second thought, and it was relatively pure. My mom would always jar me like, "Oh, you should be doing that. Could be rat droppings." Where you go, man? Like it was
down
as
here,
pure
mate.
as possible.
Yeah. Wild disease waiting at every pond. Yeah, it's a completely different ball game down here. When I first saw the lock,
yeah, I can imagine.
When I first saw a lock, I was in shock that it was blue.
Yeah.
And then I remember we'd spent 10 days in Scotland, me and 4 of my friends, and we all went fishing in Clacton afterwards. And when we got there, we broke into hysterics just at how brown the water was. We all just started laughing because we'd spent 10 days in the beauty of Scotland, and we've looked at each other and we all knew what we was laughing at. We've looked at the sea and we've gone, fuck's sake.
Tell me this then. Have you ever been to Loch Ness?
No, but that was the only long trip. I actually do have one planned in the near future. I just don't know when. But as you know, it's not, you can't just explore everywhere. You've got to pick somewhere and go there.
Oh no, totally. Especially while it's COVID bullshit, you know what I mean? But that's where I was tonight with a dog, and it was just I go there all the time with my dog, to be fair, but it was really good tonight because it's a Sunday night. There's nobody about. It was just me and my dog, and it was just quiet, lovely, It was like you seen the clouds coming over the mountains and all that, it was a bit of mist and whatnot, but that's what I love. I wouldn't change it for the world. I would rather, there's only one other place in Europe, in the Western Hemisphere, so to speak, that, I might admittedly swap it for, and it is Iceland. Their Highlands are something else, but Scottish Highlands, come on, nah.
Yeah, but I'd pick Scotland all day. Someone asked if I managed to get hold of a haggis when I was there. Unfortunately not. Someone did try. Someone did try and get haggis down me, but instead I had the best fish and chips and battered sausage and chips I'd ever had in my life on the coast of Malay. On the coast, and I had my first dose of venison, and it was second to none. And I'm so glad that's where I first had venison, on the hunting lodge, and it was amazing.
Fish and chips up here is pretty good. Scots get slagged off for battering everything, whether it's Mars bars and whatnot. But when it comes to battered sausage, don't ask what the Mars bar thing's about, mate. I don't fucking know. I don't know what that's about. I really don't. I've not actually tried it, to be fair. I think Scott's Armour indulges in it quite a lot, don't you, mate?
Every Saturday.
Pure bogging.
And mate, do you know something? It's really sickly. It's too sweet for me. I think it's one of those things because it's a Mars bar. It's kind of a overhyped. It's not as what you make out it is. But on the aspect of fish and chips, though, the best fish and chips I've had in Scotland is at the chippy up at Anstruther in Fife. That was just completely amazing. Never had fish and chips like that. And the worst fish and chips I've ever had is for the chip shop that's in Arica. It sits right on the waterfront. It's the worst £8 I've ever spent in my life. I'd rather get punched in the face repeatedly. What a fucking mess that was, honestly.
That must be a bad fish and chips.
It was frozen fish. That was the worst part about it, mate. You know.
There you go. You'd
think
hate
Glasgow
City, mate.
still-
Yeah. This is why I was beside
legit,
myself
mate,
up there.
I just it was the thing is in Glasgow the chip shops aren't as good as what they're like when you go further north. But God, honestly, I don't know any fish shop in Glasgow that does frozen fish and frozen chips. That was just a whole other experience and something that I don't actually encourage people to go to Arica. I tell them avoid the chip shops; they're garbage.
The worst one, right, and you'll get this in whether it's Scotland or England, is when the immigrants take on a fish and chip shop and they don't know how we like it. It's a bit like when they run a calf and the sausages are shit. You know what I mean? And they think just because they're selling sausages, that's okay. They don't understand we have a grade. You know, I judge a calf on its sausages. So if you've got shit sausages, and it's the same with fish and chip shops. A Chinese gaff will start up a fish and chip shop, and it's not good enough. They don't eat it. They don't like it. Right. But when I went to Scotland, and as you said, when you go further up north, that's all I experienced. Right? It was second to none. Down here, you get a lot of people doing that frozen stuff. A lot.
No, could be having that. You know,
Not decent. When I was there, the only way we ate was when we got to the other side of the peninsula, was literally sea snails, whelks, and we was pulling out fish, and the fish there, you know, it was amazing. Straight out the sea. By 2 hours later, it's on your plate, and it was the same at the fish and chip shops on the coastal towns. It was proper, genuine.
Yeah.
By the time you get it from down here, it goes to Billingsgate Fish Market. Christ knows how long it's been sitting in there. Then you want to hope that that's where the local fish and chip shops are buying their produce from. Even then, how long are they going to freeze it again? It's nothing like the experience of eating it in on a Scottish coastal town.
Well, it's good to hear Vinny on stream bumming up the Scots. You know, it makes a change from the slander we get of DDJ and other Cockney. You know,
I am a lover of Scotland. It's always been a thing with me.
Well, I mean, I have to a point of contention here. You know, Lowland Scots, come on, like Lowlands.
I'm not getting involved, mate. Not getting involved. Right.
On the Highlands, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. I'm taking the piss, obviously. But chat, right? I was saying before the stream went live, I want everybody to get a pen and paper, okay? Right? Just even if you don't have that, get your phone out, get your memos open, because we're going to be taking a test live. And the reason that I say that is because one of the points that we're going to talk about tonight is obviously what the Scottish government have in the last week publicised. So to start us off, I will share this the screen, and you've got time to go get your pen and paper, and you better go get your fucking pen and paper because I want to do this live, right? But let me share the screen first of all, just so you can, just for anybody that's not aware, presumably you all are aware, but so let me share this quickly, and my mouse, of course, is going to start being a ball bag. That's fine. But tell me what you can see this, Scots Armour. Can you see it? Right. So this was the Scottish government on the 26th of August. We're now on the 29th. So embedding race equality into schools, right? Anti-racism support for staff. So obviously the premise of this, there's a few articles that I've got up on the screen as well that relate to this, which I've got this bit highlighted for a specific reason. But teachers in Scotland have been given guidance on decolonising the curriculum. We've also got white privilege test for Scottish teachers, hence me telling you get a pen and paper. So go and get a pen and paper because we're going to do that. All right. But so it says here that a new package of support materials for teachers and staff will embed anti-racism and race equality in all aspects of school life. Education Scotland's resource will ensure children and young people see language, content, and imagery that reflects the diversity of culture, identities, and experiences, including their own. So today also sees the publication of guidance from the anti-racism charity Coalition for Racial Equality and Rights, and a teacher toolkit published by ScotTech, one of Scotland's development education centres, both of which will further support teachers in embedding anti-racism across the curriculum. Now, of course, this is news to me, probably not news to the vast majority of people that are in the chat, and including you two guys on the panel, because the Scottish Government, in their own manifesto, they said prior to the election that they were going to be implementing anti-racist education. Well, here presto, here it comes. So it goes on and on and on, and I'm not going to bore people too much with me rambling on, but I love this little last paragraph here where it says, our new resource. This is from Scotland's Chief Executive and HMI Chief Inspector of Education, Gail Gorman. She says, our new resource will support the profession to teach and build a society which advances equality and actively rejects and challenges racial discrimination. We hope that our whole school approach to race equality and anti-racism will help children and young people develop as responsible global citizens. See this fucking term, global citizens. I mean, anybody that knows anything about the United Nations and their constant bollocks, sustainable developments, Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, etc., etc., etc. Global citizenship comes up time and time and time again. It's internationalist rhetoric.
I was about to say internationalism. Yeah,
yeah, exactly what it is. It's no borders. We're all one. We're all one. So we're all global citizens, you know. But this is something that's it's like a point of contention I've had for a long time, and many of the videos that I've made, you know, and I'm not blowing my own trumpet or anything like that. I'm just like, I'm kind of going off what I remember from videos I've made in the past. Like the Scottish government make a serious, I don't know about Wales or Ireland or even England, to be honest with you. I'm a little bit ignorant in that respect. But in Scotland, I can say with 100% certainty that they emphasize this point all the time. We're global citizens, learning for sustainability, all this bollocks. Like this is what they're doing in Scotland. Is it the same down in England? Are you more familiar with that? Like, are this a sustainable development bullshit? I know that the UK as a whole has signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals, but is this bollocks being implemented in England as well? Global citizenship, etc.
Oh, of course. I mean, I wouldn't have to look far to find that, but everything that is going on now is internationalist. I find that London tends to be the forefront of this. You'll find if you go to any of the universities or places like that, you'll find that they were wearing LGBT things around their neck a long time ago. The emotional blackmail and awkwardness in our institutions has been rife for so long now. Long before the likes of Trump or anything like that come about, that rose the conversation to the head.
Yeah.
Our society is a joke. I mean, you might have it bad there, which I know you do, but I think you would be very dismayed if you was to see some parts of London, because the one thing Scotland has, it does have a staunch sense of tribalism. I mean, for instance, despite it being a detriment to Scotland, it's also an attribute. So, for instance, we took the wrong road when we was up there, and me and my friend, who know how dangerous it is, said to the driver, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" You started driving into the estates of Glasgow.
Oh fuck!
Right? Now, obviously, with our accents, we got a car full of stuff. I'm trying to explain to him that this isn't a joke where we are. It's the most dangerous place in Europe. Now, that also comes down to extreme tribalism, not just because there's places like that all over London that you wouldn't be safe, but there's a huge chance you go in and out. I know because of the tribal attitude of Scotland, I'd be far less safe going through there than I would in an area down here, even if it's multicultural, etc., because there is a staunch sense of tribalism in Scotland.
Yeah. No, I mean Scott's armour will probably be better to respond to that because he's obviously from Glasgow. But one thing I will say is that I think what's happened in Scotland is like you're right. There is especially with the SNP and the independence rhetoric is concerned, there is a strong sense of tribalism, but it's for all the wrong reasons. You know, like they're more focused on being
Definitely.
anti-Tory, anti-Westminster, anti-English, as opposed to being pro-Scottish.
Patriotism has been bastardized in Scotland. Yeah, it's been bastardized. What patriotism?
No, it totally has.
Yeah.
I mean, myself, I think I was 17 I was 17 in 2014 when the SNP's, the independence referendum and whatnot took place. They gave the ability for 16-year-olds and above to vote. I voted for independence. I mean, I hold my hands up to that. But I was under the impression it was a nationalist movement. But as I've got a bit older and I've realised, it wasn't long after that's when I realised, like, it's dogs and ponies, like politics. But like, I realised quite quickly after that this fantasy that I had in my head in regards to nationalism in terms of Scotland, it's just a facade. And it's become even more apparent with, the Brexit shit show that took place. Like, the SNP spent all of their time trying their damnedest to derail.
Scotland's getting the Australia treatment, DJ, because it's a bigger threat. Because this has been a home to the foreign emigre exile community since the 1600s, especially since the 1700s. While Scotland remained very tribal, so say since the beheading of Charles I, you had the Scots who were fuming about this because they was more sided with the Vatican, etc. They would have sided with Catholicism and not been interested in the new rules of, say, Church of England and so on. So we do have an extensive, interesting history as well, which I wish that more people would actually, instead of just fobbing it off, would look into it. So I get called all sorts of things for being anti-Cromwellian. I'm incredibly anti-Cromwellian, and I get called all sorts of things for this. But I think I would love English people to become more anti-Cromwellian. I think it would unite us all a lot more and highlight some of the things that have actually taken place. So Scotland wasn't a safe haven for some of these people. In fact, it went to war. It tried to, it placed its own king in place. So same as Australia, it's one of those countries where they have to bring the hammer down hard, which we're seeing now because it is full of whites.
Yeah.
These whites are Scotland and Australia share this thing where the class system isn't quite the same. Australia has no class system. Basically, you're a man. The Prime Minister is just as likely to get out and punch someone in the face as the window cleaner. And Scotland sort of does share this sort of attitude. They are very tough as a nation. And whereas England, you'll find, has been watered down to tough communities, weak communities. Very, very different. Scotland is a threat. It has to have this happen now. Otherwise, something could happen out of their interest, basically.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Totally. To be honest, but I mean, I've rambled on for enough. Do you want to jump in, Scots?
No, I think it's very valid point that Vinny touches on here because large parts of Scotland are very tribal. I would say, like, even if you were talking about the areas that have the large aspects of multiculturalism within it, they are really confined to like certain points. It's not as if it's like widespread throughout the whole country. You could drive 20 minutes and it wouldn't even look like it's existed there at any point. And I think we are seeing a point where they're starting to put a lot of stranglehold on things within the education and the local government institutions, so that basically people are more submissive in terms of just accepting it without questioning it or trying to fight back against it through local levers and council, or even trying to hold the government accountable with bringing in things like the hate crime bill. And I think as well with the whole decolonisation of education and other aspects of it. Again, they kind of beat you into this emotional state where it's not so much looking at it objectively thinking, right, this is where this stems from. It's just created a boogeyman for everything to be blamed on the English. And instead of actually looking at where the government's trying to lead us down to with the narrative that they're doing it, everybody's just in a position where they can't see past their nose through all the confusion.
The English are the actual English now are the most naive to it. So, for instance, there is in England, you will not find a medieval or old-fashioned tribal war like you will in Scotland going on now. You've got Celtic Rangers, which is in relation to Ireland, which is all tribal and comes from white backgrounds. Here, you'll get normal hooligan wars. It'll be over football, right? It's not the same. If you ask the average Englishman what they know about, say, the Troubles or the conflicts with Scotland, they know fuck all. Because it's deliberately been crossed over. They're not interested. They have no respect, really, for the situation or the problems that happened. Whereas with Scots and the Irish, it's very tribal. It's in your face. Right now, you're still living it. As you know, with the teams that I named a minute ago, it's not just a case of football. There's something else there, something very, it goes past nationalism, really.
Yeah, it's insanely deeply rooted, the whole Christian turmoil, if you want to call it that, within Scotland. I've lost absolutely dear friends of mine through on both sides, through the sheer insanity of it all. And the sad thing is like, although we are very tribal, but there is aspects of where that gets to the point where at certain points of the year, like in regards to today, for example, because those teams we are playing today, the resentment boils to such a point where we can't actually look at each other eye to eye in terms of being brothers and sisters or countrymen and countrywomen because of how deeply rooted and how far back these clashes and this division has gone. But again, I've always been a great believer of it's been stirred up and instigated, and it's just every so often there's
massively,
just a
and
bit of petrol that gets poured on you.
This is why I'm anti-Cromwellian, because that was the catalyst that saw everything could have died down. We was always at war with each other for one reason or another, but when Oliver Cromwell basically chopped off Charles I's head, made us a republic, then comes the Houses of Parliament, which basically, like the film, Police of the World with America, that's basically what happened. And basically started slaughtering people. So when you start slaughtering people, what happens is you can't really say, okay, sorry. So it's the problem with Ireland all over again. It's nothing to do. It could be Jedis versus aliens, right? Catholicism and Protestantism had fuck all to do with it in the end. It's about tribalism. So Republican Irish against Anglo-British, basically. And that's what it eventually comes down to. Tribalism. The joke goes, if you got pulled over by a man in a balaclava in Northern Ireland, and he said, are you Protestant or Catholic? And you said, neither, I'm atheist. He'd say to you, are you Protestant atheist or Catholic atheist? Because all they care about is what gang you're with.
Yeah.
But that tribalism that I speak of is unknown
really.
of. It's not known of in England. No one cares about it. No one understands it. And that you might think it might be a detriment to Scotland, but people down here are very naive to it.
I do think it's a detriment to Scotland, to be honest, because one thing that people always talk about when it comes to Scotland is that we're a lot better demographically speaking, but in our own country, like there, as you say, there's some sort of tribalistic warfare going on to a certain extent between Catholics and Protestants. Like we can't even get our own shit together, like
that comes down.
It's not so prevalent up here, obviously it's more like Glasgow, Edinburgh type of thing, mainly Glasgow. But
I would say it's more a West Coast issue than an East Coast, to be perfectly honest with you, because
yeah,
Glasgow and Edinburgh is predominantly where everything lies within.
All
But
of
the minute you
it
cross over
ultimately
to Edinburgh right
stems.
up to Aberdeen, it's kind of non-existent.
yeah, it's non-existent up here at all, to be honest. Like, like that's what I'm saying. Like, for the people that are football daft up here, if we're going to go down that route in the Highlands, I mean, it's Inverness, Cali, Thistle. I mean, they're shit. No one gives a fuck, you know. But like, it's just not really an issue up here per se. But even we are aware that the issue exists down there. When I say down there, I mean where you're from, Scots. Like, you know what I mean? But it's not really an issue up here. I wouldn't exactly say on the flip side though that there's like a form of unity here. No, like, because of Sargon of Akkad would love to tell us all the time. Very individualistic up here, which is a problem in and of itself. But that's a story for another fucking day. But I just wanted to because I've been sharing my screen for ages, and I don't want to keep my screen up for ages. But I want to, so I've got this highlighted. But as you can see here, right. So this is still on the Scottish Government's website, right? See this? Scottish Government. And they've got 3 hyperlinks, which I've got up on the tabs, as you can probably all see. But where's the one I'm looking for in particular? Just because I told you to get pen and paper, boys and girls. You better have done it, because we're going to do this. Like, we're going to fucking do it. Which one is it? Fuck. Is it this one? Oh, yeah, it's this one. It's this one. So before I begin, The Guardian, obviously, they touched upon this, and I've highlighted this bit. And there's a bit here, and it says, a separate resource aimed particularly at white teachers and written by anti-racism educator. Oh, do I have to try and pronounce this again? I did this in my video and I totally butchered it. Fair play. Asks teachers to challenge their own white fragility or defensiveness around matters of race, never to force a young person to share the experience of racism in the classroom. So, obviously, fuck's sake, I'm not organized for this. So this is her down here. Look at her. Beautiful. But so as you can see, the contents of this one, it goes on about fragility, common patterns and behavior of white fragility. She's got a section 2 is about brave spaces, creating safer spaces, power, social identity, a world without race. Race is a social construct. And section 8 is taking action. But if we come down, before we go, if we want to go through this a little bit, we can. But to page 29, and it talks about, I'm just scrolling, so bear with me. Power. To start you off, take the white privilege test by the Anti-Racist Educator Collective. Try to take the test as a group, perhaps amongst your colleagues. Well, that's what I'm saying. Get your pen and paper ready, because we're going to fucking do it. If you are ethnically, racially, religiously diverse, then you are good to go. If you are a more homogenous group, consider filling out the test from the perspective of yourself, as well as picking up the test of the fictional people outlined below. And then they give some retarded examples, such as Ismailia, who's 25 from Pakistan, Alistair, who's a 15-year-old from North Lanarkshire. Person C is Yemi, who's a 17-year-old Ouija, yeah, of course, and Tom from Ayr. But as I said, I have actually made a video on this in the past, so I know where it comes from. I've done the test myself, and I'm not going to lie, guys. I passed it with flying fucking colours. But we have it here. So what I want to do right now, get your pen and paper ready. We're going to do it, okay? I mean, like, I know it might sound like I'm taking the piss, but it's just like the Scottish Government has endorsed this, so why not? Let's have a little laugh, okay? Because it can't all be doom and gloom.
DJ, could we find out who wrote this? Because it's clearly targeted at whites, so therefore it has to at least be written by a solid white person. Otherwise, it would be
Well,
racist by their definition, surely.
well, the anti-racist educator. I'm still sharing my screen. You can still see this? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
People that are involved. Here we go. Right.
I
This is
see.
what it was. Co-founder, BAME, 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 kind of BAME, BAME. I mean, I've not done the. I'll be honest, I've not done
Right. Okay.
like a ton of research on them. The only one that sticks out to me is her, Nagit Riaz. She's the woman who said that funding. She used to be SMP, ex SMP. She said that funding for Gaelic. I'm not joking, by the way. She genuinely said this: funding for Gaelic was discriminatory against Muslims. That's what she said. But yes, but the point is, so
Gaelic
funding
food?
for Scottish public funding for Gaelic in schools was discriminatory against Muslims in Scotland. That's what she said. But yes, like this
Gaelic,
website is
right.
This is all BAMEs, all BAMEs. They're all BAMEs, but they're all, you know, your you know, like anti-racist, quote unquote, progressive BAMEs, if you will, you know, like Marxists, if you want to go down that route, just wankers. Like, just the other way to describe it. You know, I expected to see some kippahs in there. I didn't see any. They're all BAMEs. All BAMEs.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, let's have a wee laugh, shall we? Just for shits and giggles, because as I said, the Scottish government has endorsed this. So, okay. So I hope the chat and you two boys have got your pen and paper, or even just memo opened up, and shall we go for it? Let's have a wee laugh, shall we? So question 1 is: people often assume I am an immigrant before I even say a word. Okay. By the way, just for anybody in the chat and whatnot, for each statement, if you believe it is often true, score 0. If the statement is sometimes true, score 3. And if the statement is false, score 5. So your options are 0, 3, or 5. So people often assume I am an immigrant before I even say a word. Okay?
What? All right. So sorry. What am I typing for? What answer?
If it's often true, you score 0. If sometimes true, you score 3. And if the statement is false, you score 5.
Right,
Okay.
so that's 5. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's 5. I mean, it's just like that's what you're correct in what you said there. Like, it's aimed directly at whites, but in this particular context, because the anti-racist educator it's based in Scotland, it's directed at Scottish
They've
people.
sat there for hours trying to figure out how to aim everything at whites specifically. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, some of these questions, as I said, I made a video on this in January. It's just retarded. It really is, for lack of better terminology. It really is. It's deliberately skewed to make white people go, "Oh, fucking hell, I must be racist. I must have privilege." You know what I mean? Number 2, the question, "Where are you from?" is a hard one to answer, especially if the person asking is trying to figure out why I look the way I do. Now, again, score 0 if the statement is true, 3 if sometimes true, 5 if false. Okay. so stupid.
trying to figure out why I look the way I do. We know why they look the way they do. We understand that whole process.
Exactly. Okay. I love this one. Right. Number 3. When I walk into any British supermarket, I rarely find plenty of food products that meet my family's traditions. As I say, 0 if the statement is true, 5 if false, 3 if sometimes. Okay.
Well, hang on, because at this stage, Tesco, etc., are starting to look like halal supermarkets. So this does sort of apply to me now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's one that applies to me in this as well. That we'll come to in a second, but no, you're totally right there. But can you see how like ridiculous this is? Like how like even that question alone, like let's just eviscerate the rest of the questions for a split second, and let's just say you say to an anti-racist, quote unquote, you go, "Give me one example of white privilege," and they go, "Well, when I walk into a supermarket, I rarely find food products that meet my family's traditions. Oh, well, it must be white privilege then. But this is the length.
If you come
can
from
go to.
Tanzania and you eat some weird fig or something
Did you cut out there?
for Tanzania, what is it we do about this? If you're from some place in an Oriental country that only lives off specific fish that we can't get, what do you want from me?
Exactly. It's white privilege. That's what it is. You know, because you're not doing enough. Quite frankly, I hate that point. Like, there's no food products that meet my family's traditions. Like, I'm sorry, you're in Scotland, or let's just say in a more broader term, you're in the UK. Fucking deal with it. You know what I mean? And don't go to China and complain because they don't have battered Mars bars, do I? You know what I mean? But clearly they're rubbed up the wrong way. Number
Deep fried
4.
bat's quite a delicacy, though.
What?
Deep fried bat's quite the delicacy.
It probably fucking is, but I won't be doing that either. I don't want the Rona. Anyway, number 4. It's hard to find the right hair products that work for my hair. Now, again, just I'll just say it one more time. You score 0 if it's often true. You score 3 if it's sometimes true, and you score 5 if it's false. So again, number 4 is it's hard to find the right hair products that work for my hair.
Now you say it, DJ. I have had a dry scalp recently. I've tried a few products, but I can't really find anything, mate. So you know, I can't really find the right product.
You're
so
lacking white
this
privilege.
does apply to me as well. You know?
Number 5. It's hard to find makeup, tights, and/or plasters that match my skin tone. Well, isn't that interesting? Must be white privilege. When I walk into a shop...
Right, when I was a kid, I had plasters that were multicolored or whatever. You don't need a plaster that's your skin tone. It's not
exactly. I had purple plasters. I remember
them to be ashamed of if you've got a cut. We're not going to shame you. It's okay.
Exactly. It's like I don't get that. Like I remember being in school and I go to the nurse when I fell over or whatever you have, and I got purple plasters and blue plasters and whatnot. But it just seems to be, for some strange reason, these anti-racists have got so little to grasp on in terms of clutching straws that they're going, oh, well, plasters are more akin to whites than beams, so it must be, you know, like, just fuck off. I'm sorry. Like,
at this point,
plasters are oppressive. But I mean, we're laughing about it, but the Scottish government is endorsing this shit, so why not? Why not? So this one here is one that I've taken umbrage with before. And it says, when I walk into a shop, the security guard is likely to keep a closer eye on me because of the color of my skin. I love this bit, this little bit here, though, where it says, because of the color of my skin. How do they know that? Now, I actually said this in the video that I made on this in January, and I'm going to say it again now. Obviously, down in England, the terminology is chav, but up in Scotland, it's Ned. And I used to be a Ned. I used to walk about in Fred Perry tracksuits with and Reebok tracksuits. I look like a dickhead. Like, I'm not denying that. But guards used to follow me about all the time because the stereotype was Ned shoplift, Neds are not to be trusted, etc., etc. And the minute I started dressing as I got a bit older, the minute I started dressing a bit more decent, if you will, guards left me alone. But I never once assumed that the guards were following me because of my skin color. I never once assumed that the guards were following me about because of my race. I assumed it was because I was dressed like a Ned, you know? And the same can be applicable to BAMEs. If a black guy walks into a shop and he's dressed like some gangbanger, you're damn right a guard's probably going to follow him about. Why? Because it's a stereotype for a reason. That stereotype being these people are more likely to shoplift, the same as a Ned in Scotland would. You know, if a black guy walks into a shop, supermarket, or a shop, it doesn't matter where, and he's dressed, he's well presented, he's got a suit on, etc. He's just finished his 9-to-5 shift at our local bank, a guard isn't going to follow him about. But this is what I'm saying. Like, the automatic assumption is, that's because I is black. You know, it's the old meme from back in the day. Like, but the fact that this is implemented in a so-called anti-racist educator white privilege test, it just speaks volume of how daft this is. You know, the automatic assumption is that you're being followed about a shop because you're black. No, it's not. It's probably because of how you're dressed. And even if we want to take a step away from that, why would blacks be stereotyped in that respect? Well, because they're more prone to committing crimes. The same way that Neds in Scotland were more prone to committing crimes. Like, let's not forget about the fucking epidemic, the knife crime epidemic in Scotland. What was it, like 20 odd years ago? Like Glasgow was a knife crime capital of Europe at one point. That wasn't BAMEs, that was white Neds, you know? But like, so Neds were stereotyped for a reason. Even if you weren't carrying a knife, you were still stereotyped. But the same thing is applicable when it comes to blacks. Because look at all the crime that blacks are committing.
I agree with that. I mean, if you think that's tough, try and be a Glaswegian in a shop in Edinburgh. That's they fucking drop the victimhood card then.
Yeah. Bro. The yuppies. Right. Which one? All right. Okay. Sorry. When I am passing through security or immigration in an airport, I am often randomly stopped and asked more questions compared to other people of a different skin color. Okay. So, as I say, 0 if it's true, 5 if it's false, 3 sometimes. If ever I am stopped by the police, I would feel that it is likely they singled me out because of my skin color. I mean, what the fuck does like? I would feel like like it doesn't matter what you feel. There's reality, and then there is your feelings. But you know, nonetheless.
I remember when I was a kid, I've getting told off for skating. You name it, they come and had a go at us.
I remember that. I know. Like the police were wankers when I was young. Like I could not stand the police when I was a teenager. I couldn't stand them. But I never once thought to myself, well, they're bothering me because I'm white. You know, but BAMEs, apparently, they have a different mindset. But anyway, if I'm ever stopped by the police, I would feel that it is likely they singled me out because of my skin color. Or did I read that one? Or was no, I didn't. That's fine. The next one. Whenever there is a terrorist attack, people tend to look at me in a more fearful, hateful, and/or accusing way. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, endorsed by the Scottish government, mate. So I hope you're filling it in. I hope the chat's got their pen and paper because let's see how privileged we are because we're almost at the end. There's only like 27 of these fucking disgusting questions. But anyway,
and they did not think of these ideas. Someone else did.
Yeah.
These are the exact manipulative tactics of a so we say a you know who sort of character.
Mm-hmm.
They're taught by the best.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, like it's manipulative as fuck. And like as I say, the document that comes along with this, as I say, like we'll probably go back to it after I've done this, shit show of a quiz. But it's designed deliberately to manipulate teachers in Scotland, white teachers, Scottish teachers, whatever you will. But where am I? The books I read at school rarely have characters that share the same skin color as me. So again, 0 if it is false, 5 if true, 3 if sometimes true. But again, though, like this in and of itself pisses me off. This is Scotland. Like it wouldn't matter which country it was, if it was Germany, France, fucking Ireland, England, Wales, etc. It does not matter. Like if a BAME comes over here, they shouldn't be surprised if they're reading books and the characters within said books are white because it's a white country. You know, that this is an example of white privilege. So anyway, just really annoys me. So number 11, and I hope, as I say, you've marked that one down. I haven't done it myself. I'm doing it now on my phone. Right? Okay. Number 11. In the movies I watch, the characters who share the same color as me are rarely the heroes. Okay. Number 12. In the history I have studied, my ancestors are not given much attention or credit because we're not talking about pyramids and whatnot. Clearly.
Whoa. Antifa Public Watch is one of the biggest hunters of Antifa in the UK.
Blocked.
What's he saying?
Yeah, he's one of ours. I've worked with him for years. So he gets that all the time. He's done work
Right.
against them for years. So let me just go and message him and say that was. Hang on. He gets that a lot, and he gets a lot of NT for joining his groups by mistake.
I can't even look at the fucking chat because I've obviously got my screen shared. What happened there? Like, was somebody getting wide with him in the chat or something?
No, I seen in FIFA public watch and I just blocked it. I thought, not today.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
No worries.
He's got an extensive background in activism against them. But anyway, sorry, carry on.
No, whatever. We're almost done. I know I'm probably bored in the chat, but I just think it's funny. This absolute garbage. In the news, the people who share the same skin color as me are often portrayed as poor, helpless, and/or dangerous. And again, I'll repeat one more time: 0 if true, 3 if sometimes true, 5 if incorrect. From nursery to this day, the teachers I have had don't share the same skin color as me. Fucking wow, man. This is unreal. That's white privilege. The only adults in school who share the same color as me are the cleaning and our catering staff. Okay. I sometimes wish that my skin and or hair was lighter because it would make my life easier. Okay. The festivals and holidays my family celebrate are not usually celebrated in schools. I wonder why that fucking is. It is difficult to find posters, postcards, picture books, greeting cards, and magazines featuring people who have the same skin color as me. Okay? People online or in public have directed racial slurs at me or racist slurs at me. Mm-hmm. I cannot criticize our government, history, and our culture and talk about how I disagree with policies and practices without being seen as an outsider. Well,
Is it a joke? At this point, all of the cartoons and books, they are allowed to berate us and attack our history as much as they like.
Exactly.
So this is all apart at this point here.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. And on top of that, like, I actually could say that we can't criticize the government, history, and our culture, blah, 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 without being seen as an outsider because we are outsiders. Yeah. We're outsiders. They can do it all day long, but we can't. Mm-hmm. We can't, you know,
and
because
the more extensively you do go at the government, the bigger a shitstorm you're going to cause, the more trouble you're in.
I know. And you got this hate crime bill looming over all of us in Scotland as well. But fucking hell. That's the reason I'm fucking anonymous, folks. But yeah, it's that really pisses me off. That because like they try to imply that they can't criticize the government, etc., they're oppressed, etc. But the reality of the matter is they're not. And I know it's low hanging fruit. It's not exactly a hot take for me, but they're not. The fact that they can publicize shit like this, the fact that the Scottish government endorses shit like this quite clearly indicates they're not oppressed. They're anything but oppressed, you know. But if I can you imagine me or Scott Sam or any other Scot in Scotland who's vocal about what's going on in Scotland, trying to make these points? You're not going to get a voice. We're not represented, but these people are represented in every fucking orifice of society. Yeah. It really pisses me off. But I've had to put 0 for that one because, you know, I actually agree with that. But anyway, we're almost at the end. It says, it is difficult for me to find many spaces where I can be in the company of people who share the same color as me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, white privilege, of course. It's not nothing to do with the fact you live in a majority white country. Now it's white privilege. When I am told about national heritage, about human history, or about civilization, I am shown people who do not share the same skin color or same culture as me. Okay? Right.
That's called
Whenever I do well in a challenging situation, people may call me a credit to my race. Yeah, well, that's not going to fucking happen, so I'll have to put 0 for that too. I might fail this test by this point because it's skewed towards trying to make whites feel guilty, but, you know, I've failed 2 questions now. I'm often asked to speak for all the people of my racial, cultural, and or religious group. Okay. And we're coming up to the end now. It says, whenever I ask to speak to the person in charge, I can be sure that I will be facing someone who does not have the same skin color as me. White privilege, folks. It's difficult for me to ignore and or minimize the impact of racism on my life. What does that even fucking mean? What does that mean?
You said 27. This list is going on like the fucking never-ending story.
I know, I'm coming to the end. I know, I'll get the hint. Right. I go home from most meetings or organizations and/or clubs that I attend feeling somewhat isolated, out of place, outnumbered, unheard, feared, or hated, rather than tired and welcome. Okay. And in my day or my week, if my day or my week is going badly, I can't help but wonder if the negative episodes or situations had racial overtones. And finally, thank fuck, I am unable to discuss my racialized experiences openly and honestly at school and or at work. Okay. And then obviously you've got your total score, blah, blah, blah. Right. So I want everybody to tally their scores up. This will be kind of fucking interesting.
Hang on a minute. Listen, I was off getting some food.
Okay. Which did you miss?
Listening. I could have heard someone turn to someone else and say, yeah, take care, mate. Oh, by the way, you're a credit to your race. All right. I'll see you later. You're a credit to your race, mate. All right. Take care. I've never heard someone actually. I mean, you might see it in like a Lord of the Rings film. You know, but I don't know where I've seen that occur.
You're not wrong though. Like, when have you ever fucking heard that? It's just such
you are a credit to your fucking race, mate. You are. Honestly, I had to come up and say something. You're a credit to your race.
So I'm going to just do this in real time. So I've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 110, no, 105, 110, 115, 120, 125. I'm pretty fucking privileged, boys. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm privileged as fuck.
Fair enough.
You know, I mean, fucking hell. It's just a privilege, mate. But yeah, I pass with flying colours.
Why don't you just have a few refugees come and stay with you?
Oh, yeah. No, I will not be doing that. But
I identify now as BAME anyway. I identify as some sort of tranny BAME, just to make my life easier. So all of this doesn't apply to me. You know, you're all disgusting bigots in my eyes, straight white cisgender scumbags.
You forgot the heteronormative part.
I sit outside that disgusting, you know, disgusting realm that you lot persist to try and save. I'd love to get into Parliament for a day, or Scottish Parliament, because at this point they've made it so easy. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can actually go in there and make an absolute idiot out of them. Long gone are the ways of actually complicated debate or long-winded discussion. Nowadays, anyone who's been paying attention for 20 minutes would make an idiot out of these people.
Scottish politics, common sense and logic's just not the holy trinity at all. It's usually fucking sprinkled by madness, unicorn dust, and comedy gold. That's the absolute state of affairs in Scotland, sadly. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sorry, mate, but I just did not take that test.
You could have fucking told me if I'd have spent 20 minutes doing it, eh?
Mate, I looked at the first 10 questions. I thought, I like apple juice. I say hello and goodbye to my dad every day, and I get to make myself a sandwich. I mean, if that's not white privilege, fuck me. I don't know what is.
I know I probably just wasted everybody's time doing that, but I just thought it was hilarious because, as I say,
you've wound everyone up. That's what you've done. You've irritated everyone with this stuff. We've just become angry by having to read it.
I couldn't even fucked off for a kebab, mate. It was that annoyed with it.
I just thought I would have a wee laugh with you, lads. You know what I mean? You know,
I think it highlights how ridiculous that they've actually gotten to a point where they've put this in black and white, and now teachers are getting told that they have to, take these tests to check that they're privileged, so that they can be more conscientious and more aware of their privilege in the role that they have to play within schools now. I just think really, ultimately, what we're setting ourselves up for in Scotland, well, what the SNP are setting up the Scottish people in education, is to basically submit. And if they're not going to submit and comply, they will definitely get someone else to do that. And the only losers in the overall outcome of this is the children, because they won't know any better.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't like that. That's
on your race, mate.
On you go, bud.
I was just saying he's right, and he's a credit to his race. He's right.
He's a credit to his race.
Quite frankly, mate, it's just try to look between the lines. You know what I mean? And I know DG was waiting for me to say that.
I'm bringing that to life. Watch me bring credit to his race to life now. Watch me bring that to life now. I'm going to say it everywhere. You're a credit to your race, mate. All right, just some Chinese bloke dropping off the bloody, takeaway. You're a credit to your race, mate. What?
Jesus Christ! Oh fuck!
You mate, credit to your race, no doubt.
See if everybody in the chat started doing that with people, right? Like with non-Brits, just you're a credit to your race, mate. I guarantee it. In the space of a month, that'll be front and centre of the Sun, and it'll be like credit to your race. There's a new hate hashtag that is sweeping the internet.
I've got the fucking giggles, man. Oh shit!
Decided. Credit to your race. What's happening?
Oh my god!
As of tomorrow, it is in full circulation.
We Afghans walking 10,000 miles just to get to Britain for benefits. You're a credit to your race, lad. Come on in.
Absolutely.
Oh fuck's sake! But just for the purpose of everybody in this team, I have to obviously show some of the other bullshit that was in that. Like when this screen shares. Here we go. Where is it? So obviously this is fuck's sake, got so many tabs open here. But like this is the document it comes from. But it goes on about fragility, and this is what they want teachers to fill in. What is fragility? Where can we observe fragility in social situations? What role might fragility play when it comes to bias and discrimination? What is white fragility? And I love this bit here. Watch this video. How white fragility reinforces racism. And I'm going to play it. I'm just going to fucking play it. Why the fuck not? I wonder who it could be. Oh, it's not like it's that wee heart Robin DeAndre. No, of course not. Of course not. Of course there's no heart. I'm not playing 5 minutes of it, but you get the fucking point. Here she is.
The defensiveness, the argumentation, the refuse, the withdrawal that often erupts whenever white people are challenged on their racial worldview.
She looks like she's been dead for 2 weeks, doesn't she, on a slab?
We don't have to pretend that we're colorblind.
Like in a film when the sheriffs all come in to the mortician. That's what she looks like.
Fuck's sake. Oh, fuck. But it gets worse though, because then this boot who wrote this thing, she actually goes on about in the video, D'Angelo asked you to make your personal list of what can be done. What are your personal steps to tackle your white fragility? I mean, are you fucking serious? So she's presenting, she hyperlinks Robin DiAngelo, tells the teachers in Scotland to watch it, and then asks these teachers to then write in the little dotted spaces here that are provided on what can be done and what not. I mean, this is like being back at school where, you have to watch a video and then write upon said video, but this is for adults. This is for fucking adults. They have to watch Robin DiAngelo, get the scoop from Robin DiAngelo, and then talk about it. This is fucking ridiculous. And then it goes on. We've got brave spaces. And then it's like, Now that you are familiar with white fragility, the next step, and once more, this is an
Brave.
ongoing process, is to build brave spaces where these conversations about race and interlinking systems of oppression and their impact can be talked about constructively.
Whoa. So what you mean is a place where white children will be bullied and emotionally blackmailed about the fake, twisted history concocted by the industrial revolutionists of the recent history, which ran all of the slave trades and caused all of the wars, which they're blaming our white children for. Is that what
Yeah.
it is, basically?
Exactly what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I understand clearly. Okay. So brave spaces. What would be a brave space? Would be if the mainstream media allowed those of us that they think are dickheads a chance to give our side of the story. Because,
Mhm.
as I said earlier, it turns out that building site workers and working class warehouse workers seem to be a little bit better these days than the mainstream. And what a disgusting place we've come to, where people in Oxford, etc., are unimpressive because they're learning this watered down bullshit sense of history, politics, etc. We're now at the stage where we could outdo them quite easily. Someone, actually a Scottish member of mine, he said something quite profound. And he said, if we had not even a fraction, not even a 100th of their money, we would win overnight. Because we have truth on our side.
Yeah.
We have morality on our side. And he was so right. I thought about it. I thought about the efforts even I had made as an individual in the streets countlessly, the violence, the madness, the arrests, everything that we'd seen happen. And I thought, yeah, you're right. We did all that off of the backs of the wages we got working that week. And these people are trillionaires, multi-trillionaires, are ultimately the people doing this to us. And I just thought that was so true. And if we, even if it was 10,000 people were allowed to actually work in offices and be funded, this would be fixed in weeks.
Mhm.
But they need to work full time, round the clock, to keep up the biggest guilty lie in existence. Humanity is suffering from one group's huge guilty lie.
Mhm.
If aliens were looking in, they would probably only want to speak to those people because they'd see them as the hierarchy. They would see them as the most intelligent because of the manipulative stance that they have.
Yep. Nope. You're not going to get any disagreements from me there, like, none at all. You want to jump in there,
No, I mean,
Scots?
you know something? Well, you were talking. I've just looked at the article and building brave spaces. I mean, they're trying to obviously drive the point home as if it's meant to be like some kind of safe zone. I don't know if you remember when Trump won. In works all over America and offices, they actually created safe rooms for adults to go in and like cuddle teddy bears and cry. But the good thing, at least in Scotland, right, with us having the high influx of immigrants that we've got, if they're building brave spaces and these people built the pyramids, at least we'll have some cracking buildings at it. You know, so like there is possibly an upside to this.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to walk into one of these safe spaces, or I'd love to walk into one of these brave spaces and just be given half an hour. Just be given half an hour to get it out of my system. One of my, you know how some people dream of playing football in front of tens of thousands of people or something? My dream is just interrupting one of these lefty lectures and being allowed to talk. That's my dream. You know, when you sit there fantasizing about something you'd like to do, all of the cool stuff's long gone.
Oh, I know what you mean there, mate. Like,
Yeah.
I would love
Just
to.
kick the doors open, you know, and you've got
Oh,
these,
yeah. Like one of
you know,
these SNP things, I'd love to go into
Yeah.
that. Oh,
Yeah.
I'd love to. But that's the thing. Like, on a separate note, like, you know, all jokes aside, like, that's what pisses me off. Like, when you see that thin-lipped boot, our dear leader standing at her podium every day, I know you got the same shit down there with that wanker Wee Hut Bojo, but it's so I don't watch it anymore. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but oh my god, like Sturgeon standing at her podium every day talking about COVID, 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 her daily briefings. And then she takes questions after she's read her little script. And it's like all these so-called journalists, and they ask her all these little softball questions. Oh, I'd love to hijack that and just fucking give her like the cold hard questions, like, where's the proof COVID exists? That'll be my first one. Have you got any proof that COVID exists?
That's it. You see all then with the little microphones going, right, get him. You get
Second question would be, why are you still using PCR tests? But by this point, she'd be like, well, like, to be frank, to be candid, like, the way that she operates, like, I wouldn't get a fucking word in, but, I'd love it. But they don't do it. And I wonder why, because they're all working in fucking tandem. But, I'd love that. I would just love it. Or even, like, Count Dankula's talked about it a few times, the hate crime bill in Scotland before it became law. They had some sort of public consultation where all these groups were invited. They claimed it was the public that were invited to this consultation, but what it actually was a bunch of lefties. Like, you had like your feminists, your
racism, resisting hate,
all these type of ampots, and so it was. But they had Count Dankula claims anyway that he had an insider, which I genuinely it was tailed feature, but that's here nor there. But the point is, so like, I would love to have been there. Oh, I would have loved to have been there because I would have run rings around them cunts. But wasn't to be. Wasn't to be. Like,
tried, DJ. I have tried, and it turned into a bloodbath. There is footage of this. I went to a conference, but was recognised and didn't get in. And it turned out, unfortunately, there was loads of Antifa in there, and they were really pissed off with us. And there is footage of this, and it went pear-shaped. 5 against a lot of us, and we wound up getting chased down the road. They didn't manage to do anything to us because we was quite handy. We did okay, but everyone sort of went around the corner before we went there, and everyone had a sip of scotch. But it was early, but we knew it was going to be a tough one. Everyone had a sip of scotch, shook hands, and said, "No one throw a dig. No one throw a dig."
Mm-hmm.
And we tried. My hope was to get in and live that thing that you're talking about, because it was a stand-up to racism conference, and we was going to go to the Socialist bookshop and wind them up. It was an event there of solidarity. But yeah, I didn't get in, mate. I didn't get in. People with Antifa shirts started coming out. So I don't think we'll ever get to live that fantasy out, in honesty.
Nah.
No.
Sad, isn't it? I'd love to. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, even with the climate change shit. I mean, I'm not a climatologist. I don't profess to be one, but it really irritates me where Nicola Sturgeon, and like, what was it the other day? I seen this little clip of her, and she retweeted it as she always does. But she was like, "It's not a question of what was it? How did she word it?" She was like, she essentially, to paraphrase, she essentially implied that like it's not a choice. We have to do it because the planet needs us to do it. She's standing there talking absolute bollocks. But like, for climate change, the COP26, which is in Glasgow at the end of this year, November time. But like, it really pissed me off. Like, where is the pushback? Where is the pushback? What, like, give at least one member of the Scottish Parliament to turn around and say you're talking shite.
Well, they
None
did
of them
do that.
it. None of them do it. Yeah. They're all working in tandem.
The simple question that I ask people when they're really frustrated about this is, if Justin Trudeau, Macron, Boris, Sturgeon, if any of them was hit by a bus tomorrow, would the agenda change?
No.
So they're best off not actually being irritated about the things they say at the minute, because it causes us to lose our level head in the game. Those of us that know have a responsibility, especially in this hardened situation, if we're all forced onto Telegram, because we have truth on our side, we're truly hidden.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a lot of people that talk to me in private, and they say, "Oh, Vin, they want me to give them answers to the COVID fear and everything like that, and I can't." but what I do say to them is there's no point taking any of these world leaders seriously. These are but puppets. They're chosen. They're married into it. If you look at any
Yeah.
of their relatives, Boris's wife is daughter to the 10th registered wealthiest man on earth, if I remember correctly. These people are not there by accident. They torn tusk, Abrahamic religion style hints non-stop. I mean, Boris himself said that post-COVID will be like, I believe it was New Palestine, he said. And to anyone that knows the subject well, knows what he's saying there. So these are merely puppets. And when people, it annoys me, when I see the vermin hatred for Boris, I think, are we this far behind that the general public cannot at this point look at who's behind Boris? When we have an issue with LGBT, with immigration, no one bothers to just go and look at who's behind it. When I was investigating the hotel crisis and the refugee crisis, I was down on the Folkestone, the Kent coast all the time, Dover, and lo and behold, it was an Iranian gentleman by the name of Alex Lantham, a Jewish gentleman who was being paid by the Home Office to house all of the migrants coming over by boat. And he owns Britannia Hotels, which is a chain. So no one just bothers to do these tiny little checks, and they will find again and again and again. Because the saying goes, every single time. And it's true. And what really bothers me is I learned that the British public, the English public, have no critical thinking. They cannot think past what's in front of them. They do not. They just keep looking at a screen with a puppet, with no interest of the puppeteers. They'll blame the Red Shields, but not really understand why and where it stems from there and how. Because they always go, it's the corporatists, it's the internationalists, and they're not even that advanced half the time. They just blame the system. It's the bankers, and then you've got the Q-tards. Now, the Q-tards. Right now, during the end of Trump's reign, was still publicly sympathetic towards him. But I would argue all the time with Alex about a glimmer of hope, maybe, because like most people thought, has he been waiting 4 years to finally do something and then nothing. But Q, I always resented and tested it. But these people really drive me mad. Because if at this point, you are waiting on a dream to save us, then we're fucked. That's it. Fairy tales will not save us at this point. There may be Trump supporters still in the chat, but anyone who literally marries his daughter off to the problem, never talks about white plight, concerns himself more with black employment, never once, as the master of the United States, turn around and say, Antifa is not an idea. No, it was formed by the KPD, a Bolshevik unit in the 30s. Okay? In Germany. It's that simple. If he'd have said that, bang, it would have gone live. Everyone would have been researching it. It would have gone mad. But he daren't do that because he knows bloody well. So like I was saying the other day, if I know this, he's got the CIA, FBI, he's got Secret Service, he's got bloody MI5, etc. working on his behalf. And no one come into him with a scrap of paper and said, oh, by the way, the KPD, a Bolshevik sect of disgusting anti-nationalist communists, were doing this in competition with the rise of nationalism across the Rhineland and Prussia, Germany at the time. Because it's like the word Nazi, for instance, which was a bastardization of National Socialism. And therefore, the word Nazi helps people avoid saying the word national. So international socialism is fine. National socialism is not fine. Therefore, it is a Nazi. And Nazi is then applied to everything. So the very subject of this evening is anti-racism, which I was saying to you before we became live, was an interesting subject with me as well, because I cover anti-fascism. And I see it's the same ethos. Anti-fascism. What is cleverly done here is the Bolshevik regime of the 30s is used to undermine whatever nationalist cause is going on today. So you are a fascist because you're a nationalist in 2021. Okay, so but nationalism existed before fascism. Fascism, most people don't understand it, but they're still nationalist. So how does fascism apply to them? Fascism did not exist before nationalism did. So when someone says you're a fascist, what they're trying to do is using one tiny fraction of the 30s. They're trying to take that to undermine your existence, your tribalism as a mammal with your patch of land. They're trying to use this disinformation of the time. And it's the same with anti-racism. It's a play on words. So therefore, once you are a subjective member of the population, by going against, you feel you are the thing in question by proxy, because that is anti. So anti-fascist, therefore to be a fascist by proxy is bad. So for me, only earlier I was saying to someone, if anyone ever calls you a fascist, first of all, ask them to explain what fascism is and where it came from. Second, ask them what that has to do with actual nationalism. Sorry to go on.
No, mate, do you know something? See, most times when I do a stream on a Sunday, DJ and whoever I've got on, majority of the time actually talking, I just listen in and object. But I'm going to go out and say this. The last couple of minutes with just you talking has probably been the most concise nail on the head that I've heard with everything that's been tied in a single entity since I've started doing my streams. And I think there's probably no better way to actually put it than that, mate. So thank you very much. Thank you for that, because I think that needed to be said and delivered like that. Just calm, collected. You're a credit to your people.
Fascism ultimately was stolen by Mussolini, who was also a Marxist and a leftist. So people that claim it to be a far right, Mussolini came further to the right when it was time to deal with the NSA, etc., and Hitler's side. But fascism, where they attribute it from, he was originally a leftist anyway. And fascism can, if in today's definition, be applied to left or right. So they only say, they write in association with far right. Well, ultimately, by the description, it's just authoritarianism.
So let me ask you this then. What do you think is the possible general direction that the British people evidently
You broke
need to
up,
go
mate.
in?
You're going to have to restart. Sorry to interrupt you, but you broke up. Was he breaking up for you, DJ, or was it just me?
No, it wasn't breaking up for me, but he's just fucking left her.
I did make a video, about a 2-minute video, just to help explain this to people. It got quite a lot of views on Telegram, and it's simply titled something like "Anti-fascism is simply anti-nationalism." And once you get round that, the emotional blackmail and guilt put onto you, you can then alleviate. And when someone says, "Well, you're a racist, you must be a fascist," and then you can come out and hate fascists, because a general member of the public will go, "Wow, how can you hate anti-fascists?" And then you can confidently say, because anti-fascism is simply a modern symbol of anti-nationalism. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Do not pass go. No, it's not that. Oh yeah, so smashing the place up, telling whites they should die, etc. That's what anti-fascism is. It, but people don't even understand it.
No, I agree. I think I do recall. I think seeing your video. Was it no in your archive thing?
Yeah.
Anyway, I did see that. I know, and I agree. And as we were saying backstage as well, before we went live, like it's the same thing with the anti-racist bullshit. Like the way that it's totally manipulated. So like it sounds like it's the namby-pamby words. Obviously, it's very clever in some respects, but at the same time,
Anti-phobias, isms.
yeah,
So you're
it's clever in some respects, but at the same time, you can't help but think to yourself, if you fall for that, then you're daft. So was it really clever? The way they talk about if you, oh well, if you're against anti-racism, you must be a racist, because like you see it all the time in the Scottish government. Anas Sarwar, or Hamza Youssef, they're always doing this shit. They'll say like, it's not enough to be against racism, you must be actively anti-racist. And it's like, okay, that's fair enough, right? If you want to go down that route. But when you read into what anti-racism is all about, you know, as my video that was an hour long, and I apologize to everybody for that. Like, it's explicitly anti-white. It's deconstructing white people as a people. It's deconstructing them, but it's glossed over, it's camouflaged, and it's anti-racist. No, it's not. It's fucking not. It's anti-white. It's as anti-white as it gets. Like, that is the core premise of anti-racism. It is anti-white. And I fundamentally agree with you when you say that the idea of quote unquote anti-fascism, as they like to call themselves, it's just anti-nationalism. That's what it is. Like every strand of nationalist tendencies is denigrated by these people. But the same thing is true when it comes to so-called anti-racists.
Lee runs Antifa Public Watch. I don't work with him as much these days as I used to.
Mhm.
We have spoken to more lefties in arguments than most
You broke up there, bud.
people can imagine. Probably what fascism means. Now, there's a huge problem with Antifa that the public doesn't understand, and which confuses them, which is why are so many actual white people involved in Antifa? Because I could go into specific detail about the non-whites that seem white, where they came from, how they were founded, where they were founded. But what confuses people is why there's so many whites in Antifa. Now, I'm going to say this only once. Now, imagine you live in a world where your deepest, darkest needs are looked down on and hated, where what you get off on is deemed in society as evil and morbid.
Yeah.
And now imagine you have to take up things like Satanism, voodoo, etc., not because you believe in it, to detach yourself from, they don't believe in any of these things. Because of the cruel nature of how they have to get their sexual fixes and things like that, they detach themselves from normality. And I've noticed this, I've psychoanalyzed them for years now. And the inherent guilt they have about who they are and what they are, they're not just insecure goths. These people want legislation to change. They are what horror films are made out of. I'm not talking about tough people. I'm talking about the sort of people that you don't want near the people you love, kids and things like that. And they are not in it for politics. They don't understand communism. They don't understand socialism. They don't care about trans rights. They are in it for something far darker. And if tomorrow the left changes its policy, as long as they get their sexual deviancy, their degeneracy, they're happy to go along with that. Because that ultimately, in every country, wherever you are, you will get people in that country which want disgusting things. That's it. And you'll find that they will gravitate towards whatever offers them that thing. So if you was to look at the anti-fascist communities that live together and some of the Antifa squats, which I'd cover in my series, you'd find that they have suspicious color patterns and very liberal attitudes and all like to live together. So why wouldn't you, if there was an organization saying, okay, we don't have a problem with the underage issue, we don't have a problem with trans people having intercourse in the street, why wouldn't vermin perverts sign up for Antifa straight away, even if they don't know what the fuck fascism's all about? Because they're not going to get it in our society, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine this, though. Imagine being attracted to women was illegal, and every day you had to hide it. Every day you resented society, and you had to keep this a secret under pain of death or imprisonment. And that's what happens to the most perverse of society. And build a resentment unlike any other. So when you're dealing with some of these people, you're not dealing with just an insecure dickhead who doesn't understand politics. You're dealing with people that don't think like you.
Yeah.
You will not connect with some of these people. I have dealt with people. I once went to visit someone who was threatening to kill me with a hammer. And this guy, I mean, we found images of this guy on a sex site, right?
What?
And on the sex site, whilst he was being rogered, one of the categories he had was incest, and he had a picture of him there with his nephew and his niece.
Hmm.
Now, that's just one scrap of what I could tell you about this guy. I could go on all day, but the characteristics I find when dealing with them is the sort of people that the authorities must think, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know, dare I say, some of the only thing that I think is worse than having to look at hardcore militant leftists is when Scotland Yard have to look at all of the, when they're arresting child abuse, characters. Like, that must be a horrific job to go through that evidence.
Yeah.
Other than that, dealing with these actual far left militant leftists, they say everything that you dread. They just create new Twitter accounts and they talk about what they want to do to people. I'm not going to repeat it, but
No,
yeah.
no. Right, I know what you mean. Yeah. We don't need to elaborate on that. Of course I know what you mean. But no, you're not wrong there. Like,
I used to think they
terms-
were just divvies. They were just divvies that didn't understand. Shout at them, they'll go away. No.
No,
These are
they're
people that are
horrible.
yearning something. Yeah.
All these people are fucking horrible. I mean, you even have to look at like what they called drag queen story hour bullshit. Look how many of them are convicted nonsense. You know, like that's just one example. These people that are reading so-called just simplistic, harmless stories to children, yet a lot of them are convicted pedophiles.
If
Like,
you was in an anti-fascist unit and you started banging on against paedophilia, I don't think you'd be accepted.
No, I don't think you would. No.
So that's
I
the
agree.
whole point. Yeah. I mean,
No.
one of the bases I covered, I show the events they have there, and they are suspicious as fuck. And it was at a venue called the Bird's Nest in Deptford.
Mhm.
Anyone that wants to look into that or go and see my video, you'll be just disgusted. And it looks like there's about 100 of them living there, caravans, cabins, maybe more. And they're all living together whilst we're told to stay apart. We're not allowed to spend Christmas together, etc.
No.
And these communities do exist in abundance. Not so much up your way, but they are there.
Yeah. No, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. I mean, you're obviously a lot more versed than fucking hell, I had a fog on my mouth today. A lot more versed than I am in regards to this, but I know myself that these people, just as I said, that's why I brought up the drag queen shite, because a lot of these people, they're convicted pedophiles. Like they've been quote unquote intimate, if you will, with children, but yet they're still allowed in these circles with these people, and I just think it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, do you remember one example? I mean, I'm not going to say the person was done for anything, because I don't know if they have, but do you remember a few years ago in Scotland, there was the story of Mary Black, the lesbian SNP MP, who brought a drag queen, quote unquote, to a Scottish primary school. And her name, I say his name, was Flowjob. Fucking Flowjob. And this person read stories to kids without the parents knowing anything about it. But the worst part about it was that Flowjob, as this drag queen went by, she was called Flo to the kids, you know, because she was polite. But Flowjob's Instagram account, etc., was very, I'm not going to, you know, be explicit and whatnot, but let's just say it was very degenerate. But the SNP saw no issue with bringing Flowjob, or Flo, as this individual was calling themselves. So no issue with bringing this man to a school to read books to children. Obviously, there was an uproar with the parents. Some parents, they were disgusted at this act because they didn't even know, they weren't even made aware of the fact that this man dressed in drag was reading books to children. But the worst part about that for me really rubbed me up the wrong way. I actually made a video about it at the time. This was maybe 2 years ago. About 2 years ago, because it was pre-COVID. Mary Black, the SNP MP who brought this CUNT, and that's what he is, to school, shouted down the parents who raised concerns and called them all homophobic. Oh, they're homophobic, apparently, because they raised concerns about some man who's got all these photos on his Instagram with sexual objects, etc., reading books to their children. You know, it's homophobic. Where was the SNP? Where was Nicola Thinlip Sturgeon coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Where was Ian Blackford coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Where was Hamza, Mr. I'm fucking pro-life, etc., Yusuf coming out and saying that's disgraceful? Where was Anas Sarwar coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Where was Jackson Carlo coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Tory. Where was Ruth Davison coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Where was that little non-binary fucking Patrick Harvey coming out and saying that was disgraceful? Nobody did. Nobody did, because as far as I'm concerned, they are on board. You know, it is disgusting. It's fucking revolting. The fact that parents were not made aware of this, and it goes back to the shit that we were talking about earlier. Well, this anti-racist shit, and a step further back to the stream that we made last week, where the Scottish government are now allowing children to be able to come out as non-binary or pansexual, demi-fluid, butch, etc., all the different plethora of genders, etc., parents don't have to know. You know, there is a serious problem going on, and it's not just in Scotland. I bring up Scotland as an example because it's what I'm familiar with, but it's not just in Scotland, as you've just talked about for the last wee while. It's happening in England. It's happening across the UK. It's happening across Europe. What seems to be happening here is what I've noticed is it's not just a case of disgusting, degenerate bullshit that's going on, but there's also simultaneously and consistent alongside what's happening here is the government in question, wee hats, you know, pulling strings and whatnot. If you're going to go down that route, they're creating a divide between parents and children, but they're deliberately, and it's a concise deliberation, they're going after children specifically. And you have to question why that fucking is. We know why it is, but do Joe Blogs know what it is? You know, I'm not so sure. But yeah, that's an example of what I'm talking about there, what you were talking about. Mary Black, as I said, she brings in some horrible specimen into a primary school without the parents' knowledge to read books to children. And then it transpires that this freak, and I'm being polite in terms of respectful, I don't want to get Scott's Armour stream nuked, this freak transpires is as degenerate as it gets. As I said, their drag queen name was Flowjob. Fucking Flowjob, come on. Presenting books to children. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
I completely concur. I think we've been living in an age for some time, and it's only going to get worse with the normalization that has been put onto the public to exploit children in every fucking sense of the word is mainstreamed in such a way and comes on you so thick and fast that it's hard for parents and the public to keep up with many things. And I think that for many people who can't wake up to what's actually being played out in front of them, they've got their head so far in the sand that I don't even believe having a logical conversation with them about your fears would even raise any suspicion, because the propaganda smashed them that hard.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's just disgusting, you know. it's like when you see these things, because you know damn well that these people are targeting children, it is enough to make you homeschool. But they've made that virtually fucking impossible at this point as well. You know what I mean? If you don't have the finances, how can you even do it? But one last thing, boys, that I want to touch upon tonight as well, just was, can you see my screen?
I was just trying to share my screen on the topic before we move on.
On you go,
Sorry,
bud.
2 seconds, boys.
On
Give me
you
a
go.
second. I'll try and get it up.
I was just going to mention, I was going to play a video, but I can't get to it. It's not allowed on YouTube.
If you have, wait, is it on Telegram or that? I'll share it. I don't give a fuck.
Hirschfeld. Magnus Hirschfeld was the owner of the first transgender clinic,
Uh-huh.
and this was going on in Germany.
What the? That's two Scots armors.
So what you're looking at now,
There's an echo. I only
what
go
you're
video.
looking at now is Magnus himself. There's a street now named after Magnus in Germany, and he had to flee for obvious reasons. His books were burnt. Not many people talk about things like this. So his books were burnt. So they'll tell you it was all novels and nice books that were burnt. But this character was responsible for chopping men's bits up, literature, etc., about making German men feminine. And these are some of the more interesting stories that you won't hear. I wrote a script for Alex. He narrated it. It's a 2-minute video, which is on his archive channel. Very interesting. And it just runs through his career very quickly. But he did a runner. So I just wish that people would look a little bit more into the anti-family unit factions of LGBT, where the ideas come from. It was actually Lenin who first made it legal in Russia and set the precedent for the rest of the West, or the West rather, to follow suit. And that was during his reign, after the Bolshevik and Soviet Russian revolutions. But yes, these ideas are not new ideas, and they are anti-family unit, because everything in nature, be you a dung beetle or a human, knows how to survive and protect your in-group preference.
Yeah.
So you have to thwart that deliberately, and this is done via institutionalization and very clever propaganda. So I refer to my annoyance. I just wish people would look into these things, and then they'll find, oh, this organization is a load of bollocks. It's not natural. It's not loads of gay people coming together to find equality or whatever. No, it's a deliberate attack on Western family units. That's what it is. And eventually this mentality will become stronger and stronger until we see the world we have today. And history is far more interesting, I find, than modern documentaries and people would have you believe. It's why people have no interest in it, because it's very boring, because it's sold as falsehoods and untrue stories. If they were good, if you watch a film, it's a good story, you enjoy it. The problem with the history they've written is they've written it badly, and it's unenjoyable. And we've all got emotional about the war. We've all got emotional in the past on how wonderful someone like Churchill was. And why wouldn't we, when everything in our world led us to believe that it was true? When your teachers, when your parents, when everyone that you look up to is singing that person's praises, and the left and the people that you don't look up to don't. Yeah, of course. He stood for this. He stood for that. Well, what the hell did I know? He didn't stand for me. He didn't stand for the future. And that's like a lot of our heroes. A lot of our heroes are false. Another example I can give you, just to summarize this, is someone like Siegfried Sassoon, who was a great war poet. You'll find he's not a white person. You'll find that a lot of the things that I've gone off the whole poppy thing, for instance. People might get upset by that, but I now have I can't look away from the fact it's the undermining of a huge brother war by simply saying, "Oh, Flanders." This is and no one's taught this. No one learns this because that is the. So if you ask anyone about the First World War, no one really knows about it. You don't see films on it, right? And if you do, they're just about the trenches. And if you learn about it in school, you would just literally sit there talking about how horrific it was to spend time in the Somme, not why it happened, and the cause. Do you know why? Because there's no Nazis to blame. That's the most terrifying thing about the First World War. You cannot blame Nazism. That's why there's not a huge film series. You've got films of Brad Pitt shooting Hitler and things like that. The Great War is a big thorn in the side of historians and everyone else. And if you go and watch and study this, you will hear truth in the lies. By the way, the documentarian or the false info peddler says things, you will know, well, that's a lie. I get it now. And I've got examples in my head, but I have to be really careful. But people will say, due to a ridiculous claims of assassination by one group and complete hatred for this one group, unfounded. And this statement will be said by a documentarian who's being very factual. I mean, they said that one tribe was blamed for the assassination attempt of, I think it was, Ukraine. And then later down the line, the same documentarian said, afterwards he said, which is a ridiculous claim, and it was untrue. Now, how the hell could he know that? Then down the line, he says, this person was assassinated most by the British government. Now, there's no actual proof for that. Most likely by the British government. And the complete bias that you will hear when observing this, you'll think, right, I've just heard a lie. Research that lie, and you'll always find a gem. So, for instance, if you start looking at, say, Russia during the era of the pogroms, go look for opposing literature to the plight of the pogroms, and you won't find it, because ultimately whoever holds academia holds the right to their say. So most of our professors that people would have once looked up to, I now think are just drips that are taught what they're told to read. I now know what that professor is going to say to that professor, because I know their arguments are based on fallacies and bullshit. So all of a sudden, people that were once in your mind intimidating, they seemed intellectual, they were on a pedestal. All of a sudden, you can debunk them. All of a sudden, they don't want to talk to you via voice. These almighty people that would have lectured you till you're blue in the face, all of a sudden you drop a few key points and their bollocks just fall out. And it was a few years ago that it just clicked in my head that I thought, I'm going to go out there and start challenging these people. I thought in the early stages, I'm going to hit some hurdles, I'm going to struggle, I'm surely going to run into some academics, because I was going to lefty marches, I'm dealing with these people left, right and centre, I was talking to people on panels, and to be fair, we just went through them like shit through a goose. And eventually it just clicked in my head that these people are not what we think or what we thought. It's the same now. If you go to Oxford, I guarantee that some of the people in this chat are far more capable than those professors. It's one of the reasons I would say we're lucky to have Alex. He is one of the most irritating troublemakers you can imagine. But his moral compass says he has to be here making audiobooks which get banned so we can't make a living, banned from PayPal, doing good work. But he could have been some leftist toff academic living in a lovely Victorian house somewhere, but his moral compass didn't allow him to do that.
I think for many people, that is a fundamental principle that they just won't break, and that's that morality. I mean, like you touched on it with the family unit and stuff like that. When you've got people that are so grounded, they can give off a perception that comes across in the wrong way, but they're probably the most well-being people that you can come across. And that's just genuinely from my own experience in life with different people. I think people who have morality are people that you should probably take a wee bit, I would say serious, but I would take them more on good faith than those that don't, because at least they have a line that they won't cross and they're a good judge of character. They have that, like I says, the word for it's principles. If you've got a group of men or a group of women that have principles, it's something to build upon rather than the cesspit degeneracy and
But
it's,
Scott's armor, morality in disarray will never beat immorality in unity. So whilst the people that united have no rules and no morals other than to stick together and be evil as possible, our morality is a detriment to us whilst we're apart. Until we can truly unite, get on, and stop allowing the barriers to get in the way, it's a weakness.
I would have to say you might have a point to a certain degree, but
Obviously, we need our moral line. Everyone needs to keep their moral line, but it would be a lot more powerful because at the minute, our opposition doesn't need to bother with morality. They can be as cruel as they like because they
no,
have the power.
I would certainly agree with that. But the thing is, if you want to call it the left or like Marxist or socialist, I just call them evil. That's exactly what they are. The, at least you know where you stand with them, and I think for a lot of people, it's easy to get caught in the crossfire with crowds. Like a lot of young student types, for example, they're quite impressionable with the way they see the world. So, like you're saying there, they go into these college and university campuses and they'll have conversations with the lecturers and they'll influence a worldview standpoint on them. And they'll take that on good faith because they've been told you go to school, you go to college, you go to university, you listen to these people will then shape you and make you a contributor to the world. But there's experiences within life, at least this is my own opinion, mate. I'm not trying to disparage you in any way. There's experiences in life where there comes a cut point for people that can just, that's it, the veil has came across. I'm not saying that will happen for everyone, but I think it will happen for some people as time goes on and they see how depraved the left actually are with how they want to take society.
I'm hoping that all communities will see it and we won't have to scream from the rooftops, you know?
What's your
I mean, I
thoughts on
found
that,
it very
DJ?
funny that the media are daring to talk about they're worried about feminism and gays in Afghanistan. You know, there is a FGM problem over here. You know, Muslim women suffer inanely in these countries. There's loads of things they could do if they really cared about these people.
I think that's one of the the things that the kind of keep subtle with their plays. It's how they use other groups and people, if you want to call them like oppressed or minority groups, they use them as pawn pieces effectively to kind of try and take that higher ground. So that if you kind of object or you give a counter debate or conversation point, you're by their design, how they structure it, you're always going to look like the bad person. But as you highlighted there, Nicola Sturgeon, for example, shouting to Boris Johnson and all the rest of it, you need to do more. You need to take more Afghans in. Right, okay. So where's the middle class in Scotland who have come out in abundance and said, you know what, we'll take these people into our house. Sturgeon as well, people in the SNP, we'll take them into our homes. These people are on well-paid jobs. They could afford to do it, but they won't. But you'll never get anyone who will challenge them within the press or the government themselves. It has to take a point of person within their situation to actually wake up and start questioning things. Because if it constantly comes from our side of the fence, we won't hit as many people as what we're hoping to actually wake up to the problems that are currently at hand.
Being white in this country or your country is like standing next to a car while the car alarm goes off. If you walk away, you look like you've just tried to break into it. And if you stand there, you look guilty. And it's the same with when you're asked something about race. If you argue about it, you're a racist. And if you don't say anything, you're just, you got to just take it on the chin or accept that whites are all evil. You're not allowed to say anything. You know, you look guilty by just defending your argument. Basically, you're not allowed to say, well, that's not fair, because then you're defending hatred. The argument's gone so far now that it's genuinely okay to hate on us. Like I keep referring to, I'm just so disappointed that more people aren't more vocal on this. But then again, how would we know? Because we don't really know how many people have been banned for it, do we? We don't really know how bad the problem is of how many Facebooks have really been banned. Instagrams, Twitters, only they know how many people have actually. And I made a video once. Sorry to interrupt you, about hate crime stats, and I said it'd be really interesting for you to actually release them, because in theory, if you're telling us there's this many hate crime stats, surely it becomes such a high number you have to listen to it. So if you're telling me there's a huge amount of people complaining about one group, then why are you defending the group? Why can't we look into that? You're telling me there's a majority of people in this country that are so-called committing hate crimes. Well, what you're telling me is there's a huge lump of this country that need to be listened to. So let's see. Let's see these statistics, and then I put this video out, and someone comes back with, "Here's the government statistics." I look at it, and there's nothing that tells me what a hate crime is. It doesn't tell me what the hate crimes are. It just gives me some charts telling me this is what I'm supposed to believe. 64% here, anti-Semitism this, and the information is gathered from, quote, multiple anti-racist organizations, which means fuck all.
Yeah.
So let's see all of these hate crimes. We'll have someone literally go through tens of thousands of them, see if they're hate crimes at all or if they're a load of bollocks. And if they're true, surely that is a mass representation, a body of people that should be listened to.
Yeah. But the problem is, I just don't buy the statistics, you know. I just think they're fabricated to fuck her.
They're done on Facebook, DJ. So, for instance, Resisting Hate was caught. They lost their funding, and they actually used to meet with police. They used to count.
Same with Tell Mama. They lost their funding.
Yeah, that's it. Well done. Yeah, Tell Mama was involved, and they would literally count what you said on Twitter as a hate crime, and would log that and get funding as a result. So this was going into the government statistics as a hate crime, because some anonymous. So we don't even know who said it. They could have been making the bloody accounts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do remember that Tell Mama. What was it? Was it 2017, maybe 18? They lost government funding. Why they were getting government funding in the first fucking place is beyond me. But like, it was legitimately like the articles that I remember reading at the time said that they lost funding for fabricating statistics. I was like, oh well.
That was Roanna Carton-Taylor who was guilty of it. Roanna Carton-Taylor, and she was in association with someone called Fiers Miguel. And they was space. So that's why when I looked at those statistics and I read the bit, this is gathered from various. I know what it means. It means absolutely sweet fuck all.
Exactly, man. It's just bullshit. It's just total fucking tripe. I mean, there was videos. I'm not going to play them like they now, but Police Scotland. They had all these BAMEs doing all these videos a few years ago, and it was like was like some Pakistani guy, and whether or not he was an actor or whether or not he was a genuine taxi driver. But he was one example. Then there was some other woman, another Pakistani woman, of course, who worked in some sort of kebab shop, and they were talking about all the so-called racial abuse that they receive all the time, etc., when they're just trying to do their job, and it's like hate crime. It was hate crime promotion, so to speak. It was like it's the same with the terminology of racist. That word in and of itself, the goalposts have been well and truly shifted. So it's very difficult to distinguish what could be genuinely considered a so-called hate crime and what is just somebody saying something that is a bit nasty. Irrespective, I just don't buy these stats. But the worst part about it is, though, like the vast, America's a classic example of that, though. Like the vast majority of interracial crime that occurs is blacks on whites. Don't want to talk about that. Same in Britain. Don't want to talk about that. It's only when whites do things. And again, it's the goalposts are well and truly shifted in terms of what they're actually doing. Whites, for the vast majority, obviously we have our own shower of shite in our own community, but they pale in significance, I should say, in terms of what blacks do. But no, we have to focus on what the whites do. That's the way it fucking goes. But yeah, the last thing, guys, I really want to play this video just for you. It's only 30 seconds long. I want to share my screen. It's just Nicola Sturgeon, and I want to get you boys' opinion on this. I think Scott's Armour, I've heard your opinion on this, but yours, Vinny, it'd be interesting. So when you can see the screen, okay, the Telegram on, right? So I'll have to turn my speaker up here. I've learned always. But here we go.
So there's no doubt uptake figures are exceptionally good, and I want to stress the point, there are still eligible people out there who are not yet vaccinated, and that does pose a risk to you if you are one of them, and indeed to all of us, because it means that our overall level of population immunity is not as high as it could be. So if you are 16 or over and haven't yet done so, please do get vaccinated now. You just need to turn up at a drop-in centre. You can find out where the centre nearest to you is by going on to the NHS Inform website or check the social media pages of your local NHS board.
Aye. So, obviously, just in case anybody didn't catch that, she said, so there's no doubt uptake figures are exceptionally good, but I want to stress this point. There are still eligible people out there who are not yet vaccinated, and that does pose a risk to you if you are one of them, and indeed to all of us, because it means that our overall level of population immunity is not as high as it could be. This terminology of immunity, population immunity, this is some new shit that they're throwing about now. And it's really fucking annoying me because, as we know, the UN and whatnot, or should I say the WHO, which is the UN, let's be honest, they changed the definition of what herd immunity means. Like, it's gone from
any organization with Europe or world in its name, right, it can go away, it can fuck right off. Who is it speaking for? I want nothing to do with it. Any organization with world in its name, get away from me. United Nations, get away from me. This internationalist bullshit. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, totally fucking agree. I can't stand them. I fucking hate them. But it's like we've gone from herd immunity, which is a certain amount of people within a populace contracting a virus, if you're going to go down that route, and then they obviously develop antibodies that are immune, etc. But they've changed the definition now, and now it's wrangled around this idea of enough people being vaccinated. Like herd immunity is going out the window in favor of, as Nicola Thinlips was talking about there, enough people being vaccinated, then will obtain immunity. But like, this is what really annoys me about it, is because at the same time, we're told consistently, it's common knowledge, that people that have been vaccinated, quote unquote, and I say quote unquote because it's not a vaccine, they say that you can contract the virus, quote unquote, virus, because I don't think it exists, But that's here nor there. You can still contract it. You can still transmit it, etc., etc. So the only real difference between somebody who is not vaccinated, quote unquote, and somebody who is that the aforementioned. The only difference is one's been vaccinated, one has not been. But this is where we're at now. You know, so the pressure's been piled on now in Scotland because this bitch is talking constantly. You know, it was in the media yesterday as well, that record level of cases with their flimsy PCR tests, etc., etc. But it's like they're trying to imply that everybody needs to be vaccinated, and only then will we be able to achieve population immunity. And it's just bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Well,
you
I'm
have to
going to
ask
do
yourself.
the audience a favour, and I'm going to name the chairman of the 5 main groups giving out these jabs.
Go
I'm
on.
going to say no more. Johnson & Johnson, the CEO is Alex Gorski. Feel free to go and have a look at him.
I'm going to do it now.
AstraZeneca, Leif Johansson. Go have a look at him. Pfizer, Albert Bourla, Bourla. Bourla. Moderna is the CEO is Stefan Bancel, and Sputnik is Ginzburg. So all 5 of these major organizations which are peddling the vaccine, there's no white person there to represent us. There's no black person there to represent black people. It just seems strange that one group would have such a high interest in this, and that's all I'm willing to say. So I'm a little bit tired of people still thinking that politics and all this sort of jibber jabber means a thing, or that something exists just because people say it does on the ITV. Everyone believes they've been lied to in the last few years, but they don't believe they've been lied to in history. All of a sudden, everyone's woken up, have they? All of a sudden, everyone's, we've been lied to. The BBC are liars. Well, why is it you can't admit that in your history books as well, then? Anyway, I've said enough on that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the thing you just posted to me there. Fuck's sake. Yeah.
It's worthwhile pointing out that the guy for Pfizer that Vinny just mentioned was also top man of the FDA in America from 2017 to 2019.
One of the CEOs is also a fact checker for Rothschild. So go figure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bit of a weird one.
Fuck's sake. Imagine my shock.
I watched this video and it was about a guy from. So I'm pretty sure that I'd said this on a stream a few weeks ago and I shared it initially on my channel. But there was a chat for some laboratory for a group down south. And when they were looking at this for people that have, it's like a certain type of antibody that you've got within your immune system. And they're called, what he had specifically called on this video that I was watching, the gold standard. Now, when you get your first jab, those gold standard antibodies actually drop. Like they deplete through us as a direct consequence of getting that first vaccination. Then when you get your second one, that sends that even further back. And based on the data that they have got since then, the only conclusion that they can say, right, this is a fundamental thing that needs to happen now, is for everybody to get their boosters so that when it comes into cold and flu season, ultimately it will offer us some protection because the damage from the jabs initially has effectively wiped out all those gold standard antibodies within the immune system. So make of that what you want, folks, but that came directly from the mouth of a guy who works with this stuff every day. I will specifically dig out the video I will clip it in the comments so that you can get it for future use. But I did make a point of saying this on a previous stream, and I have shared it on my channel as well.
Aye. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot off because I've got work in the morning. Like I know, I'm getting really tired now. But yeah, no, I agree. I
Is
think.
there any final words you've got to say? We could just wrap it up because it is a
Yeah,
Sunday
we're
night.
past the 2 hour mark now. Like, but I've got work in the morning, so I'm gonna have to fuck off. But yeah, if there's anything you two want to ramble on about, fair enough. I'll wait until you finish it. Like it makes me sound pure rude there, but I'm really getting tired now.
No, that's absolutely fine. I feel the same myself. I just want to drop my Odyssey in the chat. And anyone else that wants to find me, please find me on Telegram. And do excuse any of the beef that I get into with people. I do apologise for my lack of professionalism. Sometimes conflict breeds resolution, and sometimes it's better to just face things and go through people than it is to let them just babble. So anyway, I'll also get my Telegram as well. Bear with me.
Just to further touch on as well, for the folks who may watch this when we come off, Vinny's and DJ's links and Phil will be in the description box as well.
Aye. Yeah, they're already there. Eh? Didn't even realise that.
Gannon, thanks very much for staying with us, mate. You have a nice one. Hopefully see you again soon, mate.
You will do. Take care, boys, and it's been a charming session. See you soon. Oh, and think for yourself. Take care.
Nice one, mate. Ta-ra.
Oh, he's away.
I think before him all wrapping that up.
He's away. Fair enough. But aye, fair enough, man. But I'm gonna have to fuck off. Like I've got a few people that I need to speak to before I go to bed. Like, but I'm fucking knackered, mate.
Right, have a good one, mate.
Thanks for having me on again. I don't even know what I say at this point. I'm like fucking, I'm like a regular guest there. But you know what I mean. Always a pleasure, and thanks to everyone in the chat. I'll be honest, boys and ladies, if there is any in there, I haven't really looked at the chat tonight because the vast majority of my time has been sharing my screen, so I haven't been looking at the chat. But always a pleasure, nonetheless. And I'm going to go to sleep and carry my fucking bucket around the building. Can't wait. But I need to go to bed. Like. So
well, I'm just going to wrap this up as well, mate. Chat, thanks very much for being with us tonight. You're all appreciated, and I hope you've all had a good weekend. Hopefully, it's a good week ahead, and be kind to one another. And good night.
Aye.
I'm lonesome since across the hill and o'er the moor and valley. Such grievous thoughts my heart do fill since parting with my Sally. I seek no more the fine or gay, for each does but remind me how swift the hours did pass away with the girl I left behind me. Oh, ne'er shall I forget the night the stars are bright above me, and gently lent their silvery light when first she vowed to love me. But now I'm bound to Brighton, camp kind heaven, then pray guide me, and send me safely back again to the girl I left behind me. I'm lonesome
One more
since
time.
across the hill and o'er the moor and valley. Such grievous thoughts my heart do fill since parting with my Sally. I seek no more the fine or gay, for each does but remind me how swift the hours did pass away with the girl I left behind me. Oh, ne'er shall I forget the night the stars are bright above me, and gently lent their silvery light when first she vowed to love me. But now I'm bound to Brighton camp, kind heaven, then pray guide me, and send me safely back again to the girl I left behind me.
Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that the other two have their microphones muted for some reason, and therefore,
I'm here,
because
Al.
it is myself.
D-Live has told me, right, I'm clicking on the D-Live thing, and it's saying, we're having trouble streaming your destination. It is possible your server URL stream key is invalid. So I'm going to wait on Chris for that. I've messaged him and see if we can figure that out. So, which is annoying because people would have clicked on the D-Live link instead. But anyway, here we are. We're present, as you can see. And
I think, have you got a D-Live account? It's worth saying in the chat about it because there's quite a few people watching there. If you just post the YouTube link, it says streamer is offline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know why it says streamer is offline.
Mm.
Chris has told me that it should work. So, Al, could you open with some news? I'll give him a ring.
Yes, of course, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a lot of stuff happening in America. Apparently in DC, there's been massive scale scuffles between hundreds of Antifa and hundreds of Proud Boys. And the end result is Antifa having their ass handed to them, but Proud Boys getting 4 people stabbed. Now, the way that it works in America is that if you're a filthy communist wielding a knife against citizenry, you deserve. We're going to redact the next portion. But there was also a riot shield that had a very interesting phrase thereupon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you all pay attention to t.me/the reality report, you will have noticed that that specific post that I'm referring to has gone out 3 or so times. So if you type into t.me/the reality report, riot shield, all one word, you will come across some interesting things to observe and gloat and smugly forward to your friends because it's funny. The scale of the hubris, that is. When the enemy is very hubristic, they become sloppy and they make mistakes. These mistakes can be used for long-term archives of red-pilling people way, way into this here decade. So I remain very optimistic that the scale of salt-frothing seething that we are about to witness when Trump gets into office again for his second term on the 20th, will be great. And as it stands currently,
Right, so I don't think we're going to be
We're
able to
not
get
allowed-
D-Live working today.
we're not allowed
Doesn't
black
matter.
votes.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Anyway, moving swiftly on. I was working on something interesting over the weekend, which I was prompted to work on thanks to George's here, which is going to explain very quickly the victimization of the Catholic Church and how it was used basically as a scapegoat for disasters. And when it was got rid of, it wasn't just got rid of, it was besmirched, it was disrespected, and the stain is still there for everyone to go and see. You can still go and see this disrespect advertised even in architecture that you look at and think is beauty, is actually a two-finger salute to Catholicism to this day. Now, we have been, we've had issues on DLive, and we advertised it as our first DLive. So I can imagine people probably are just thinking we're not live. So if people could share this on platforms that we're not on, e.g. the Facebooks and so on, I'd genuinely appreciate that. Only why DLive's done this to us, I don't know. It's China. China, Alex.
Sir, I was told to exercise the suprememost standards of self-restraint, and you're not helping, sir. I was told to sip my delicious alcoholic beverage and not indulge in either redacted or black pills or China. Wait, if we're not on DLive, can we go through what's happening in China with the leaks? That'll be great news. So. We'll definitely cover that.
Well, hang on. Because knowing our luck, DLive will just activate and we'll get China'd. Get Chinesed.
Look, I have a really, really important question. Why next to me on this stream is there a very little image of Vinny? What, I don't believe there's a
because
second Vinny on the stream.
He must cater to his highmost standards of metrosexuality, sir. And that necessarily involves having an image gazing back at himself because it helps with his...
he's squatting in my box. He's looking to me from the left and he's on top of me on the right. You know, I'm literally surrounded by Vinny. I don't like this. Ganging up on me.
And if you look, that's actually the gates of number 10.
I knew it was. I lived there for a short period myself. Very nice place.
I bet you did.
Absolutely. Little known fact. Oh, dear.
Now, before I go on about the thing that I was doing at the weekend, shall I give the whole thing away? I don't see why not. The footage is done.
No, it'll be a good discussion, to be honest. I don't think anyone else will be doing it before we've released it.
Well, yeah, and obviously we've done it now anyway. So the point being, the piece itself is a short piece. It won't be any longer than 20 minutes to half an hour, hopefully nothing longer than that. But it just explains the only standing church in the City of London. Now, that might sound ridiculous, but the City of London isn't London. City of London is the financial sector of London with its own laws, its own police, its own, basically, it's its own place and entity. It has a unique privilege. If you're a banker, etc., there's only a specific certain set of people that can tell you off or even arrest you if you're in that area. So basically, this place has also had law within it before our own parliament existed because it's our financial capital. So what makes this place so important is that the country's finances and the foreign finances are going to come into here. All the big wigs are going. Canary Wharf isn't the place. Bank, the city, etc. Now, for there to be only one Catholic church is a clear representation of the removal of power, but it's much deeper than that because the church isn't meant to be there. It's only there because they extended their boundary. There was no extension of invitation to Catholicism once they unbanned it. It was a simple case of we're going to stretch it further into the borough of Hackney, and it just so happens this church is in it. So the fact that this is the only church within the City of London, and that's sort of what the story's called, the last church of London, when it's obviously not the last church of London. It's the only Catholic church within the City of London. And to not be invited, but the contrast, what's so important about this is the contrast of the story in comparison with the synagogue just down the road, which has suffered no issues for hundreds of years, and suspiciously found itself founded at the same time as Catholicism was flying kicked by the likes of Cromwell and so on, or the Henry VIIIs of this world. Georges, do you want to have a say before because I could carry on?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so basically what Vinny's talking about is there's only one Catholic church within the City of London. It's St Mary Moorfields, a beautiful church, but very hidden. And what's really interesting about it is what is now the City of London used to be London in its entirety. This was the London, the walls, and the area just around it. This was the extent of the city. And so when in 1553, I believe, 1559 with Elizabeth I, Catholicism was finally kicked out after Mary Tudor died. There was never another Catholic church since, and they really took advantage of the Great Fire of London in 1666, and everything was burnt down. Said, right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make an entirely new city in a new direction. We're declaring our separation from all the Catholicism of Europe and all our ancestors and our traditions. We're going to build a new church. We're going to blame the fire on the papists, which they did several times. The Catholics were to blame for the fire of London, and we're going to start this massive rejection at the same time as they make the Jews legal. So Judaism and the Jews were re-permitted into England in mid 1600s by Oliver Cromwell, who was only too keen to let them in. And the moment William of Orange comes to the throne, they build this synagogue there, which has been running to this day. But there's not been a church in the city of London until 1994. I just thought it was an interesting comparison. The privilege extended to a foreign minority versus the persecution of what was, until 100 years before, the religion of the land, and had been for over a millennium.
By a man who's supposed to be heavily Christian. And even if he didn't agree with Catholicism, he is literally throwing out a form of Christianity, the original form of Christianity, for outside entities. Now, that's not much. That's not a Christian action, is it?
No. Someone in the chat makes a very good comment, actually. He says that 1666 was the year that Sabati Zevi declared himself the Messiah for the Jews. And it's true, that was that the same year as the Great Fire of London was when, I believe he was a Dutch Jew, declared himself a Messiah and caused a whole load of...
Basically Hegelian shenanigans.
A lot of Hegelian shenanigans, a lot of death, a fake apostasy in front of the Turks. The Turks say we're going to put him to death. He then converts to Islam, and then once he escapes, he's still a Jew. It's all typical. Anyway, so that's the project. It's very, very interesting because, I mean, what we're looking at today, we're nationalists, and we're looking at the situation now from an ethnic point of view. The situation has shifted from what it was back in 1666, because back then, the war that the enemy was using against our people was not a racial one in the same sense it is now. It was a religious one. They were using the wedge of religion to drive people apart and starting false religions for that purpose. Whereas now, religion is so dead in people's minds, and they've managed to move people that would have been impossible to move to this country 400 years ago. But it ceased to be a religious question, but it's all the same trend, to be honest. The destruction of the power of the church and of old Europe and all of its institutions, its monarchies, is very much part of today our struggle with immigration and with ethnic replacement. It's the same thing.
And interestingly, also, I visit another couple of locations which leave their mark and add their blame to the Great Fire of London, including the monument itself, which I go to and point out a specific line which blames the papists of Catholicism, the Pope in particular. I think the term was popish for reaping.
Popish fury, which wrought this horror, has still not ceased. I think was the quote.
Popish horror is all you need to hear. You know, once you hear popish horror, you know that is basically the blame. So this stunning, huge monument you see isn't built in respect. It's quite the opposite. It's built in disrespect in order to blame, and that is how you propagandize your power takeover. So if you're using religiosity or theism to take over, you know, not you know, a lot of people can't even read. But if you stick a monument there and say,
By the way, go ahead, pardon.
well, back in the day, people didn't have phones, etc. They had to go around saying Catholics started the Great Fire of London. They need to really make people believe it's a good thing for them to return to Protestantism and blame the Catholics. I mean, how ridiculous is that? So the suggestion is the Pope wanted all of these churches and people burned, etc., to aid Catholicism. That is completely laughable.
Before I forget this point, by the way, the reason why historical analyses and looking at history is important, this is an answer for the audience who might be wondering why we consider history to be very important. Anyone who understands what has happened in history, not the false narratives, but the real narratives, understands rather is inoculated to certain things that are happening currently in the present. So, for example, race war instigation has happened in the past, not by the not cultists, by the adherents of the Austrian painter, shall we say, because it's YouTube and it's dangerous to even mention his name. So, the adherents of the Austrian painter, it's not necessary to only fixate on that part of history. Even only in recent history, you can analyze what the various factions have been doing, right? And learn from it, and then never fall into the traps that they present to you again. That's the point of waxing and deliberating on history, ladies and gentlemen. As you were, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you make a valid point. People really do. And it is a very clever trick of...
They want those short attention span dullards who don't understand what has happened in the past because they won't be able to put the pieces together about what's happening in the present. Basically,
so. Make nationalism about the Second World War. They try and relate everything to the 30s and 40s.
Way bigger than that.
Yeah, it's our history is a massive entity that needs looking into, and to try and relate...
get to be pigeonholed by the insecure.
And to try and relate modern nationalism or any form of nationalism, just because you're a Slovak or you're a Brit, you're talking about your roots, etc. Why have you got to be hearing about this sort of propagandized version of Nazism and things like that? We're not talking about that. It's got nothing to do with it. Do you know how many times?
The denial of ethnic in-group interests only goes one way. Has to be mentioned for the audience. There's only one group of people in the world who are not allowed to assert and preserve their own ethnic in-group interests.
I think what you're saying is correct. It's a falsification of history. Now, the 30s and 40s are exceptionally important because of their effects on our current age and the problems we have that have been unresolved as a result of it. But it's worth noting that the Austrian painter and his colleagues were very up on history. Throughout the entire war, there was a lot of reading going on about Frederick the Great, for example, and how he had led the Germans, and stuff from the Roman authors, etc. They took a great deal of interest in their history because history is a mistress of truth. It's a teacher of truth, and any politician or anyone wanting to know anything about politics who doesn't know their history is going to fall into those same mistakes. We have to learn from both the good and bad examples and know how our people have been treated before so as not to get fooled again. It's like the Who says.
Well, all forms of education in those sort of fields is done via history, past cases, etc. You have to study. Without history, you cannot form a skill base for the future. If I was going to learn politics in a sixth form, I'd be studying the past, wouldn't I? That's how I'd assess how things have changed and how I'd move forward. If I wanted to go into, I don't know, being a civil servant or it's some sort of government role. I don't think Alex would be good in a government role.
Oh, no, he'd be one of these glorious weirdos they want to recruit, They're always asking for people with bizarre minds. So I think Alex would surely be top of the list the bizarre gift.
So selling my soul to the Conservatives does not suit me well, and I reject it forthrightly and immediately because they signed up to the WHO to give them monies such that they can biometrically track the Britannic population, thus selling biometric data of British citizenry, sovereign citizenry, to glow-ho WHO and pharmaceutical cabal.
I see. Everything's always in the service of capital.
Well, I will point out as well, obviously, I do pop to St. Paul's, and I say a few interesting words in St. Paul's. I won't give it all away, but the same person who was responsible for St. Paul's was also responsible for some of the blame the papists were taking for the Great Fire of London, and this is mentioned on the monument.
So Christopher Wren, yeah, he built both of them, and the local aldermen, so the councillors of London at the time, insisted that an inscription be put on both in Latin and in English to say that essentially it was popish malice that wrought the fire. And I struggle to see the evidence, because the whole idea the monument was put there was the monument was set up on Pudding Lane where the bakery had been.
Why would you burn down St. Paul's? Why would you burn down any vicinity near St. Paul's? It was a Gothic Catholic beauty. To suggest that they wanted to burn it down is ludicrous. It only screams that the Protestants would have burnt it down, because as we all know, it's a trick to blame your opposition of what you're doing, because it's the Protestants that wanted that property gone, not the Catholics. So why would the Catholics burn their own? They burn your property down, Protestants. They wouldn't burn their property down. So the question still remains: was it this baker, or was it these Protestants that started the fire? Because if I was to believe the monument or what history is sold as, I'd say, oh, Catholics started the Great Fire of London. What arseholes? Oh, really? Where is this council of Catholics that make this body of decision? What, across Spain and etc. and Italy? They all just come together today and said, yeah, I got a great idea. You know what? I love burning people. It's great. And the Pope just leans out the window. He goes, right, I need you to get down to Pudding Lane. I need you to start a fire in this particular building. No.
No, I mean, it could well have happened by accident. The time of night it started,
yeah, of course, yeah.
And the baking routines that bakers still follow to this day of baking at night so they can sell in the morning. It makes a lot of sense. The modern architecture, but to blame it on the papists was.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that was false attribution. It may not have been a false flag in itself, but they certainly took great advantage of it to go with the plot that the Catholics trying to kill the king. And ultimately, it was the idea of these plots fomenting in the minds of the English as a result of these Protestant propagandists, which led to he had to flee the country. When William of Orange came and James II had to flee, and they installed a Protestant leader instead. That's because the people had been turned so much against it, they believed anyone who was showing the slightest sympathy to Catholics was an enemy of England. And it reminds me of today, with all the hysteria people are getting over the masks, for example. Do this or you're killing Granny. It's very much the same hysteria. There was no reason for people to get as worked up as they did, but they were skillfully manipulated, and people are easy to manipulate. And that's the sad thing. But we can learn from those lessons and, realize that if people make accusations, they need to be fought very, very well. And if people inscribe them in architecture, I think one thing we've learned today, which was less prevalent then, is the glorious art of graffiti. And removing such inscriptions is both a moral and a civic duty.
But the joke is, which I show in the film, they've not quite removed it, have they? Because they still, in a newer plaque, give reference to what it said. So there's still the stain there. Instead of getting rid of it and just getting rid of the lie, they still, and bear in mind, it's the sort of place that tourists will flock to. When I was there was a tour guide being given there, which, much to my irritation, as you can imagine, Georges, hearing what they say,
Yeah, absolutely. The glorious architecture of it. It's an amazing monument. Don't get me wrong. The idea of something that tall, which you can climb right to the top of. So you imagine you've got this entirely burned down London. There's no tall buildings apart from St. Paul's Cathedral and the monument. You can look straight between them in those days. It must have been absolutely fantastic people to see.
Well, I'm not going to lie.
Tall.
I've seen it many times, and it's surrounded disturbingly by the usual Globo bullshit brand new buildings, ugly multi-million-pound buildings, and then in the middle is this old, beautiful structure, and it hits you. You walk around the corner and you go, "Wow, Jesus!" But they really have destroyed its surrounding. It looks like it could be. You just walk out of Liverpool Street. You know, they've not preserved it. They've preserved the monument itself, but they've made no effort to allow people to see it. I am really surprised they've allowed 2 borderline skyscrapers either side of it. You can't see it for love nor money until you stumble across it, and it's massive. But the point I was making is, people come from China, people come from all over, and it's written in Latin anyway, where it was. But the point is, it still says on the plaque. Oh, we lost Georges. It still says on the plaque. It was removed. This is what it said, and this is when it was removed. So it's still letting people know by proxy that Catholics took the blame. It's very sneaky. You can't just say, this is what it said, but it was removed in this year. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it was removed. What you're telling us is that this was made and they blamed the Catholic papists for the Great Fire of London. And like I said, it probably was an accident, but it just, when you blame people under that premise, under such a ludicrous premise, it just smacks of guilt. You there, Al?
Cultural deconstruction has been a heritage of supreme decision makers throughout the centuries, but if I am to remark on such, it will be far too specific. And YouTube have been very, very iffy about everything as of recently.
How much have you drunk today?
A proportionate and good amount, my good man. It has been good for a cloudy, cozy day of ceaseless work and focus on multiple tabs. Oh, the news cycle has done me in, and I'm somewhat tired. Usually at this time, I'm very lively, but today I'm on a cycle of sleeping during the night and being awake during the day.
You sound like you had a stroke. You sound like you had a stroke.
It's called being. So if you wake up at 4:30 a.m., by this point in time in the day, you are a little knackered. I mean, it is approaching. Anyway, we should go on with the news. There has been a massive data leak.
Imperial lifestyle. Stop sleeping in coffee.
There is no controlling the sleeping cycle, sir. It is a thing that has a life and will and agency of its own. Besides, there's barely any sun to get. So it's weird. It's the case where the sleeping cycle is all over the place because the sun isn't out on some days, and then it feels like a second night, sir. Anyway.
Yes, Will. Keith.
So apparently, all of China's assets in the West have been revealed, sir.
Anyway, I hate to. I'm back. I know you missed me. Internet went down for a moment, but don't worry.
Like the deserts miss the rain, Georges. Like the deserts miss the rain.
Oh, that is the most beautiful thing you've ever said on stream, I think. That's very touching. Absolutely.
I am. I just, I have that effect. I sit on the furniture and it just weakens.
Well, you're such a poet. I mean, I can imagine when you sit on furniture, it weakens. I mean, no offense meant, but it's only meant to bear so much weight.
Not a single instance of hubris has been had this evening. Not one singular instance.
I basically, so that in case you do remember anything you wanted to comment on it, I was done summarizing the fact that by just putting it on the plaque saying, this was here, but it was deleted now. It's still by proxy, lets everyone know the Catholics took the blame. So it's all very well taking it off. It's, you know, you take it off in Latin and put it on in English, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and it had been there as well in English before, several different inscriptions.
Yeah, but I couldn't see where that was because...
No, they didn't write any note about, there was no plaque commemorating it. In a way, I think it's good they put a note that what line had been there and had been removed in 1830, because people should remember it wasn't until 1829 that Catholicism was made legal again in England. So you're looking at, what year was it that Judaism became legal again here? I think it's the 1640s, is it 1650s, that Cromwell gets in contact with the with Dutch rabbis, and they persuade him to make it legal again, ending the 300-year ban on Judaism. But it won't be until 1829 that Catholicism is allowed in this country, even though there had been Catholics in this country thousands of years. English Catholics had been the only religion of the country since the people converted from paganism. So it's just amazing. It just shows how much they can take from your identity. But those in power have this ability to pass laws that will totally change your country forever. And they're doing it now racially, but they were doing it before religiously. And it's the same abuse of power, the same idea that you want to control something and get rid of a culture. And as someone's... Go on.
Let's not forget that now it might be a cultural thing, but then that wasn't an option. It was the introduction of liberal values, you know, and the long term, the beginning of what we eventually knew as the long march through the institutions. It was the beginning of everything. You know, they was doing as much damage then as they could. So it's not a case of they didn't think of immigration, etc. It just wasn't an option. It wouldn't have sold. There's no way that any British public would have gone for it at the time. So they wanted to harm society. Let's have it right. The foundations of the C of E, for instance, had nothing to do with the connection with Christ. And this is, you know, I'm not a theist. I was raised Catholic, but I'm not, and I'm saying this. And the C of E had nothing to do with connection with Christ's body, you know, the Holy Spirit, nothing like that. It was basically a change of power. The narcissism in Henry and the influences around Henry that wanted to reintroduce certain ethics, shall we say, to Britain that had been told they couldn't be there. And it was based around undoing strict laws and national basically things of national interest, because I might not be a theist and I might think that we'd be better off without it. But in primitive times, and I weigh them up, it certainly seems to me that Catholicism was the enemy of those that wanted to change Europe or bring in liberal values, because Catholicism is very true to its nature. It's old-fashioned, it follows a strict code, whereas when you start changing things and so-called reforming them, you can just sort of make it up as you go along, can't you? I mean, you know, it's the argument of Alex and I that the whole thing's made up. But when you start, if you're going to stick with the text, so be it. You've got an argument for me. You can say my text is X amount of 1,000 years old, blah blah blah. But if you're going to come at me with King Henry VIII or Martin Luther language, then, you know, I'm not going to take it seriously.
Yeah. Now, there's a point raised in the chat which I think is very fair, because here we are. We're speaking about, you know, this old school Catholicism of pre-Reformation days, and indeed up until very, very recently. And someone's saying in the chat, but what about the Pope and his interference in political affairs, accepting migrants, etc., and all parts of the...
Yeah, of course. That's just as bad. But that's not a representation. Yeah. I mean, that's.
It's got to be answered though. Ultimately, there is a huge problem with what the current Pope is doing, with what the papacy has been doing since the 1960s. But it's all part of the same combat. Ultimately, the combat between the Masonic, Marxist, Hebraic influence in the church, which has been seeking to infiltrate and corrupt for some time in order to control Europe and the world, because if you control Europe, you control the world. And so they infiltrated it. And in the 60s, you have this council, the Second Vatican Council, which basically gave these people a free card. And ever since then, you've had these liberal popes. So what you're seeing right now with the Pope and his pro-immigrant stuff, or his Marxist stuff, or his pro-homosexual stuff, this is far from a true representation of Catholicism. And so these, there used to be a saying, oh, you think you're more Catholic than the Pope? Well, I think there's a lot of Catholics these days who are more Catholic than the Pope.
Sir, I believe that you can summarize it with 3 or 4 words with historical high-level standards of subversion. This is the latest in a long, long, long line of subversion, and it can be noted. And
it's so
yes,
weird.
Yes, but the point is that our gripes are not with I don't know, Christians who have a firm belief in traditionalism and the preservation of their own culture, morality, society, standards, etc. I consider them allies, designated such. But what we see in the Catholic Church, in the papacy specifically, is very, very late stage and historical level subversion. It can all be summarized with that admittance. And so long as we can move beyond that and then sculpt Christianity into something that can actively preserve the Anglosphere West, I believe it can have still usage in this decade and century.
You can say it, Alex. Georgius is heavily religious. The Pope is a deep, he is an asset of criminality.
So you showed last time on the screen something particularly.
Yeah, we won't go there again.
We're not going to.
I will try to go back to the debate and get me to make vowels. Good.
It's not a matter of. It's not a matter of that, sir. But the point is that there is a secular region of the right wing in England that need to understand that
Catholicism, yes. And I will debate a Catholic on the reality of theism, but I do not look at the Pope and think that he represents the people that go to church on a Sunday. He does not. He is no different than the EU or certain families and, institutions.
By the way, Mr. G, take not offense to this. It is merely a necessary prerequisite to answer such fundamental questions that are on the minds, that are at the they're at the forefront. Don't worry, he'll get used to it as time goes on. But when there are certain questions at the very, very, very forefront most of people's minds, and so long as they are catered to and a mutual understanding is present, we proceed forward with plan and operation No More Brother Wars 2020, as necessity dictates.
Yes, I think at this moment, everyone has to work together. And despite the tenor of this stream so far, that includes Protestants, it includes pagans, it includes atheists and secularists in general. They've got to work together because the current fight is a racial one, ultimately. It's about the ethnic replacement of the white people throughout the world, because it has moved beyond this religious level to a level where even nationhood itself is being attacked. So, yes, we've got to cooperate with these people in this particular fight. No one need abandon their religion or lack of it to do so. But purely on this political level of our current fight, working together, no more brother wars has to be our motto.
By the way, sir, you know the man who got us in.
I'm sorry, I missed both of that.
I'm getting a lot of fruit pastels down me. Hang on.
Well, you go ahead then, Alex. Fruit pastels have given you the culture.
Yes. Without going into details, the man who got us into the Iraq war was an asset of the people getting blackmailed on Epstein Island. That is something that we should keep in mind, both decades and century prior history, but as well as particularly fresh in our minds, the swamp that have been at the forefront of decision making throughout the last few decades. So long as we know the fact that we are up against actual unspeakable evil, whereby they wish to, by the UN's definition of genocide, do exactly that unto white Western Europe. It is observable for all to see. And there on my channel is a playlist of the UN Global Compact on safe, orderly, and regular replacement migration. And if you don't know the specifics of what your enemy is planning, how can you possibly try to thwart it? Therefore, everyone should go and have a listen to at least a few chapters of the UN Global Compact on safe, orderly, and regular migration, because Theresa May signed us up to it. And this has historical significance because it involves the weaponization of human rights laws against the indigenous population by blackmailing them essentially via human rights laws into replacing their own indigenous genetic stock. Therefore, fuck the UN Global Compact. And that's all pretty much. But if we study history, we must also have an acute lens towards the subversions and evils and the actors of this decade and the prior.
I certainly have no issue in Catholicism making a rise because its suffering speaks about what's going on today. It only highlights the clear propaganda which is used to change a nation overnight by the standards of history. And, you know, like I was saying to Georges, we should be free to debate theists in a free world without madness. And if we don't have the arguments to change someone's mind about religion, then that's it. It's tough shit. If you can't do it by the book, then you can't do it. But to thwart a country's nation deliberately and steal it, that I can't forgive.
Well, I think Alex makes a good point about human rights laws and their use against us. And we've got to think, where does this idea of human rights come from? Now, I'm not a fan of the idea of human rights in general. I think rights are always attached to a corresponding duty. Your right to an income is correspondent to your duty to work, and only in exceptional circumstances can you expect an income because you're unable to work. With those who can work but choose not to, they don't deserve an income. Or those who murder, their right to life is void because they have not respected their duties towards others. Now, human rights, the idea essentially really gets going in 1778 with the French Declaration of Rights of Man, just after just before the French Revolution. So in 1789, you've got the French Revolution, totally Freemasonic overthrow of all of traditional French society. You get rid of the monarchy, you get rid of the means it's worked, you get rid of the divisions of land, the statues, and you send armies in to shoot your own people for trying to keep their traditions, like in the Vendée. And these rights have very little change to this day.
Are you referring to Jacobite assets, by the way?
Not Jacobite, Jacobin, maybe. Jacobin in terms of the revolutionaries. Jacobites are the good guys.
So they go around stealing people's bins?
Huh? No, Jacobins.
They go around jacking bins?
Oh, it only makes sense if you speak blooming dialect. To real people, a Jacobin is just some sort of libertine revolutionary.
Not us plastic humans, us.
No.
So one thing that I'm very keen on inquiring about is, do you know anything about the very specifics of French liberalism being a cesspit before liberalism in general worldwide was a cesspit? Was Paris the Weimar of Western Europe for quite a while?
Now that's very, very interesting. I don't know too much about the moral situation in revolutionary France beyond all of the murders that were going on and all the rapes. There's a lot of rapes, like in the Spanish Civil War, particularly they had a penchant for going into nunneries and monasteries and raping those there, which is, to my mind, the most hideous thing possible. Because,
well, unfortunately, Georges, we can't get there, but I think it would be good for us, because when you and I do spend a few hours together, we do seem to learn quite a lot very quickly. So maybe there are some subjects that it's not because we're not more interested in Britain. It's nothing to do with that. But if you don't understand how history has affected the brothers that we want to unite with, then we won't have that connection. So I think, you know, and you know that story I'm not going to drop here that I want to go on about.
Yes.
I think there's a lot in Europe that we do need to cover, because it's not in the nature of English people to care about the history of specific European nations, but maybe there are specific points they will care about. So we'll see.
No, we are an insular people, and we don't care too much about what's going on in the mainland. And in a way, I think that's a praiseworthy thing, because ultimately nations should look after themselves. But things like the French Revolution did not happen in a vacuum. The French Revolution happened in large part because of the foundation of Freemasonry in England, which spread its ideas to France and became incredibly anti-clerical and anti-Catholic, and really brought about the bloodshed. And all the revolutions that swept Europe afterwards for the next 2 centuries were animated by the ideas of the French Revolution, the unification of Italy, what happened in Germany, and the revolutions even in so far away as Mexico and such, like the Freemasons dominating there and in Brazil. It's all part of the same fight, and it was a global battle back then, even before the idea of globalism had existed, because Freemasons were always internationalists, and their goal had been the replacement of the traditional order in the name of free thinking. And it's something we've got to be aware of, at least in the back of our minds, that the ideas that people have today, especially as regards human rights, come from the revolutionaries in France, and are totally contrary to the traditional concepts our people had back when they were more masculine and strong.
Absolutely. And you know, I see a good person here. He's a very good person, I guess. Theresa May's father was an Anglo-Catholic clergyman, and she went to a Catholic school, and she signed the UN Compact on Migration. Now, let me comment on this before you do it. And she was
because I'm going to jump on it.
I know you are. And then he finishes by saying, so that says it all. Now, before I bother talking about the ins and outs of this, what I sense here, though, is more so a disliking of Catholicism for the sake of it. I dislike Abrahamic religion because I believe it's basically a huge mind mapping tool made from a Middle Eastern society. But if your reason for disliking it is because you think your version of God, which is newer, is better, we have to decide that it then becomes about tribalism, not fact. So we're talking about the actual blame that the papacy was given. We're talking about the same governments and kingdom which allowed other non-Christian communities into Britain. So it's not a case of we hate you, you're Protestant. You know, it's nothing to do with that. It's a list of facts. So I get from your thing, it's look, this guy was a Catholic and he's a dickhead. You know, if we could do that all day, you still have to accept historical fact.
Well, let's go on about Theresa May. So it said in the chat here that Theresa May's father was an Anglo-Catholic vicar, clergyman. Now, let's be quite clear. He was a Church of England vicar. The Catholic Church does not allow married clergy. She is not the daughter of a Catholic priest. She is the daughter of a Church of England vicar who likes Catholic trappings. She herself is not Catholically minded, nor is her husband. They've had a marriage with no children, which is a completely non-Catholic idea. They supported homosexual marriage. They've supported all this international migration. I think to put any blame for Theresa May's actions to the Catholic Church, of which she is not a part, is absolutely false. Any more than Tony Blair. Tony Blair, once he left Downing Street, converted to Catholicism, apparently, because his wife, Sherry Blair, was a Catholic. But really, it's in name only, because Sherry Blair runs a foundation in Africa, which is responsible for spreading contraception and condoms to all of them, which, yet again, is against the teaching of the Catholic Church. She's very much in favour of homosexuality, again. So none of these so-called Catholics, just like Joe Biden, are actual Catholics, and the church has a strong teaching says you cannot vote for these people. You cannot vote for these frauds. They are out of the church. If they've not been properly excommunicated, they are nevertheless in complete conflict with the doctrine. So,
well,
I
the
don't
point
think there's
as
any room
well
for blaming
still
them.
stands. To this day, you cannot be a Catholic monarch in this country.
You can't be. It is, and it's been raised several times. It was raised in the premiership of David Cameron, whether or not a Catholic could be changed to be a monarch. And Parliament decided it was not in the interest of England that this should be the case. That it was still going to continue with this ban. You know, I don't want to sound like a liberal and say, in the current year, in 2020, we're still discriminating against Catholics. But the funny thing is we are. And this, despite all of the hate crime laws, the protection laws for various religions, so you don't insult them, it doesn't apply to the Catholic Church. And that's why when Catholics exercise their religion by protesting against abortion or against homosexual marriage, they go to prison for offending the views of others, not the other way around. You can be attacked by loads of people with signs saying, "Get your rosaries off my ovaries," and things like that. But or physically beaten. Oh, it's these daft liberal slogans. I mean, only brain dead student women could come up with these idiotic things. Like,
is that a real one? Did that really exist?
It's a real one. I've seen it several times. You know, it's that's nothing to do with it. Ultimately, you're promoting murder, and you're trying to make the Catholic Church look bad for it. Dumb girls, yes, indeed, absolutely, very dumb, and it's times like that.
Right, and I'm really mad. I was with Glenn, and he used to do a lot of filming with me, and he didn't press record. I was really annoyed, but there was a bunch of transgender people, shall we say, carrying a sign saying, "Down with," what are they, TERFs? You know what TERFs are?
Trans-exclusionary revolutionary feminists.
Oh, yeah. And it had phobia all over their sign. And it was the most beautiful shot. And I was so angry with him for not pressing record, because there was 4 of them stood there with loads of signs. And I said to him, "Do you not think that people in society are using the word phobia too often?" And they all said yes. And all of their signs were huge, you know, exaggerated phobia. They don't even understand it when it's happening to them right there. That was the last LGBT march I think I could face. When I saw people walking about with their boobs out, I interviewed one girl with her boobs out. I said, why are you walking about with your boobs out? She said, "Because I like the attention," or something like that.
Well, we used to call that being a slut. And they make it into something liberating. Hey, I'm being a slut. I'm being an object of male attention. Sorry, have you missed feminism? I mean, the whole point of it was you were meant to have rights of men and not be treated like an object anymore. But hey, I just want to have my tits out.
Yeah, and you know, when I walked up to it, I thought, I shouldn't really do it because it's only promoting it, and it's not her dad's fault that people need to see this. People need to see that this human being is walking down, right? Because where I was behind the changing of the guard. So I was walking, basically, for those that don't know, behind 10 Downing Street. She's walking down Hyde Park, but where this is one of the most protected places in the country. And for her to just be able to walk down the road with her boobs out, I couldn't believe it. Right in the capital, right like that, no problem.
I saw it once when I was in London. They have this nude cycle ride that goes through occasionally. About 300 naked people going past on bikes in the middle of the day. And I was absolutely aghast. I was thinking, how on earth do they get away with it? If I were to do that on any street by myself, it would be indecent exposure. It would be perhaps even exposure with intent against children because you're passing loads of them. But they're fine with it. If it's on a bike ride and it's leftist and it's liberating, it's free.
If Alex did it, you'd have PTSD.
I really don't want to imagine certain things. I'm glad Alex keeps the suit on for everything, including the shower.
He does. Right. Honestly, he's one of them people that if you go and see him, he'd say, "I'm just going to go get changed," and he'd come out in a tuxedo. You know, he sits there in a suit or suit jacket.
The primary function is generalized comfort.
It's
all
not
else
comfy,
is
Al.
secondary.
He's like, I have this argument with him all the time, right? Say I've spent weeks with him at a time, and I'll say, Al, like, do you want some tracksuit bottoms or something? You can't be comfortable, and he genuinely prefers sitting in suit trousers all the time.
I will back him up here, though. Wearing a suit is comfortable and it is peak convenience. You look good and yet you wear the same clothes for months on end. You know, you take it to a dry cleaners 3 or 4 times a year, and that's the end of it. It's the peak lazy man's good look. Why not? Why not?
Right.
This man understands exactly every single factor that goes into my clothing choices. But on an entirely different note, what were we talking about? I'm going to drink more of this delicious drink. While you lot have been talking, I've been drinking, and it has been a jolly good time. What was the topic, pardon?
You've been drinking all day.
Listen to him. Sounds like Churchill.
Murphy, I have been sipping all day.
This is what happens. Either he wakes up late and he drinks tea and goes on about drinking tea for a long period of time. Now he's been awake for ages, and instead of drinking tea, he's been drinking loads of alcohol, and he's telling us about the alcohol he's drinking. Tell us a bit more. Tell us about this glorious fluid. I want to hear what you're drinking.
It's the finest, cheapest Disaronno that the local most supermarket will sell me. Listen, I am not a piss artist. For the record, ladies and gentlemen, however,
he's not actually. He's not, but every now and then you know, this is very rare. He usually starts later, but earlier on, I remember hours ago, you saying I've been sipping this Disaronno, and I thought, it's a little bit early, mate.
I've been sipping it since 6 a.m., sir. It's great.
What the hell?
Don't
admit that. Don't admit that when we're
point is that you don't.
Everyone can tell. He's a pissant. He's a pissant. He just, he flans around drinking various spirits from whichever supermarket will still serve him.
By the way, just so the reasoning is fully clear. So alcohol over time, small amounts of it over time, dulls the blood-brain barrier rather than weakens it, right? So the dulling of the blood-brain barrier means that nicotinoid alloys can enter the mesolimbic system of the brain. And I like nicotine, so it assists with the consumption of that, which ensures optimized focus and due diligence unto duties.
Right,
mesolimbic system.
Incessant need to sort of justify.
Yes, the mesolimbic system, sir. You have nicotinoid, receptors in your eyeballs and in the mesolimbic system of your brain, the middle portion where the halo is on saints. It is my.
So your holiness,
I believe that it is like.
Spirits.
My holiness is founded in comfort and general smugness while plotting and scheming ideological doomsday machines for Gloho, without going into details. Macro scale, what interests me above and beyond most other things is macro scale victory conditions against the operations currently underway of Gloho. So let me just, Vin linked something poorly as a screenshot from his phone the other day, and we're going to bring it to the attention of the audience briefly. So this here is called Biderman's. This is the Biderman report on communist brainwashing and reprogramming techniques used by the Chinese and North Koreans upon captured American servicemen in the 1950s. The parallels are almost identical to what's being implemented by the COVID operation today.
Well,
you said yes. What?
Is YouTube getting rid of streams?
Yes, don't worry, sir. This is perfectly fine political commentary thereupon what is happening presently in the world. There are a lot of avenues during this stream that we cannot take. However, this is not one.
You can say what you like. They make it up as they go along, right? So go on and carry on, but
They
you
do.
say, oh, it's okay
They
for
do.
X, Y, and Z.
Yes,
So don't
so
make
this
excuses
is
to shut
this is
your
where
channel down.
your important part comes into this entire thing, sir. Your
What,
important
muting
part
you?
is not accosting me during this diatribe. It's reading what's in front of your screen immediately at the bottom of your inbox.
So
And if you go to
so you want me to read this thing? now?
yes, as a generalized part of the current discussion deliberations that we are having, I would like you to read what is on the screen, and then we will talk about it, because this is a good opener to the
On
next
what screen?
topic, which is
Where?
your inbox in you know where.
Right. Oh.
You will, yes, that very important thing that you poorly screenshot
Yeah.
that deserves to be on your profile at least once every 2 to 3 days, because the contents therein are important to arm oneself cognitively, mentally against glowho onslaught bullshittery.
Yeah.
Therefore, read what's on the screen, sir.
I think what I'll do instead is just copy it, put it on Twitter, and put the link in so the public can see it for themselves. There is no need to comment on it, and they can read it for themselves. So wait there. I'm going to put it on.
Isn't this great, sir? The point is that the public, the more knowledge that the public has of what exactly is going on, and parallels in human history of where it's been done before, and where it failed, where it went well, etc., being forewarned is being forearmed cognitively. Okay,
Ladies
so
and
the
gentlemen,
phrase
let the
being
chat now.
yeah. Also, if you go to t.me/the reality report, anyone who is watching on YouTube who is not subscribed to us on Telegram, it is the main hub of information relay. And do please sub to us on t.me/the reality report. And yeah. If you want to see, if you want to get barraged with the news as it comes in on a very consistent and frequent cycle, we'll be reporting on things from America to the UK to what's going on in the EU, etc. But unfortunately, America has dominated the news cycle as of recently because shit's kicking off. Right. Anyway, t.me/the reality report.
It's been
Final
really
plug.
kicking off. Before we move on, the violence going on
Yes,
in
sir.
DC, etc., is unreal.
Not just small scale dust ups, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a difference
I
between
mean-
small scale dust ups and full blown murderous intent on full
Without going on a
display.
Trump bashing regime, because I don't want to send you into. I don't want to obviously put your pubes into a twist, but I do think that the military should offer more support, or at least the police. The American people need some support on those streets, right?
We're heading towards a new secession, it could even be, after the failure of the Texas case.
Ideological secession, definitely. Political and statewide secession, yes, and is happening. That's has to be prefaced, right? Ideological war and secession, you're already going through it. State-related secession, if Glowho wins, is a potential option, which is interesting, but we'll see. I'm convinced that the orange man who is supposedly bad, I'm sorry, YouTube, I'm sorry. I don't agree that orange man is bad. I'm sorry. I'll flagellate myself 20,000 times tonight. Okay, moving swiftly onwards. The man has the backing of the military and has caught them fucking up and being sloppy. I have every optimistic outlook concerning the happenings in America. A massive off inauguration stage is being built in New York, I believe, for the 20th. So if that's being built, the timeline whereupon he gives a speech and is confirmed the 46th president of the United States, rather not 46, but
in New York.
Second tenure.
Well, that's really interesting. So they're doing it in New York because they know that Trump is not going to give up the White House. He's given no indication.
It is
a
point of Chinese. Yes, sir. Mr. Owen Schroyer of the InfoWars media humble water filter merchant cartel. We cannot even name the man because YouTube are so ass clenching about you're not allowed to have a positive outlook on the humble water filter merchant sales. No. Ban.video. Okay, so moving swiftly onwards, there is a line of causality whereupon the line of causality we're currently in is the one where he has already won with the largest amount of votes ever. They cheated, they got sloppy, they fucked up, they got caught. Let's move on from America because I was asked not to do a diatribe on it. If you want to know what the fuck is happening in America, go to t.me/US voter fraud. By the way,
where's the super chat?
Yes.
I turned it off.
I saw that. Vinny,
Yeah,
you're missing out on money. You could make money.
I turned it off, and I'm banned from PayPal for being a patriot.
Too based, sir. We
You
are
never
way,
got
way,
anything
way
with
too.
PayPal. Almost nothing.
No, nothing. I wouldn't even get like 10, 20 quid. The only reason I advertised my PayPal is because the chat kept saying, "Where do I put money? Where do I put money?" And I said, "Look, there's my PayPal. Because I don't want you putting it in YouTube anyway, because you'll."
By the way, sir, can we not mention PayPal? I feel the rage building in me as I hear the term.
Yeah, we'll move on. Basically, TRR got carpet banned from PayPal. Luxembourg said, "You guys are a no-go."
You're way too based for us ever to do business with you. We've just found out what you're about, and you're way, way too based to use PayPal. See, you can only use PayPal if you bend the knee to Glowho and lay down like a naked dead body. You know how I'm going to finish the phrase, so I won't.
No, I mean, it's all part of the same financial system. PayPal is just another online service preventing people from using
MasterCard,
it.
sir. There's something for the audience, sir. MasterCard apparently have been issuing cards to migrants for the last 4 years or so, minimally. There were news reports about the people arriving on the Italian coast having MasterCards. Also, the wagon caravan thing that happened where they were using Mexicans, I think it was Mexicans, and other nations like Guatemala, I think, as human sacrifices to be sent to the border so that they can get picked up and sent home. What's it called? The migration tendencies, plans, etc., they are something that the audience need to understand. The whole migration thing is on purpose. Okay, so you can think, oh, we bombed the shit out of their countries, now we have to suffer their presence here. No, this is by design. The people that bombed the countries want replacement of the indigenous. Yes, we're not going to go into details. Want the replacement of the ethnic indigenous peoples of Europe because they are a better slave race. So in chapter 4 of Kalergi's Practical Idealism, he says that the mixed slave is better than the non-mixed slave. And his benefactors have sought to bring about his vision into reality.
By the way, Alex, differentiate who you are and
yes, this has to be made abundantly clear. What Kalergi wrote in Practical Idealism for his superior decision makers to follow as a plan for replacing the slave races for the supreme decision makers. He wrote their guidebooks, their manifestos, their ideological foundations were put in place by Kalergi. There is a reason why you get banned on Reddit if you even mention his name once. There's a reason why Murdoch have an episode dedicated to it that we won't go into.
That's
so long as you know what the enemy...
Chill Murdoch. They need support. I note that both their websites are down at the moment. They are on Telegram in terms of their videos are shared there, but they're good media. It's very entertaining. Nationalists need a sitcom. And financially supporting them by buying merch, great idea. Please do it. I know I do.
I do think it's very important for our audiences not to, they already don't give a flying rat's ass about what the media is telling them because they're too used to them overbearingly lying, right? But the next step is ensuring that people have a concise but very important reading list. So long as you know more than the liberal enemy that you face, you are for the most part, the winner in any debates where they don't hold an unequal power footing with you. So, for example, the internal hypocrisies and contradictions of Marxist ideology, you can think about it for a good 5-10 minutes and come up with your own list of internal contradictions in their ideology, such as, off the top of my head, giving a shit about women and never talking about what happens in the Middle East, or the Uyghur Muslims and the Chinese. When was the last time a liberal talked about these things? So internal hypocrisies, moral inadequacies and deficits. Obviously, don't overly moralize. However, you definitely 100% can point out, one, moral deficits that the enemy has, and two, internal contradiction hypocrisies. These things give you an uneven footing with them because they lose the moral high ground and they then lose the intellectual high ground because they're not well studied. So you can vivisect or carve apart the ideology of Marxist internationalist liberal filth. You can understand exactly where it came from, and you can ensure that your family, community, friends, etc., don't fall prey to glowho narratives of an anti-Western variety, of a cultural deconstruction variety, of an emotional blackmail variety. There's a lot of tools of emotional and mental weaponry that are used against the peoples of Europe and the Anglosphere West. These tools and weapons of the enemy can be studied, reverse engineered, and you can overcome them, so long as you know where they're being deployed, how they're being deployed, who funds the people deploying them. So you can, if you have a layered understanding of what you're up against, you're better prepared to face it, is the overarching plan. Therefore, dig into things that you've not read before. There's a book that I want to continue reading called Germany Must Perish, and that's an interesting read. The Germans were not the only ones that supposedly had genocidal plans. There are other groups of people that have also, in the past, very openly proclaimed genocidal plans. And wherever you find such nuggets, you should definitely look into them. I'm doing that presently during this comfy cozy time.
So you're reading open triple brackets, Kaufman closed triple brackets. Yes, that book
I
is.
am going to feign ignorant retardation, but he only was permitted to write this due to his superior decision makers giving him permission to. Everything happens in terms of hierarchy and power, and the people who are at the top of the hierarchy and power are the ones we refer to as decision makers, or rather supreme decision makers. Kalergi referred to them as such. So it is untruthful to not refer to them as such, both for this century and the prior. Even though we don't name, the general public and viewership most assuredly understand exactly what we're referring to. I hope
Let
at
me
least.
also, before I forget, I have been around a few years, and we do not ask for donations, etc. But what we are going to do is in the new year, if we put months of work into something, then at the end of that video, if it's something that we have produced that's long-winded, we may put a method, but we've run out of methods. There's no way anyone can, because when you've been working on building sites, etc., for years and absolutely destroyed your life, eventually you will have to turn around and go, I'm going to have to provide some genuine a genuine product for people, and then that's worth maybe giving to someone and paying for. I hate this idea of please donate because I'm me. No. If you write a book and sell it, good on you. If you make a 45 or an hour-long documentary and someone wants to say, yeah, I enjoyed that, and put a pound in the pot, fine. But if you just say, I'm me, please donate here because of this stream or whatever, I find it tasteless. It puts a bad taste in my mouth. Some people think I'm wrong. But like I've said, I'm not going to bang on or laugh about it. I have literally slept on building sites. I mean, I've said this a few times. I've literally worked low-end jobs for a long time and never asked for a penny, because it is ultimately a moral thing that takes an activist. You don't get involved in this for finances, and then you start moralizing, and it doesn't stop. But when they take everything, and you can't keep a job because everywhere you go, eventually someone rings it up or you get recognized, and you might think, oh well, you're not that well known, Vin. You'd be surprised how small England is. You'd be very surprised how small England is and how few activists there are out there. When there's not many right wingers out there, it doesn't take much for the left to recognize you because they are obsessed with their own social media networks. So in the same way that you know who loads of leftist names are, there's not that many on the right for them to know. It doesn't take much to come up on a radar. And you live in the control of a world which is utterly liberalized. So it's within everyone's interest in lower tier jobs not to have people around with outspoken opinions. So who knows? I was thinking in the new year of having a good long break from activism altogether. I mean, I'm not going to be an activist so much. We're going to be content creators. I'm done with some of the things I used to do and intend to pursue my own career somehow. Basically, I assessed recently that I've spent the last few years protecting other people's capital. That's been my role, sleeping in cars and what have you, just arguing over the idea that people should be allowed to have their homes. And it's, you know, eventually I've got to think about me and maybe think about one day having a proper family. But I do hope that more people come out of the woodwork. I hope that people one day, you know, the one thing that they're doing by sacking everyone and ruining their business is they're forcing faces out. They're forcing people to drop the anonymity a bit. And I'm not saying anyone's a coward. I respect everyone's anonymity unless you're using it to harm those that don't have it. If you're anonymous to save you and your family, fine. If you're anonymous so that you can attack us that aren't anonymous, then I've got no sympathy for you or your anonymity or if you lose it. But if you're a good person, I will go out my way to hopefully keep your anonymity safe. But for those that do take that step, I'm glad to see every one of you that does, because you've got one life. It's the same, it's a 50-50 argument. You've got one life, you don't want to waste it, but at the same time, no one else can be you. And by the time your life's over, you're the only one that could have lived it and represented you and your opinion. No one's going to go back in time and do that for you. Only you can do it now. And I'm not saying go out and do something stupid and never break the law, but if you don't make something of, you know, I've got not a penny to my name, but if you don't have a voice now, who's going to remember you? We don't remember the tens of thousands of heroes that we never heard of. So if you don't speak now, that's it.
Absolutely. In your own circle, your own life can be done by no one else. What you fail to do will not be done, and there will be something wanting. Ultimately, society is a cooperation of different people within their own spheres, and anyone who thinks that they can absent themselves from this, especially in a time of grave crisis like today, they need to check their values. We all need to give what we can to help our nation and our people worldwide be saved, because if we don't, then that guilt will be on us till our dying day, whenever that might be.
And you never know when it will be. And, you know, it might not even be a death. You might lose the use of your legs, anything. And, you know, that country walk that you don't have because you can't be bothered will no longer be, that thing that you take so for granted will be gone. And obviously, a country walk is a very low example of what I'm saying. But for those of you that can pop your face above the parapet when they've taken everything from you, there's more and more of you coming. You know, you're not alone. It's felt very lonely for a while, you know, especially when it comes to speaking of shadow history, Al. I'm sure you'll agree. If it comes to talking about pro liberalism, etc. Loads of people have got their faces out, but when it comes to the truth,
the problem with that is that there's two things that you need for that to happen. One, you have to have the willingness. Two, you have to have the spine. So the willingness to look at history and actually dig.
Let's not say that, because if I'd have known how much I would have really lost, which I won't laugh on about or give people the satisfaction of.
Yeah, of course, it comes with risks because the world is arrayed against you.
Yeah.
There's a system in the world that desires the destruction of you, your family, your kin, your community. You can discern it and understand when it's there, and that's about the best that you can do for now. However, I think that the world is changing very, very rapidly in terms of comprehending, understanding, cataloging all of the shit that they're up to. I don't think that the world was this awake to the shit that's going on and how sloppy they've been, the enemy that is, as of recently. So that's a massive benefit to our side, I think. People will wake up in their own time, so long as they have enough cues towards it, or life suddenly forces them to. But small to medium business owners, definitely, they're getting absolutely, how shall we put this, done in by enforced socialism and this reset, and the Vatican signing up with the something Institute for Fair Capitalism. Georges, do you know anything specific concerning this?
I saw something about it, that the Vatican was both signing up with and sort of agreeing to represent some international fair capitalism, i.e. socialism, viewpoints, which is totally out of place. It's not the role of the church to be spearheading liberal capital organizations. The people need to look after themselves here and not be focused on these things so much. Do what you can for your own money. You don't need these big organizations to come and fight for your right for capital. So you need to just save your money yourself, earn and work as best you can. But some people will suffer as a result of their activism. They'll suffer financially, familially, legally. But these are sacrifices which we're called to make. You have to always do what is right and what is good. And failure to do so, or not doing so because the consequences for yourself were going to be bad, it's not heroism. It might be understandable, but we are not going to save the world with mediocre people who keep quiet to keep themselves safe. We're going to save the world by people who are willing to make the risks. And you two have gone public. You do your activism, and as a result, you suffer penalties. I'm sure the same will come to me in time for the activism I do as well. But these are risks that need to be taken, and nationalists should not think that in a time of worldwide crisis we can sit comfy and just wait for someone else to fight for us. We are the only ones who can affect the change in society that needs to take place, and so we've got to be leaders in that and not followers.
So judgmental of all the people that are out there as well. And I've certainly been guilty of this, but I just feel a little bit qualified in at least to judge others that are public, because I'm public. But I do feel that there is a lot of people that have a lot to say with people with their faces out there. And we are ideally, well, literally amateurs that have done the best we can, and people look at you as if you are supposed to be the top echelon of the commons and expect the highest of you, when in fact there's many people out there that I'm very impressed with what they've been capable of. And I think that there is far too much criticism, but then again, we don't know what's criticism and what's just fed posting bullshit leftism in these groups, etc. Because I see hatred towards a lot of people, and I think it just looks like you're hating on them for the sake of it. Because I can think of reasons to dislike these people that it's worth bringing up, but it's never about that. It's always some other thing. So I think maybe, especially with the No More Brother Wars and going into the future, we should be less judgmental of others. You know, if you want to be critical about whether they're up to no good or, you know, an insurgent, etc., then fine. But as far as just picking on them because you don't like how they speak or whatever, I think we need to knock that sort of stuff on the head. Pointless. We are not all making money. There's no point being jealous of each other. It's not like we're all Hollywood stars and, oh, he makes more money than me, he's got a nicer car. No, our country is just being destroyed. There is no competition here. I tend to fall out with people when I think that the liberal values are becoming too strong. That's usually when I fall out with people. But, you know, no more brother wars.
No more brother wars, and no more anonymous critics. Let people show their worth through their actions. And if they think someone's not done well enough, let them do better, or let them help that other person to do better. But there's no room for snipers on the side.
My favourite one is when people come into groups and they say they want you to say disgusting things, but they're on an anonymous account, and you say, leave a voice note right now saying exactly what you want us to say, and they won't do it. So what you're saying is you want me, who's publicly known, to say this right now, but you won't do it in a video, and you're calling me.
Yes, this is entrapment operatives. They exist, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fall for the traps of entrapment operatives. They want you to conduct conspiracy to violence or anything that they can.
Always say to them, if you want me to say it, make a video of yourself saying it right now and put it in. Anyone that's going, oh, you're this, you're that, why don't you say this? Well, this is only me over here. You could easily outdo me over there then, if this is what you're saying. So let's see it. And just throw that back at them. Never allow that rubbish sort of reverse psychology, emotional blackmail bullshit that these agents use on you to actually ever get through. Just undermine it, dismiss it, because that's all it deserves.
Yeah, let's get back to a more positive way of looking at these things. I think for us, a step not just in terms of ignoring these vague and disembodied criticisms that are made, however validly, by people who are not willing to take the risks themselves in saying it. I think let's focus on promoting the positives that are actually going on, because there's a lot of people doing a lot of good things, and they need support, not financial support. They need moral support. They need people willing to watch, comment, to acknowledge, and also if they've got the skills, help them. You know, people like Vinny, they need people who are going to come and help them with research, help them with various things that he does. Not all of which, you know, get put out there immediately, but which are in the background. You know, people who have skills, put them to use somewhere. Put them to use for TRR, for Patriotic Alternative, for Antifa Public Watch, for any of these sort of groups that are actually doing something positive. You know, even just cultural ones that seek to preserve heritage, not lefty ones like the National Trust or English Heritage, but there's people who are still doing a lot of good, especially locally. Help them out. That's where a lot of people can fight. And local work, well, you're the only person who can do it. So let's smash cultural Marxism locally, wherever we can.
Absolutely. And just because you hear us sometimes be opinionated, yes, it's a stream on news and politics and blah, blah, blah. But we're only human and we've got our opinions. Don't hear something we say and think, oh, no, I don't like him. He's a dickhead. He's slagged off Protestantism. Or I don't like him. He's not a theist. Look, we've got to work together on this. And ultimately, I think it's quite a beautiful thing, the way that people are able to do it. So I work with quite a few strong theists. Some can handle it, some can't. Some can have a good back and forth with me about religion, and some hate it when I bring it up. But it's the nature of the beast. But the fact that we can all work together, I think, is a far more powerful thing than the destructive nature of when we can't.
Every time that we're attacking one another, we're giving the left, we're giving the enemy in all their forms a free hand, because we're busy punching right, as they say, against our own people. And therefore, the intellectual and verbal blows that should be landing on the left are not landing where they ought to be. They're against our own guys, causing chaos. So, some energy can be rechanneled. I think that's what we're doing, to be honest. We don't spend our time attacking our own guys. We are trying to unify as much as possible and just present the good that we do and do the good we do without worrying that our own guys might have slipped up on this about optics, or they might have said this, which was foolish. We just need to get on with the good we can do. And I think we're doing great, to be honest, with that. I think the documentary and other things that are being worked on, really good. And I think a video that will come out soon about the history of London will be useful, because people are very ignorant of our history, and that's a real weakness.
Are you talking about the big one or the little one?
Both. I mean, in general, no matter what topic we wanted to cover, there's always more that people can learn about what's led to this situation that we're currently in. And whatever they learn will be a useful string to their bow, as it were. So, it's a good thing. The more we push from whatever angle, the more we're doing something that the left doesn't know how to handle. The left does not know how to handle us doing historical documentaries or videos. Like, what? I wasn't prepared for this. I just wanted to say racist stuff. No, actually, today we're going to talk about the history of St. Paul's Cathedral and Catholicism in the City of London. And another day we might study something else. And they can't deal with that. We need to make it so that they are looking around for answers and thinking, I can't cope with this. They formed a counterculture. They're literally looking at the whole world in a different way. And that's a real power to us. They can't combat that, because they only look at the world in their single dogmatic way, which is whatever their globalist leaders tell them to do. So yeah, we're doing a very useful work, I think.
I feel a lot closer to the national countries of Europe since I've engulfed myself in study, because you find it overlaps so heavily, and our pain has been so similar over the last few hundred years, and we've been smashing each other to bits. And it's interesting just how much of it didn't need to happen, I think. And once again, I refer to what I said earlier. Everyone thinks it's all about the 30s and 40s. It's not. It's really not. It's a very small part of history which was magnified. It's always got this magnifying glass, and it's always the Great War, but not for reasons of interest, not for reasons of why it happened. It's all about the poppy. The Great War is everyone stand around a mural, or memorial, and just sort of stare at some poppies, and then the school kids can all just draw cartoons of how horrific the trenches were, not highlight the fact that Western people tore each other to shreds, and higher echelon people virtually just didn't care that people were being torn apart by gunfire. And it should be mourned. When you learn about the Great War, it should be a very somber. It should be quiet class. It should be we are going to do something very serious today. But that's never the impression I got. I mean, if you could be a teacher for the Great War and you was allowed to really, obviously not go full bore, but if you was, it would be a very stern class, wouldn't it, Georges? Be a very like if I had the opportunity to do it, it would be, we're going to talk about the hardships of the European peoples at the time, the geography and how it was made up, because none of that was. I know I brought this up in a previous stream. I asked everyone on the panel, didn't I? Do you think your school teachers were fit to teach you history? And everyone said no. But
Yeah,
what would you do? Would you be very firm if say not the Second World War, just the Great War? Would you be? How would you treat it?
I would have an overarching aim, and that overarching aim would be very, very simple. It would be to teach that this should never, ever happen again. That's what people were saying at the end of the Great War, never again. And it happened again. And that
the war to end all wars.
Yeah, and that it was so untrue, and yet that was what people wanted from it. They were so shocked and disgusted by the waste of so many millions of young men and also men and women victims of the war. It causes repulsion, and that's the sort of thing I would love to bring back to people. I'd want kids to be thinking, I want this never to happen again. What can I do to make sure we never end up in this fratricidal slaughter that our leaders forced us into? That'd be my take. I don't know what Alex would say.
The suppression of neo-Bolsheviks is imperative for the survival of the Anglo-West. Neo-Bolsheviks who are literally... You know that one of the secretaries of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think it's an Indian man, what's it called, is an actual avowed Maoist, and some Indian thinker version of Maoist communism. Yes, a Mao, sir.
Jesus.
Listen, when the left feel that they've lost the cultural narrative, they go to their literature, and when they're done with
I'm used
Marx,
to Marx, but
when they're
I
done
very
skim
rarely hear
reading
someone
fucking Marx, so the terms of Marx are fucking mammoth sized. So they go on to something that's short, right? Something that's summary, something that's short, something that's great, something that's fun. So they have a look at the little red book, and it's less than an hour to an hour and a half's worth of read. And it says in the very first sentence, our ideas are based on Marxism, Leninism. And then they look into what Lenin did and how he operated, and they become either Leninists or Maoists. And then you're in the territory of kill the landlords. Okay, so listen, the commies have a good record of 120 million, very conservatively speaking, dead people. Okay, so they're pretty bloodthirsty as an ideology. And oh, we're peaceful, we're virtuous, we care about the minorities. All right, executioners of 120 million, settle the fuck down. Where is the tasteful glass with the mandarins next to it? It's pleasant to see the orange. I am reminded of the other orange one, who is the greatest of them all. Who is the greatest orange one of them all?
I love if you say from talking about Maoism, your drink, to oranges in it, and then the orange man. But no, Maoism is a lot more widespread than we thought. It used to be even more so in this country. People should know that.
Kill anyone that you disagree with. So, for the
Diane
audience.
Yes, well, that's
yes.
essentially the policy. But Diane Abbott,
the rundown for the audience. Sorry, very briefly, sir. Pardon. The rundown for the audience is that yes, sir. We won't hesitate to kill you if you disagree with us. Is chapter 4 on the contradictions among the people. In the little red book, it says anyone who disagrees with the government official politically correct narrative is to be executed. And the way that bioterrorist pharmaceutical cabals are going about it, what with AIDS being certain segments of the AIDS virus are used for the construction of an anti-COVID virus, these people are... I know that we are not allowed to elaborate on this, but there are certain assets out there that are genuinely eugenic. And by eugenic, we don't mean let's create a super race. We mean let's dull everyone down into sterile, chemically castrated and lobotomized serf slaves and ground gazers, right? So the people that want you to be a forever serf ground gazer, chemically and mentally lobotomized slave, tell them no, go fuck yourself at every avenue. You are currently in a war, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed it. That is all. An infoculture mimetic war. So you have to treat it like a war. They want your mind. They want you from cradle to grave a slave, thinking only the prescribed narratives. And any deviation from what is politically correct, they'll kill you for it. If not murder you in one way, they'll try to murder your career, they'll try to murder your reputation, they'll try to murder and dismiss and obfuscate the general memories and ideas that you present to them. it's at a state where our enemies are very prepared for an ideological war to the death. Therefore, we ought to be readied, mentally fortified, readied as much as possible for such a thing. Imagine a decade's time along the line. How much more will you have known about the strategies of the enemy, about their fuck ups, about how to dismantle them? A decade of dismantling Marxist subversive assets in every institution is what must necessarily follow for our continued survival and prosperity. The Marxist assets in institutions are subversive and must be exposed and expelled, is how I see it, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, we're in the middle of the culture war, and it's got to be understood and it's got to be fought. The enemy does not care. They're not going to execute you right now. They might do in the future, but they don't care if you die starving and detested, out of your work, with your family divorced and split up, and every avenue of earning a penny closed to you, and every avenue even having a penny in the bank or transferring it to you closed. They don't care if you die as a result of that, and I think that's very important to bear in mind. They will murder you by proxy if they can.
Yeah, I just dealt with that.
We said prior hand, no black pills, but here we are, and there it is, it appears.
Yeah, the problem with news and reality is it's a harsh thing. That's why we're the reality report, not the happy-go-lucky report.
Well, let's try and be a bit more happy-go-lucky, optimistic, bolstering sort of grabbing by the horns.
The supreme most solution to this entire kerfuffle is more of this delicious drink. I will be back shortly.
He is a piss artist, right? Because do you know what? I'm not, because people have got enough weaponry on him already.
Yes, no, let's poor.
Yes, but the real question is, gentlemen, does it cater to my personal thorough amusement? If it achieves that as an end result.
You hedonist.
Everyone is a hedonist to some extent, mofo. It is a treat. It is a treat for me to indulge in such. It also ensures that the mood remains light considering all the news popping off. It's quite grim out there.
Well, I'm going to give you a plug out, Shush. Right? Before I forget, Alex is doing an audiobook of the Bible. So, I mean, this is so strange, isn't it? I mean, you've got me out there defending Catholicism, and you've got Alex doing audiobooks on the Bible. I mean, history works in mysterious ways, just like God does, apparently.
It's clear I'm a master subverter. I've subverted TRR.
Give yourself any credit, right? Yeah.
No, absolutely. It's totally subverted. You know, there's fifth column of theists within it. No, but speaking of keeping the mood light and joyful, should we talk a little bit about the stream we're going to be doing in 15 minutes, the continuation?
Yes.
I think we should speak a little bit about what we're doing and why, and I think you'd be the man to do so.
Yeah, we're going to be playing some music, which is hopefully just going to make everyone feel a little bit at home. You know, it's some music which will reflect your history. Maybe you like some of it, maybe you won't. But I've had a lot of requests in the past to either name my songs or make a list to make a little sort of album, because I play a lot of old-fashioned songs. I try and make them different. I mean, I've got loads and loads of music that I wouldn't play, mainly for copyright. But I do like bringing old-fashioned songs. Georges as well is massive on his music and folk music from England. And we're going to mix it up a little bit. And I'm looking forward. We've got 2 hours where we're going to comment as well as we play our tunes. You know, if people drop out, that's fine. We're still going to sit and enjoy our 2 hours, even if everyone buggers off. But I cannot suggest enough that you do stick about and enjoy it, because your Kiss 100s and your pop and what have you, it is cancer, and it's what's destroyed society and your children. Years ago, when a song was created, there was these magic things included in them called instruments, and we're going to introduce some of them to you, and we're also going to possibly introduce songs that don't have any instruments at all. They don't have any digital noises, and it might just be one or two people singing on their own and creating a moment, because that's what's been lost in society, isn't it? The poetic nature of music. It's now just a tool of liberal sexualization, etc.
Yeah, the music we're going to do, I think it's good for people to rediscover a little bit of essentially folk music. Most of it's going to be. Certainly, most of my choices are folk music from England, which is far too little known amongst the English. We know quite a lot about Irish and Scottish music, at least superficially, and our idea of folk music tends to be American stuff like Bob Dylan. I'm not saying you're going to get none of that, but I think it's good to have a knowledge of your own thing. And it's good to be, I don't know where that came from, but it's also good to be able to have music you can sing to. You can't, you might have noticed, sing to modern music if it's not playing. You try and sing along to Lady Gaga, etc., and there's no instruments or whatever. It makes absolutely no sense because it's not musical. Whereas a folk song, even without instruments, it's a joy to sing. I sit here singing all the time by myself at home. If there were anyone to listen, they'd be really annoyed. I'm sure my neighbours probably are. But it's a great joy to sing and a great relief from things going on. And to know that people in the past were suffering hardships or were finding joy in various things, I think it's a really good little white pill, all enclosed in beautiful musical melody. So do stick around for that. It's going to be a nice stream.
Yeah, and even if you don't stick about, you can go back and check it out. Georges and I may have a couple of pops at each other throughout the 2 hours, because he seems to think that the world revolves around English folk, and I half agree with him, but the other half of me adores the rest, a lot of other stuff. So there's a huge chance he might be a bit of a dick during this 2 hours.
Straight in there. The world was not revolve around English folk. The world revolves around England. And I think it's, we've got to admit this. So the music we're going to listen to will be the music of our own people, at least on my part. I want people to enjoy their own culture rather than just that of other cultures. I'm not going to sit there poo-pooing them, but, I will a little bit. But
furthermore, the finalmost objective is summarized with the assertion and preservation of Anglosphere West culture is non-negotiable. I'll repeat that very briefly for the audience, despite how pissed I am. So, the preservation and assertion of Anglo.
He is pissed.
Listen, we are.
Let him speak.
We are reaching the 6.3 out of 10 pissitude meter. So we will continue unabated. Anyway, the point of what you're about to listen to, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully enjoy, for they are picked out meticulously and with great effort. The point of it all is, number 2 is enjoyment. Number 1 is assertion and preservation of Anglosphere West. That is non-negotiable. So that's where I stand at the very least, and I endorse what you are about to all listen to and enjoy. That is all for now. Also, only 6.3 out of the pissitude meter. I still have my wits about me, mofo. Don't try any Catholic tricks around me, yes? I know that Linda Rothschild is speaking with the... Listen, mofo, I know that the Vatican has enough officials speaking with Linda Rothschild, and I don't like this... attribution of causality that's happening currently in the world. We may need to tear down the Catholic Church from its seams and reconstruct it. If a deity exists, I speak ex cathedra, I assure you. The Catholic Church must be... The Catholic Church... The
you
Catholic
can't
Church,
stop
as
it
it is
10 minutes.
presently, but must be deconstructed from the
He's
roots,
gonna
and the rot
shut up,
must be
shut up, because you know he's going to have to do
torn
some
out.
long rebuttal. We've got 10 minutes. If you
Oh,
start,
that's enough time.
Look,
that's
so
enough
long as
time.
he agrees that the rot of multiple decades must be torn out, we will be on acceptable, tolerable, favorable terms.
Look, Alex is speaking here with the voice of alcohol, and what alcohol does is it removes your inhibitions. So what Alex is saying here is actually representing his truest inmost self, but he is worried that Catholic tricks will be able to overbear his mind. Now
Sir,
that
I am weary of the subversive tricks. Sir, I am weary of other subversive tricks that have subverted the Catholic Church. You know of which I speak. Those are the ones that particularly intrigue
I think the timing
me.
is perfect for the next 2 hours to be coming up, for the amount of alcohol in his system to capacity of danger to what he says. I think the timing is pretty perfect now. So
you realize that in between each song we have commentariat for
he's
the
going to be
gracious.
during the songs. He'll be asleep.
There will no mofo. Anyway, the point is that there will most assuredly be questions from the audience during the time of the gracious, most auditory enjoyments to follow.
And one thing I do want is I want the chat, to give us a little rundown on their opinions of the music. Whose music was better? Was it Georgia's or was it Vinny? Whose music did they enjoy more?
Bitter.
I'm not bitter. I just want people to enjoy their own music. And I know a lot of the songs I criticise in private you're now not going to play because I laid into them too hard, which might save you, a slight loss of face. But had they seen those debates, they would have been, totally on my side.
Trying, right, to pick the toys up that you'd so loudly shouted and thrown all over the pavement and give them back to you in your pram.
Toys, well, that's the right word. Childish things that you were putting before me, things that were not worthy of an adult appreciator of music.
By the way, before we go on to the next segment, I do want to ask Mr. Georgius one very important question. According to his digested understandings, what is the optimal most means of culling the rot of GLOHO within the Catholic institutions? Simply naming and shaming it wherever one sees it? Do you think that this suffices? It would be a lifelong task.
It's helpful to do so. I mean, when one combats error, it's a twofold duty. So you condemn the error itself and you point out where it is wrong, but you also at the same time got to propagate the true idea. So you put forward the real doctrine as well separately, and that's a constant all the time one, whereas defending against errors is an occasional one based on when they're attacked. So that's one thing. In terms of actually removing the GLOHO rot from the Catholic Church, it's got to be from the ground up. Catholics have to become aware of the situation in the church, of the false doctrines.
Are there tools with which to vivisect and eviscerate it already present that can be utilized and focused and fixated upon with vigorous intent?
Yes, I mean, we have all the papal encyclicals up until the 1960s, which are very helpful.
You must create an armory. My good man, you must necessarily create an ideological armory of Catholic cognitive armaments with which to defend against GLOHO subversive infiltration. If there ever were a time to write a glossary of GLOHO operations versus the proper Catholic means and tools with which to deal with them, right? That is a project that I would like to pioneer at some point in time when opportunity and less alcohol in the bloodstream permits. But the point is that there must be tools from antiquity in Catholic hegemony that can be utilized against GLOHO. Those tools, we must create an ideological armory of them and present it to the public. This as a project would be very beneficial, I think.
Yes, absolutely. I think a lot of that work is already done, but ultimately those who are interested will find it out. It's not difficult to come across these documents or search for them or find those who've already made such compilations. But we've got to be honest, most people not being Catholics and most Catholics not being particularly interested beyond the cultural level in their religion are not going to take much interest in the texts and the writings and the practices of the church against these things. Yeah, look, it's all there for people. All there for people.
Dual citizen, yes, that's where I was. Yes, absolutely. Leadenhall Market in the city.
So, sir, what is to become of the current pope? In all seriousness, what is the utmost means by which? Before we finish up and move on to the next segment, what is to become of the current heresy that occurs within the institution vertically?
It's so far gone at this point, isn't it? The white pills that we was trying to give out there. Good.
No, listen here. Okay, let me put it this way to you. Here's the good thing. So long as Catholicism asserts traditionalism, it is absolutely necessary that the public, in the pursuit of no more brother wars, understands that all rots within the Catholic Church, by those who actually are, I don't know, properly standing, carving out the rot, and communicating that you endeavor to and desire to carve out the ideological rot in any institution is the utmost priority, be it Catholic or any other general institution. Carving out Marxist rot will be one of the greatest tasks of this decade, I think.
It will be the greatest refutation of error in human history when it happens. But ultimately, we have some good things. Popes are mortal, they pass away, and they are replaced. And therefore, there is always the hope that in the future, if there becomes this groundswell amongst Catholics against the current liberalism, which I am hopeful of because I'm seeing that reaction already amongst priests and even bishops.
Is it present in Spain and Italy, perchance? Have you noticed it prevalent and present in Spain and Italy?
It is existing in Italy and it's existing in Spain. However, it is most prevalent in France, England, and America, and in Africa, because these places were less directly under the influence of the papacy beforehand. So when the papacy was corrupted by these modern doctrines, they did not follow suit. So that's why it sort of survived intact in these less loyal countries. But it will change. Honestly, there is no way on earth that this will continue forever. We Catholics happen to be very blessed with the gift of faith, and our Lord has said the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church, and that the church is going to exist till the end of time. So this present rot will be carved out. It is for us
I'm glad you said that. Oh, that's all right then. Pack up your bags, Al. Don't worry about it. We better go. God's going to sort it all out.
You wanted a white pill to end it on, and you have to end it instead.
It is not a point of... Well, enough with the emotional drivel. It is not a matter of his defense, but pragmatically, I wish only to speak pragmatically in this moment. Pragmatically and from a utilitarian perspective, listen, the collective will of people in the Catholic Church, ensuring that they reject gloho, internationalis decretum non gloho, something along these lines is a priority, I think.
Right, it's that time, Al. So we're about to start. So the first song is going to be one that I'm playing, and then we're going to play one of George's. And for those that are going to stay with us, I understand if people are going to go, you might not like what we're playing, but we're going to have a range. There'll be stuff that I promise you will come across stuff that you will like, if you don't necessarily like everything. And George's is eager to see whose music you prefer. So we'll try and feed his pettiness as much as you can. He's a narcissistic person that needs feeding.
No, I need none of this. My ego is intact, ipso facto. Regardless of what gets said, I still know my
a hungry monster that is forever sort of shrinking in size, and he needs to grow it with nutrients and nutrition. He needs your help. So please give your opinion on whose music is better. So it's that time. Do you want to have any digs before I press play?
No. You go first. You know, you want to take the first place. I'm fine with that. The first
I
should
said
be
you
the
could have the
last.
first one, but you'd not taken anything.
All right. Okie dokie.
Right. Okay.
Thanks for listening, folks. Keep listening if you're sticking around. It will be enjoyable background noise, and there'll be some good discussion between songs as Alex gets drunker and drunker.
Without doubt, like a pirate.
By the way, gentlemen, if you would like to impose any rules for drinking-related things, such as using redacted when referring to redacted, this can be instituted as a policy.
Yes, well, we know who redacted are and what they do.
Gentlemen, we have come to the point in linguistic history where redacted means redacted.
Right, first song, ladies and gents.
Right, see you on Discord, gentlemen, so we can bitch at one another in between times.
Right, you are.
Gold on silver is the autumn, soft and tender are her skies. Yes and no are the answers written in my true love's eyes. Autumn's leaving and winter's coming. I think that I'll be moving along. I've got to leave her and find another. I've got to sing my heart's true song. Round and round the burning circle, all the seasons 1, 2, and 3. Autumn comes, and then the winter. Spring is born and wanders free. Gold and silver burns my autumns all too soon. They'd fade and die, and then there were no others. Milk and honey were their lives.
I enjoyed that. Very good. On Milk and Honey, I don't think he actually wrote the song. I think it might be Sandy Denningham who wrote it at Fairport Convention. At least I think she had a large hit with it. Nice tune though. This next one coming up is a more traditional folk song. It's one of my favourites to sing. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you like the other one. It's just sort of to let people know that some of what we sing might be really old-fashioned. Some of what we play might be really old-fashioned, but we'll always still drop something in which is just nice and something for you to take away, and hopefully give you inspiration to research others like them and avoid the modern cancer that is pop culture, etc. Please give this a share on platforms that we're not on. We'd really appreciate it. So anyway, I don't know if I shared my audio, so let me re-share that. One sec.
Coziness and not glowho degeneracy. That is the decretum.
Right. Let's not waste any time. So mute up, lads.
Where's my screen gone? Here we are, muting.
Come, my lads, be bright and jolly, drive away all melancholy. To be sad, it is a folly when we meet together. Let union be in all our fun, for to join all our hearts in one. We'll end the day as we begun. We'll end it all in pleasure. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. When we meet together. Solomon sits in all his glory, tells us all a different story. Find all our hearts in one. We'll end the day as we begun. We'll end it all in pleasure. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. When we meet together. Here's the bottle as it passes. Do not fail to fill your glasses. Here's to the health of the lads and lasses when they meet together. Let union be in all our fun, for to join all our hearts in one. We'll end the day as we begun. We'll end it all in pleasure. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. When we meet together. Come, my friends, be light and jolly, drive away all melancholy. To be sad, it is a folly when we meet together. Let union be in all our fun, for to join all our hearts in one. We'll end the day as we begun. We'll end it all in pleasure. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. Right, follow, all right, to-ra-la-lido. When we meet together.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Absolutely lovely.
I think we had a good comment. What was it? I think it was Fatali saying, "I like this one better." Ooh, but it's all good.
You've got one comment because you've got one guy you make out as if it's an army.
Hey, look, one man can move mountains.
That's
Absolutely.
exactly what someone said about us, very kindly, actually.
Very kindly, yes. Nice comments in the chat. I'm glad you all enjoy the music.
Yeah, what was that? What's his name? Go Home or something?
Yeah.
Always very flattering with us. Okay.
Yeah.
So, did I?
Yeah.
I don't know
Really nice comments. I'm glad everyone's enjoying the music. It's all very pleasant.
Yeah, and when I get my D Live sorted, and we've had a few more streams with to build it up, then we'll do other movies, because obviously it's annoying the D Live didn't work, and we would have had more ears to appreciate this or go back and listen to it. Anyway, next song, Mute Up Lads. Let's get this one.
Oh, my name is what you might call me, and my father's was as well. Of a little game he taught me, and the story I will tell. With lots of little soldiers, and as sure as the day would come, I sent 'em into battle at the beating of a drum. I put 'em all up on a table, and I marched 'em all around. Battered 'em with me cannonballs, and watched 'em falling down. Had lots of little crosses which I laid upon the dead, and I patched up all the wounded ones and sent 'em up to bed. When I went round to the neighbours for a nickel or a dime, to buy some little soldiers just to pass away time, they were always very kindly at supplying me with guns, and some of 'em even let me play at soldiers with their sons. I put 'em all up on a table and I marched 'em all around. I battered 'em with me cannonballs and watched 'em falling down. I'd lots of little crosses which I laid upon the dead, and I patched up all the wounded ones and sent 'em up to bed. Whenever I went to the shop to buy me guns and tanks, the man there always smiled, patted me head and whispered thanks. It wasn't for your soldier game, I don't know what to do. Well, you keep me business busy, son, so here's an extra few. I put 'em all up on a table and I marched 'em all around. I battered 'em with me cannonballs and watched 'em falling down. Had lots of little crosses which I laid upon the dead, and I patched up all the wounded ones and sent 'em off to bed. One day I bought some aeroplanes, but this is what I found. When I sent 'em into battle to help me soldiers on the ground, they bombed up every soldier and they proved a terrible flop. And I had to buy another 100 crosses from the shop. I put 'em all up on a table and I marched 'em all around. I battered 'em with me cannonballs and watched 'em falling down. And lots of little crosses which I laid upon the dead, and I patched up all the wounded ones and sent 'em off to bed. I'd very much like to teach this game of soldiers and of guns to me 14 lovely daughters, me 7 handsome sons. The man in the shop get me a bomb, he took it off the shelf, and it bombed up every soldier, all me neighbours and myself. I put 'em all up on a table and I marched 'em all around. I battered 'em with me cannonballs and watched 'em falling down. Had lots of little crosses which I laid upon the dead, and I patched up all the wounded ones and sent 'em off to bed.
That was fantastic. Really nice tune. That good one for the No Brother Wars theme. Lots of good anti-war sentiment there.
Absolutely. I was just saying to Georges off stream, it's a shame. Sometimes you come across wonderful singers and they turn out to be avid socialists, and you're really disappointed because you hear a wonderful tune and you look at them and you think, oh, what a waste.
Yeah, well, it's a deliberate policy that the left had of infiltrating folk music. They thought it would be the workers' music. And they turned out to be wrong, because actually it's mostly not the sort of music they could use. It's music which captures the whole of the folk and not just the grievances of a working class, and especially not class warfare. So what we've got to do as nationalists is take it back and make it ours again. And that's where folk music belongs to the folk, and we're going to get it back. Now here, speaking of good folk musicians, this is Ashley Hutchins, and he led to the renewal of Morris dancing in the 70s, with the results of which have lasted to this day. Many team members in Morris dance teams joined up in the 70s. And it's thanks to this man and his wonderful music and his dancing.
Right, well, let's give it a listen. Ladies and gents, please give this a share. We are Shadow Band Beyond Belief. We are the Shadow People. We are the sewer shadow people. Help us. We're like those people in Futurama that live underground. The mutants. Help us escape the shadows. Mute up, lads.
Oh, list to my sorrowful lay, and attention give to my song, I'll pray. When you've heard it all, you'll say that I'm an unfortunate tailor. I once was as happy as a bird in a tree. Sarah was all in the world to me. Now I'm cut out by a son of the sea. She's left me here to bewail her. Oh, how could Sarah serve me so? No more will I stitch, no more will I sew. A thimble and a needle to the winds I'll throw, and I'll go and list for a sailor. My days were honey and the nights were the same, till a man called Cobb from the ocean came, with his long black beard and his muscular frame, captain on board of a whaler. He spent his money both frank and free, with his tales of the land and his songs of the sea. He stole my Sarah's heart from me, and blighted the hopes of a tailor. Well, once I was with her, when in came Cobb. Avast, he cried, you blubbery swab. If you don't knock off, I'll scuttle your knob. And Sarah smiled at the sailor. So now I'll cross the raging sea. Sarah's proved untrue to me. My heart's locked up and she's the key. What a very unfeeling jailer. So now, kind friends, I'll bid you adieu. No more me woes to trouble you. I'll travel the world all through and through, and go and list for a sailor.
Absolutely wonderful. And for those that, you know, I was just saying to Georgius, Morris dancing really is misrepresented. You know, that was a really good song.
It was nice. It's a traditional folk song as well. The dance is fantastic, and you know, getting more nationalists into Morris dancing. Please preserve your culture wherever you can, in whatever way you can. But the songs, the dances, they're fantastic. That's our people's culture. Keep it going.
I'm going to come in with something I played before, and it got such a reaction that I thought I'd play it again, because I will be asking Al to download this and put it on Telegram, because he won't stay on YouTube for that long. So those that didn't see our last stream, you'll get to go and enjoy this song. So give me just a moment.
I'll have it up after the stream, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Also, all of these in MP3 format, one after the other, will make for a very, very good post.
Indeed. And unmute yourself on Discord, Alex. We want to hear your drunken ramblings. And check if you're still awake.
I am focused on my general comfort, which is proximal to maximal.
Excellent. Enjoy yourself.
Brilliant. As long as you're conscious, you're doing your part. Right. So, ladies and gents, enjoy.
Oh, me and my cousin one Arthur McBride, as we went walking down by the seaside. Now mark what followed and what it betide, for it being on Christmas morning. Out for recreation we went on a tramp, and we met Sergeant Napper and Corporal Bamp, and a little wee drummer intending to camp, for the day being pleasant and charming. Good morning, the sergeant did cry, and the same to you gentlemen we did reply, intending no harm, but meant to pass by, for it being on Christmas morning. But says he, my fine fellows, you will enlist, it's 10 guineas in gold I will slip in your fist, and a crown in the bargain for to kick up the dust and drink the king's health in the morning. For a soldier he leads a very fine life, and he always is blessed with a charming young wife, and he pays all his debts without sorrow or strife, and always lives pleasant and charming. And a soldier he always is decent and clean, in the finest of clothing is constantly seen, while other poor fellows go dirty and mean, and sup on thin gruel in the morning. What says Arthur? I wouldn't be proud of your clothes, for you've only the length of them, as I suppose, and you dare not change them one night, for you know if you do, you'll be flogged in the morning. And although that we are single and free, we take great delight in our own company, and we have no desire strange faces to see, although that your offers are charming. And we have no desire to take your advance, all hazards and dangers we bar to our chance, for you would have no scruples or to send us to France, where we would get shot without warning. Oh, now, says the sergeant, I'll have no such chat, and I neither will take it from spouting or brat. For if you insult me with one other word, I'll cut off your heads in the morning. And then Arthur and I, we soon drew our hats, and we scarce gave them time for to draw their own blades, when a trusty shillelagh came over their heads, and bade them take matters fair warning. And their own rusty rapiers that hung by their side, they flung them as far as they could in the tide. Now take them out, devils, cried Arthur McBride, and tempered their edge in the morning. And the little wee drummer, we flattened his cow, and we made a football of his row. Threw it in the tide for to rock and to roll, and bade it a tedious returning. And we haven't no money, paid them off in cracks, and we paid no respect to the two bloody backs, for we lathered them there like a pair of wet sacks, and left them for dead in the morning. And so, to conclude and to finish disputes, we obligingly asked if they wanted recruits. For we were the lads who would give them hard clouts and bid them look sharp in the morning. Oh, me and me cousin one Arthur McBride, as we went walking down by the seaside, our mark what followed, and what to betide for it being on Christmas morning.
Lovely, really lovely. I liked it when you played it the other day, and it's still nice now. And I can sing this along as well. It's good.
I was addicted to it.
Which is very comfy. I'm sat here with a whiskey and a pipe.
Cozy and immersive.
It is cozy.
How are you getting on, mate? You all right?
Yes, my good man. I am enjoying it because I've not listened to such prior for quite a while.
Right, okay.
Just to answer, there's a question in the chat asking me the name of a papal encyclical by Leo XIII. It's Rerum Novarum. Sorry about that. We'll get back to chats. What's the next song we've chosen? Oh, yeah. So the next song is from a band called the Etchingham String Band. Now, they only existed for a year, and this is the only recording we have of them. It's a live recording. Basically, it's Ashley Hutchins, the Morris dancing player we had earlier, and a very gifted folk singer called Shirley Collins. And they met and formed this impromptu group, which did so well at this event in Etchingham, in the village hall, that they called themselves the Etchingham String Band, and they toured Europe for 1 year before breaking up altogether. But they produced some really good music, and I hope you'll enjoy listening to this one. This one's called Hard Times in Old England, and I think we can all sympathise or empathise with this.
Just making sure I definitely showed the sound. Okay, and we'll get straight into it. Thank you very much for those that have stayed, and those of you that are staying. It's really nice to see that you do enjoy this. Sometimes when you listen to this all the time, you wonder if the world's truly gone and no one else listens to this, and you think, am I the weirdo? Am I the oddball for liking this music? Am I considered a geek? I wouldn't give a toss if people said I was, but it's nice to see that people enjoy it. Anyway, on we go.
Come, old brother tradesman, that travel along. Oh, pray, can you tell me where the trade is all gone? Long time I've been traveling and cannot find none. And it's all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. Provisions you buy at the shop, it is true, but if you've no money, there's none there for you. So what's a poor man and his family to do? And it's all the hard times of old England. In old England, you go to a farm and you ask for a job, they will answer you back with a shake, not a nod. And that's enough to make a man turn out and rob. And it's all the hard times of old England, in old England, very hard times. You can see the poor labourers tramping the streets from morning till night for employment to seek, and scarcely they've got any shoes to their feet. And it's all the hard times of old England, in old England, very hard times. See the soldiers and sailors who've just come from war, been fighting for the Queen and the country sure. They come home to be stopped, better stayed where they were. And it's all the hard times of old England, in old England, very hard times. So now to conclude and to finish my song, let's hope that these hard times, they will not last long. Soon I'll have occasion to alter the song and sing all the good times about England, in old England, jolly good times.
I like how Vinny in the chat put, "This is a Georgius request." Just to preface,
I'm
if
not
anyone
responsible for that song.
It's a great message. It's a great message. You know, I hope that in England soon we'll be able to sing "In Old England, Jolly Good Times," and I certainly hope so as well.
I'm going to make up for it. Don't worry.
And we will be playing the Skyboat song as requested by Thy Haggis in a couple of songs. So stay tuned for that. It's an old favourite of many people I know.
For this next one, I want you to turn the volume up. I don't want you to look at the chat. I want you to enjoy it. Ignore me. And to all of the agents and weirdos and leftists that might be out there listening, enjoy. This one's for you. Well, no, you can have nothing. This one's for us. Share screen. Share audio. So enjoy this, ladies and gents, and as always, please keep in mind, think for yourself, and take note of the names. And I was already going to play a song from the Corries, but now we're going to play two songs from the Corries because we have a request. So anyway, mute up, please, lads, and let's roll.
Blue crystal fire, blue crystal fire, brightly in me, brightly in me, my love. sunshine, smooth singing sunshine. Wrap your blanket round me. Wrap your blanket round me, my love. Fast flowing waterfall, fast flowing waterfall, wash my tears away, wash my tears away, away my love. Deep within the forest, deep within the forest, there I wait for you, there I wait for you, my love. Deal with silver antlers, deal with silver antlers, come and dance with me, come and dance with me, my love. Sweet smiling moonbeam, sweet smiling moonbeam, be my rhapsody, be my rhapsody, so deep, my love. Blue crystal fire, blue crystal fire, burn brightly in me, burn brightly in me, my love. Crystal fire, crystal fire.
I hope you all enjoyed that, ladies and gents. I absolutely adore that song. I'm obsessed with it. And one thing I will point out about it is it's a very simple strum. All he was doing was a very simple strum, and he created the whole song with his voice. And it's something I love about, say, sea shanties and folk songs of old-fashioned British and Irish and Scottish folk songs, etc., and Americans and so on, is they don't need an instrument. They can just all go right, bang. And a shanty is sung in a fashion which, because you're away at sea, you don't have the instruments to hand, but within an instant you can go from a depressing moment to you're all singing along in a great song. So anyway, our next song is from the G-Man, Georges, G-Star, Gangstar.
Gangstar.
Yeah.
Yo. So next we have the very well-known band Steel Eye Span, one of their best known hits, All Around My Hat. I believe this was actually #1 in Top of the Pops at one bizarre point in our history. It's enjoyable. I love this song. I hope you like it.
Brilliant. Enjoy this, ladies and gents, and we will be back with you in a couple of moments. And bear in mind, there's loads of music we'd love to play to you, but we can't for obvious reasons. But anyway, back in a couple of minutes.
All around my hat, I will wear the green willow, and all around my hat for a 12-month and a day. And if anyone should ask me the reason why I'm wearing it, it's all for my true love who's far, far away. Fare thee well, cold winter, and fare thee well, cold frost. Nothing have I gained, but my own true love I've lost. I'll sing and I'll be merry when occasion I sing. It's supposed to be young man, let him go, farewell he. The other night he brought me a fine diamond ring, but he thought to have me bribe me with a far-better thing. But I, being careful like the flowers on me, he's supposed to be a young man, let him go, farewell he. And all around my hat I wear the willow, and all around my hat for a 12-month and a day. And if anyone should ask me the reason why I'm wearing it, it's all for my true love who's far, far away. Water found the reasons, and the harbor found the sense. A small string of time, and a smart of prudence. You mix them all together, and you will plainly see he's supposed to lose a young man. Let him go, farewell he. And all around my hat I wear the green willow, and all around my hat for a 12-month and a day. And if anyone should ask me the reason why I'm wearing it, it's all for my true love who's far, far away. All around my hat I will wear the green willow, and all around my hat for a 12-month and a day. And if anyone should ask me the reason why I'm wearing it, it's all for my true love who's far, far away. All around my hat I will wear the green willow, and all around my hat for a 12-month and a day. And if anyone should ask me the reason why I'm wearing it, it's all for my true love who's far, far away.
Oh, it's only a good sing along to that.
Okay, so the next one is a request. Bear with me.
The Collies, I do believe.
Yeah, and you're going to hear it more from the Corries as well. And this is called The Skyboat. And do you remember who requested this?
Yeah, this was Thy Haggis, and what I would like to say about this song is it's a great little bit of Jacobite history. It's about the flight of the young pretender, I believe, to the Isle of Skye after the defeat at the Battle of Culloden, which really put an end to the Jacobite attempts to reclaim the throne from William of Orange's descendants. So very interesting.
Okay, and afterwards I have another interesting story also in relation to Scotland. You've heard me play it before, but because this one's going on record and we're going to put it on Telegram, I'm going to play it again. Anyway, let's mute up and enjoy.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Low the wind howls, low the waves roar, thunder clatter rend the air. Baffle of foes, stand on the shore, follow they will not dare. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Many's the lad fought on that day, well the claymore did wield. When the night came, silently lay, dead on Culloden field. Sweet bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Though the waves leap, soft will he sleep, ocean's a royal bed. Rocked in the deep, Flora will keep watch by your weary head. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king, over the sea to sky.
Beautiful.
Okay, ladies and gents, the next song, thank you, Haggis, as well, for that. The next song is of a Egyptian / Syrian who was living in Scotland. He'd chosen Scotland, but this is years ago. It's not like now. He had chosen Scotland to live in, and he became an outlaw, but he was famous for being an amazing fiddler, amazing on the fiddle. And he was also obviously a very good singer, but he was on the run, and he was betrayed by a woman, and in the end they did execute him. But before they executed him, he wrote a song the night before, And he said halfway through the song, when I finish this song, I'm going to smash the fiddle over my knee so that none of you can buy it, because he knew people would come from far and wide to buy his fiddle because he was famous for his highwayman antics and how good he was on a fiddle. So the tale goes that he followed through, because you hear it in the song and people say that he did smash the fiddle over his knee so it would never sound the same again. And then he jumped into the noose so that no one else could hang him. So he dropped his own weight on the noose. So in defiance, so the hangman couldn't kill him. So it's a very interesting story. So this is the song that he wrote the night before he was executed. And keep your ear out as well for the moment that he says that he's about to smash the fiddle over his knee.
I would like just to say before you play it that at the time he was hanged, while he was referred to legally as an Egyptian, he was what we now call today as a gypsy. That was the word they used for it back then. So he was a traveling man. But a great song, really great song. I enjoyed this one. Macpherson's Rant, everybody.
Has he given me the right one? Hang on. Yes, it has. Sorry. Do apologise. Please, with this one, you don't need to engage in the chat. You can just enjoy it. It's up to you what you do, obviously, but sometimes with these songs, technology isn't the place to enjoy them. Anyway, mute up, lads.
There will be dark and lonely hills, not a war beneath the sky. Macpherson's time will not be lang on yonder gallows high. Say Rantonley, say Wantonley, say Dantonley, Gady. He's played a tune and he's danced it around in a blow the gallows tree. It was by a woman, treacherous on, I am condemned to be. A blow a ledge at my window she stood, a blanket she threw over me. Say Rantonley, say Wantonley, say Dantonley, gay. He's played a tune and he's danced it around in a blow the gallows tree. There's some come here, they see me hang, some they buy my fiddle. But before that I would bear to her, I'd break her through the middle. Say Rantonley, say Wantonley, say Dantonley, Gady. He's played a tune and he's danced it around in a blow the gallows tree. He took the fiddle into big cold on, bracket over a stain, saying neither hand shall play on thee, and I am deed again. Say Rantonley, say Wantonley, say Dantonley, gay. He's played a tune and he's danced it around in a blow the gallows tree. His reprieve is coming o'er the break of bam. They set Macpherson free, but they put the knot a quarter four. They hanged him to the tree. Say Rantonley, say Wantonley, say Dantonley, Gady. He's played a tune and he's danced
below the gallows tree. Oh, little did my mother think when first she cradled me that I would turn a roving boy, die on the gallows tree. Say wantonly, say wantonly, say wantonly, he's played a tune and he's danced it through in a below the gallows tree.
That was great.
That was his name, James McPherson. Right, so the next song is George's song, which is called
It's called
Dr.
Many
Faustus Tumblers.
Also, The Knight of Trafalgar and Prince William. It's a bit of a medley. Nice bit of brass music in it. It's Brass Monkey. Yes, both of the people are massive leftists, but it's a nice song. And if we can annoy them by playing it and enjoying it, all the better. And we will be doing the request we got from Carl Ager, Row Me Bully Boys Row. We'll play that in a song or two. But I think, Vinny, I think you're up for making this a more regular thing after Sunday streams, to do a bit of the TRRFM. I'm definitely up for that.
And especially firing up D-Live, hopefully we'll be able to bring these songs to more people.
Absolutely.
So we're going to play the request immediately after this. And I will then come in with one of mine. So mute up, please, ladies and gents. Mind you, I need to get up on screen. Hang on. You sent it to me, haven't you? Have you checked it out?
I've checked it. It sounded good.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, ladies and gents, this is Row Me Bully Boys by Julia Delaney or Delaney. Share audio. And then I'll be coming in with one of mine. You up, please, lads?
And it's row me bully boys, waving a holly boys, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to friends, and it's row me bully boys, row. I'll sing you a song, it's the song of the sea. Row me bully boys, row. I'll sing you a song if you'll sing it with me, and it's row me bully boys, row. And it's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry, boy, we got a long way to go. Then we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's row me bully boys, row. We will kill a Mary, it's time for to go. Row me bully boys, row. The old blue beers are calling us home, and row me bully boys, row. And it's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry, boy, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's row me bully boys, row. Whiskey for each man, bully, bully boys, row, and a it's Shanty Man, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. And it's Romy Bully Boys, wearing a high boy. We are a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. There's mace in the captain aboard, Romy Bully Boys roll. He looks like a peacock with whiskers and swords, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. And it's Romy Bully Boys, wearing a high voice. We are a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. And it's Romy Bully Boys, wearing a high voice. We got a long way to go. And then we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. And it's Romy Bully Boys, wearing a high voice. We got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's Romy Bully Boys roll. Romy Bully Boys roll.
We are absolutely chuffed with that. I am anyway. Absolutely entranced with that. I was.
Great song, really good choice. Thanks for the recommendation.
Very good.
Overall, gentlemen, it is great to sip to. All of this music is great to sip the strong, chest-warming stuff to. Gentlemen.
Ladies and gents, if you also go and subscribe to the Reality Report, because we're going to maybe try going off 2 channels at one point, because there might be streams on different subjects. So also follow Reality Report on YouTube. Follow us on Telegram. The next song belongs to Georges. Do you want to say anything about it, Georges?
Yeah, so this is a Brass Monkey song I mentioned before. It's The Night of Trafalgar, and I believe the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's a poem by, is it Thomas Hardy who wrote the poem? I can't remember. The Night of Trafalgar, and it's been set to music. It's really good, nice patriotic tune about the storm following the Battle of Trafalgar. Very, very interesting. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a good bit of brass music too, and we all love brass instruments. At least I do.
Hang on, lads. Having a technical difficulty at the minute. I may have to return to the stream.
Technical difficulties?
Yeah, it's frozen on me, so I've got to close the stream. You'll both still be here. I'll be back in just a moment. So
right, you come back in. I'll hum to people while you're away.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, Over the Hills and Far Away. I think we will be playing that later. The version from Sharp, which everyone likes, certainly was on my list of things to play. Nice one to sing too. And what's happening with Sir Vincent? Alex, are you there? Do you read me?
Yes, Yes, I am.
We need to do some dialogue.
Oh, really? Oh, brilliant!
I can hear you over this probably.
That's the one thing of
we've got
them
two Vinnies.
multiplying. It's called nationalist mitosis. It's what the left fears most. Multiple Binsons in the world. What more? What could be more terrifying?
There was 3 of me on at once there, wasn't there?
Oh, at least two. At least two. It was scary moments.
Well, I'm in the corner as well, aren't I? I'm up in the corner. There was.
You're everywhere. You're literally swarming.
So when it comes to filling up airtime with pertinent information, I'm here. There will be no downtime. If ever there be perceived that I am not present, I guarantee you I am. I am sipping consistently.
Ceaselessly. Good.
If
Well,
there's
let's play
one
this
thing
song.
I am sure of is that you're sipping consistently, Alex. I don't doubt that you're doing that. It's hard work.
I said ceaselessly, by the way. There's a difference between ceaselessly and consistently.
I'm sure you're drinking like a general in wartime. Anyway, our next song.
Entirely proportionately.
Mute up, lads.
In the wild October night time, when the wind raved down the land, and the back sea met the front sea, and our doors were blocked with sand, and we heard the drop of dead man's pain, where bones of thousands are. We knew not what they had done for us at Trafalgar. All hard and make the north or down we go, one says he. We full in bedtime brought the storm, home snug slept we. Our dour gallants all the while, after fighting through the day, were beating up and down the dark southwest of Cadiz Bay. the vanquished then the storm it tossed and tore, as hard they strove these worn-out men upon that surly shore. Dead Nelson and his half-dead crew, his foes from near and far, were rolled together on the deep that night at Trafalgar.
Well, that was rousing. I enjoyed that. What about you, Vinny?
Absolutely. I was actually engrossed. One sec. A sea shanty festival, Sir Haggis is saying that happens apparently. That sounds interesting. In what did he say?
Harwich. Harwich.
Right. So this next one is very old. I believe this video that I'm about to play was made in 1901, and I'm going to cheat here because I'm going to play two in a row. But the first one's only 60 seconds. It's only 60
didn't
seconds.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's only 60 seconds. So that's why I was struggling. Well, it's just over 60 seconds, so I'm lying again. But you know, I'm a dictator. It's one of those things. It's by John Jacob Niles, and I have no doubt Georges will moan about this, but I just want you to experience his voice. And in the full version, he tells the audience that he wrote this song, or obviously he took the idea from old folk songs, which Georges will say, for about a girl that rejected him. I mean, you won't expect the noise to come out of it that comes out of him. Let me just make sure I shared that, because once again, I didn't.
It's quite a noise. I leave it to the judgment of viewers, listeners, you know, of sensitive ears to come to a good conclusion.
Right, now this is only 1 minute 21, so you can put up with it, and then I'll play something more upbeat. But this is John Jacob Niles, and you can go find the full tune if you like, but this is 1901, if I remember correctly. This is old school. Anyway, mute up, please, lads.
Go away from my window, go away I'll give you back your letters. I'll give you back your ring. We'll never forget my true love as long as songbirds sing. As long as songbirds sing. I'll go tell all my brothers.
Yeah, I've turned it off now. Yeah, I doubt that was 1901. I doubt very much that was 1901. But I didn't play the full version, but it's up to you if you want to go and find that. It's an acquired taste, but personally, I absolutely adore the sound that he creates and think it's incredibly impressive. But let's play something a little bit more upbeat. Well, actually, no, we're going to get cultural.
Oh, here we are. Intelligent stuff. What are you going to surprise us with? Even I don't know what's coming next. So, there's no advance warning here.
No, that's too long. I'm going to play this one. Right, here we go, lads. Everyone, mute
Good
up.
luck.
StreamYard, share screen, share audio. This one's mine. Next one will be yours, Georges.
No future was there in London for a poor man's son like me. So I left my home and I went to seek my fortune on the sea. I signed aboard a merchant ship bound for the West Indies, and 6 weeks out we tacked into the winds of piracy. There were sails on the horizon and we tried to make a run. And when we saw that black flag, then our running it was done. And when those pirates boarded us, they told us one by one, you can die or join our crew, me boys. Time flies when you're having rum.
Time flies when you're having rum, me boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. We take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
With a pistol to my forehead, then my choice was all too clear. I took leave of that merchant ship and became a buccaneer. And though they spared my life, I think that if the truth be told, I joined them for the promise of adventure, rum, and gold. The quartermaster handed me a cutlass and a gun, and as I signed their articles, the captain told me, son, us gentlemen of fortune live life fast and on the run. So step right up and take your share. Time flies when you're having rum.
Time flies when you're having rum, me boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. When you take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
For 2 long years I sailed with them around the Spanish Main, and we captured ships from Portugal, from England, France, and Spain. And we took what we could and we gave none back, for that's the pirate's code. And the wake we left in the Caribbean Sea ran red with blood. Now the Admiralty in London sent a fleet to hunt us down, and a trader in Port Royal told them where we could be found. They surrounded us and Nassau, the captain shouted, let 'em come. The fight'll be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
Time flies when you're having rum, me boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. When you take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
We ran the red flag up and then we readied all our guns. No quarter would we give, and in return expected none. We got off one good broadside, but outnumbered 10 to 1. They took out half our crew, and then our pirating was done. They took us back to London town under key and lock, and the hangman's noose was swinging at the execution dock. The captain turned and said to me, we had fine sailing, son, The voyage was over all too soon. Time flies when you're having rum.
Time flies when you're having rum, you boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. When you take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
Now as you listen to this tale, by now I'm sure you have surmised that I slipped the hangman's cable and escaped him with my life. But how I got away, well, that's another story, son. My voyages, they aren't over yet. Time flies when you're having rum.
Time flies when you're having rum, you boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. When you take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum. Time flies when you're having rum, you boys. Time flies when you're having rum. When you're sailing under the black flag and you're firing all your guns. When you take a Spanish treasure ship, you divide by the rule of thumb. The voyage will be over soon enough. Time flies when you're having rum.
That was good. Time does indeed fly when you're having rum. Alex can vouch for this no matter what he's drinking. I'm sure the time is flying by for him if he's not already blissfully asleep.
No, I'm still present, sir. It's all particularly cozy and comfortable.
I thought you was face down on the keyboard by now.
Present in body. not
No,
in
sir,
spirit.
but when the particular moment of supremest coziness is upon oneself, the smug sip is a prerequisite condition for optimal enjoyment of the tunes.
Well, this next song is by a local Manchester band, called the Oldham band, called the Oldham Tinkers. Really good. This is a very funny song called the Lancashire Toreador. I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I did.
Well, I've been to Spain, but never again. I wouldn't go there twice. I said, my name's John Willie. They said it sounded silly. They wouldn't call me that at any price. They soon made me change my name, and a real proper Spaniard I became. Don Pedro, the great bullfighting hero, the Lancashire Toreador. Well, they cheer me, and when the bull gets near me, to show how far a brave monk can go. With the bull I dance the tango. Then when I hung on his tail, my fancy tried to gore. I started rushing around the ring with bull giving chase. 3 times he tossed me in the air. I looked at his grace. They shouted, look at all that skin and bone round the place. It's the Lancashire Toreador. Don Pedro, the great bullfighting hero, the Lancashire Toreador. Well, I met her, charming senorita. For to love me you can never, then kiss me goodbye forever. That night, as she retired, she locked her bedroom door. She started to undress and timidly she looked round. She said, thank God I'm rid of him, now he's homeward bound. But when she pulled the bedclothes down, now guess what she found? The Lancashire Toreador. Don Pedro, the great bullfighting hero, the Lancashire Toreador. Well, I scared him, no mercy ever spared him. In the dead of night I rumble, Spanish castle walls I scramble. I saw a shadow, a boat, a girl in her boudoir. Started climbing balcony, it started for its way. She shouted murder, there's a bandit, spur my life pray. Oh, and me castanets I rattled, she said, hooray! It's a Lancashire Toria, Lancashire Toria, Lancashire Toria, go! Woo!
Lancashire Toreador.
Okay, ladies and gents, this next one is on the Reality Report YouTube if you want to go and find it for yourself afterwards if you enjoy it. This is a song for the Paras. And I've played this before, but it's a montage that I made just to sort of show a little appreciation towards the spirit and humour of the people that serve for the right reasons and are told to do things for the wrong reasons. Anyway, let me double check that I actually shared the sound again, in the usual fashion.
Very important.
Okay, and away we go. Mute up, please, lads.
Oh, you lads want to join the mob? Just come along with me. Here's some chalky biscuits and a lovely cup of tea. Forget the RAF, the Royal Marines or the Navy. We think you're big and tough to be in the airborne infantry. Got off the bus in Aldershot in 1964. They marched us on a parade ground where me father stood before. Old Drummy Williams, he drilled the squad, it seemed like half a day. I've never seen such a motley crew, and then I heard him say, Green on, we're airborne, we know we are the best. Oh, when you put that berry on, you know you passed the test. We go anywhere, we fight anyone, we're always in the mud. They always send the Paras in, 'cause we don't give a toss. They handed me a rifle and a crab back for me head, a uniform that didn't fit and plywood for me bed. They woke us up at the break of dawn and marched us round a square. I wish that I was home in bed or anywhere else but there. I tapped across the Brecons with a burden on me back. They marched us up to Penny Fan and then they marched us back. You should have joined the remade, that's what old Drummy said. You still got 25 miles to go before you go to bed. Green on, we're airborne, we know we are the best. But when you put that berry on, you know you passed the test. We go anywhere, we fight anyone, we're always in the mud. They always send the Paras in, 'cause we don't give a monkeys. It started out in Ringway 60 years ago. All those boys have volunteered for jumping through the hole. Oh, Winnie and Boy Browning, they watched with all their brass, but they were the ones who were jumping out and landing on their arse. Read on, we're airborne, we know we are the best. When you put that berry on, you know you passed the test. We go anywhere, we fight anyone, we're always in the mud. They always send the Paras in, 'cause we don't give a toss. They kicked me out for Albert with a parachute on my back. The PTI said, don't worry lad, if it don't, we'll bring it back. I felt the jolt, me nuts went up, the chute went round and round. At least I didn't mess me pants before I hit the ground. I went for pre-selection with a squad of 25. They handed out the weaklings and the ones that couldn't survive. They handed me berry, then took me by the hand. Oh, welcome to the Maroon Machine, be proud of that young man. Green on the ribbon, we know we are the best. But when you put that berry on, you know you passed the test. We'll go anywhere, we'll fight anyone, we're always in the mud. They always send the paras in, 'cause we don't give a monkeys. They sent us into battle, we took it in our stride. Shouting while my army, we all jumped in with pride. The Royal Marines, they stood and watched, they seemed so mystified. Don't worry lads, we'll sort them out, you run away and hide. Green on, we're airborne, we know we are the best. But when you put that berry on, you know you passed the test. We go anywhere, we fight anyone, we're always in the mud. They always send the paras in, 'cause we don't give a monkeys. They always send the paras in, 'cause we don't give a toss. They always send the paras in, 'cause we don't give a...
Good bit of competitive spirit there from the Paras.
I absolutely love that one, and it's such an embodiment of the humour that the English are known to have in times of hardship. I just think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So next one is from
Well,
Georges.
the next one is a good Christmassy song. It is Christmas coming up after all, and this is a folk song of the Holly and the Ivy. You're all used to the version from church, but this is a folk song which existed beforehand, and it's a really jolly tune.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
You've got some Arab person instead. What's this? Blooming heck.
Right. Sorry.
In your own time, in your own
Wonderful
time.
song. Magpie Lane.
Excellent. Time for a bit of merriment and festivity.
Ready?
Ready?
Alex, you all right, mate? How you feeling? You all right?
Let him die in peace.
I'm observing the happenings in the tabs for the Merkland before
Whatever, mate.
the compulsory nap time.
We'll listen to this
before
too.
the compulsory nap time takes me.
Right, press in play.
The holly and the ivy, when they are both full grown, of all the trees that are in the wood, the holly bears the crown. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. The holly bears a blossom as white as any bill, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ all wrapped up in silk. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. The holly bears a prickle as sharp as any thorn, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ on Christmas Day in the morn. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. The holly bears a bark as bitter as any gall, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ for to redeem us all. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. The holly bears a berry as red as any blood, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ to do for sinners good. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. when they are both full grown. Although the trees are in the wood, the holly bears the crown of the rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir. Oh, the rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing all in the choir.
Excellent. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. Is looking forward to a Merry Christmas. I certainly am.
I think it's already cozy, and we're going to have a lot more mountains of salt. If we don't have snow, we'll definitely have a whole lot of salt.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So this next one is from me, ladies and gents. Please enjoy it. What I love about this particular series is it's not just the song. I love the song, but watching this room and how into it they are and how familiar with the song and how impressed they are and seeing them sing along, it's a Groundhog Day moment of brilliance and time, which is very much behind us, unfortunately. But looking in, it fills you with this hope and depressing nostalgia at the same time. Anyway, this is the Corries. Will you go, lassie, go, or will you go, lassie, go?
Gay, lassie, gay.
Well, go, lassie, gay.
Oh, you're not speaking Scottish, mate. Anyway, great song.
Right, okay.
Has come. Oh, the summer time has come, and the trees are sweetly blooming. The wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will build my love a bower by yon cool crystal fountain. Around it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain side, all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will range through the wild and the deep ancient green, and return the spoils to the bower of my dearie. Will you go, lassie, go? You know, and we'll all go together to the wild mountain side, all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? If my true love, she won't come, and I'll surely find another to the wild mountain side, all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go?
and we'll all go together to a wild mountain trail all around the blooming heaven. Where you go, lassie, oh. Fantastic.
Great! That was good. That was very good. I believe the next song is from yours truly. And you might actually remember it. I don't remember which advert it was in, but it's a really, really good version of the Northumberland song, Dance to Your Daddy. And I really like it. It's a good fishing town song.
Right, and bear in mind, Dance to Your Daddy isn't some sort of rap title. Let's have it right. This isn't R&B.
This is not Dance to Your Daddy.
Baby daddies or anything like that. This is something else. So just so we're clarifying.
No rap allowed.
Where is it? Here we go. My choice after this is going to be for our American guests. It's something I've played before, and it's to showcase someone's talent. This one is from George's, Dance to Your Daddy by Nancy Kerr and James Fagan. And let's go.
Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. You shall have a fish and you shall have a fin. You shall have a herring when the boat comes in. You shall have a coffin boiled in a pan. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. When you are a man and you will run so wide, you shall wear the lassie over all your life. She shall be a lassie, you will be her man. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. Dance to your daddy, my little laddie. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. You shall have a fish and you shall have a fin. You shall have a herring when the boat comes in. You shall have a bread boiled in a pan. Dance to your daddy, my little lad. the closer when the boy comes in. Dance to your daddy, sing to your mommy, dance to your daddy, to your mommy, sing. Dance to your daddy, sing to your mommy, dance to your daddy, to your mommy, sing. You shall have a fishy on your little fishy. You shall have a closer when the boy comes in. You shall have a fishy on your little fishy. You shall have a closer when the boy comes in. Dance to your daddy, sing to your mommy, dance to your daddy, to your mommy, sing. Dance to your daddy, sing to your mommy, dance to your daddy, to your mommy, sing.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like going out and buying some fish fingers. Microphone muted. So Vinny and I both have chosen that we have a song, 2 songs left each. So it might ever so slightly overrun, but I'm sure you good people won't mind too much. Some great suggestions in the chat. I'm afraid we won't have time to play more. A Begging I Will Go by the Virginia Company is very good, as are many of the other songs suggested. But we're going to round this off with just a couple more of our own each, and hope you enjoy the remaining 4 songs.
Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to find this entire stream in MP3 format on t.me/The Reality Report sometime tomorrow. If you missed the beginning, that is, and want to catch up. On with the next show.
We will be doing this again. So what songs we don't get to play today, we will get to play another day, so fear not.
This is for our American guests, and it's important you watch this because I played this before, but Alex is going to put it on MP3, so it's important. But you see, she is playing the fiddle or the violin, singing, and tap dancing at the same time.
And she's very pretty.
She is amazing. Now, when I watched it first, I didn't even acknowledge that she was tap dancing. And I just thought, where's that music from? And eventually, halfway through the video, I realized, oh my God, she's tap dancing at the same time. And she's... Anyway, I won't bang on about it. I'll let you be the judge. Mute up, please, lads. I just wish there was more like this out there.
I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. I'm going to Louisiana, my true love Odysee. It rained and rained the day I left, the weather it was dry. The sun so hot I froze. Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. 'Cause I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. I had a dream the other night that everything was still. I thought I saw Susanna coming o'er the hill. The buckwheat cake was in her mouth, a tear was in her eye. Says, I am coming from the south, Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me, 'cause I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee.
How will you ever recover from someone disagreeing with you on the internet, sir? It's all over.
On Discord. Shh. Discuss on Discord.
I soon will be in Orleans and then I'll look around. And when I find Susanna, I'll fall upon the ground. But if I do not find her, I know I'll surely die. And when I'm dead and buried, Susanna, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. 'Cause I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me, 'cause I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee.
Well, that was brilliant. I especially like the unannounced intervention of Alex in the song. I wasn't expecting him to be helping with the vocals for Hilary Cook, so that's very good.
That's okay, gentlemen. You get to have a tiny idea of what goes on in the back channels during the utmost joyful stream that we are about to conclude. Thank you all very much for tuning in. By the way,
Alex, we're still going. We're still going.
Yes, I'm aware, sir. I'm aware. But for all of those who have stuck it out until now, we hope you found it informative in equal measure as entertaining. Yes.
Right. Next song is a request we've been having actually since this stream began, and it's Over the Hills and Far Away. We all love this tune. I do, and everyone likes Sharp. No, other way. That's the last song. Over the Hills and Far Away, please, Mr. Vincent. Vincent?
Yeah. Sorry. Where have you sent this to? Oh, it's above it. Sorry, do apologise.
Yeah. Very confusing. I apologize. It's in the air.
There we go. Okay, mute up, please, lads.
Those who volunteer to come to list and fight the foe today, over the hills and far away, o'er the hills and o'er the main, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills far away. When duty calls me, I must go to stand and face another foe. But we will always stray over the hills far away. O'er the hills and o'er the main, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills far away. If I should fall to rise no more, as many comrades did before, then ask the pipes and drums to play over the hills and far away. O'er the hills and o'er the main, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills and far away. Then
on a longer road to come one may. Over the hills far away. O'er the hills in northern Maine, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills and far away. O'er the hills and o'er the plain, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills and far away. O'er the hills and o'er the plain, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands and we obey. Over the hills and far away. O'er the hills and o'er the plain, through Flanders, Portugal, and Spain, King George commands.
Excellent. Yeah, that was a good request from many, many people. I really enjoyed the Sharp series as a boy. That Victorian Napoleonic Wars, very, very good. Alex, have you watched Sharp?
How you feeling now?
I don't think so. What's that?
It's a series. It's a television series. You can find it on YouTube.
I see. I haven't. What's it pertain to?
The Napoleonic Wars.
Oh no!
And it speaks a little bit about our friends Redacted. Just
Does it the slightest?
It does
I'll have
indeed,
to have a
especially
gander
the
at that.
first episode or two. There's a fair bit of Redacted being outed. Very interesting.
It's very difficult to come across non-posed media, but I'll take this suggestion and have a gander sometime tomorrow because I'm quite knackered presently.
Good.
On with the song.
We have two more songs left. This is Vincenzo's last song. Vincent, would you like to introduce your song to the thronging masses still listening to this beautiful, beautiful and very enjoyable stream? Thank you to the chat, by the way.
Yes, thank you for sticking about, everyone. And I'm sure you're going to want to play this back. This next song talks about Gallipoli and the Irish sent to fight the Turks, to which was a complete disaster. And not something that anyone sensible really should have planned, which is probably why Churchill was involved.
The Australians, I believe, were the ones sent to fight the Turks on Gallipoli.
Yes, they were, but the Irish were there with the
okay, yeah.
So they were being set. They felt especially used, the Irish immigrants that had come to Australia, because obviously they were telling them fight for our country, or else, sort of thing. But no more brother wars. We have to really look over everything bad that's gone on in the past. And this song is a stunning one. So, but it is 8 minutes. But if you see your way through it, because it is a little bit depressing, it is absolutely amazing. Now, I'm going to actually play it from a band that you'll all know. So
a band you're not allowed to play this Christmas, I might add. A band you're not allowed to play, if that gives you any hints. And then if you make it all the way through these 8 minutes of a very good song, you'll get one last song from yours truly, and we'll wrap up the stream. Until then, folks, let's listen to this masterpiece.
That's exactly what it is. And if you listen to the beginning, take it in, you might think, oh, this is a very long song, but by the time you get to the end, the idea of the beginning will make sense and it'll all come together for you. So anyway, I won't bang on about it. I'll just bring it up. 1 second. I suppose I've already banged on about it enough. Okay, we will see you in closer to 10 minutes from now. Mute up, please, lads.
When I was a young man, I carried my pack, and I lived the free life of a rover. From the Murray's green basin to the dusty outback, I waltzed my Matilda all over. Then in 1915, my country said, son, it's time to stop rambling, 'cause there's work to be done. So they gave me a tin hat and they gave me a gun, and they sent me away to the war. And the band played Waltzing Matilda as we sailed away from the quay. And amidst all the tears and the shouts and the cheers, we sailed off for Gallipoli. How well I remember that terrible day when the blood stained the sand and the water, and how in that hell that they call Suvla Bay, we were butchered like lambs at the slaughter. Johnny Turkey was ready, he primed himself well, he showered us with bullets and he rained us with shells, and in 5 minutes flat he'd blown us all to hell, nearly blew us right back to Australia. And the band played Waltzing Matilda as we stopped to bury our slain, and we buried ours and the Turks buried theirs, and it started all over again. Now those who were living did their best to survive in that mad world of dust, blood and fire. And for 7 long weeks I kept myself alive, all the corpses around me piled higher. Then a big Turkish shell knocked me arse over tit, and when I awoke in my hospital bed and saw what it had done, Christ, I wished I was dead. Never knew there were worse things than dying. And no more I'll go waltzing Matilda to the green bushes so far and near, for to hang tents and pegs a man needs 2 legs. No more waltzing Matilda for me. So they collected the cripples, the wounded and maimed, and they shipped us back home to Australia. The legless, the armless, the blind and insane, proud wounded heroes of Suvla. And as our ship pulled into Circular Quay, I looked at the place where my legs used to be, and thank Christ there was nobody waiting for me to grieve and to mourn and to pity. And the band played Waltzing Matilda as they carried us down the gangway. But nobody cheered, they just stood and stared, and they turned their faces away. And now every April I sit on my porch and I watch the parade pass before me. I see my old comrades, how proudly they march, reliving the dreams of past glory. I see the old men, all twisted and torn, the forgotten heroes of a forgotten war. And the young people ask me, what are they marching for? And I ask myself the same question. And the band plays Waltzing Matilda, and the old men still answer the call. But year after year, their numbers get fewer. Someday no one will march there at all. Waltzing Matilda, Waltzing Matilda, ooh, go waltzing Matilda with me.
Thank you for that. No more brother wars, indeed. Well said, Going Home. No more brother wars.
Okay, so the next track and the
last track. Before this, we play this. I'd just like to thank everyone for tuning into this stream and listening tonight and sticking with us the whole way through. Those who are here and those who will be listening in the future, thank you for listening. This last tune is in a similar line to the other one. It's one of our own artists. It's Peter Bellamy, perhaps the best folk singer of his generation. His father, Richard Bellamy, was a leading figure in the British Union of Fascists, in fact, and very close man to Oswald Mosley. Unfortunately, the left refused to give gigs to Peter Bellamy after a time because he wanted to sing Kipling songs, and the left can't stand Kipling. And so he ended up killing himself, the poor man, and thus died one of the greatest folk talents England has had of the last century. But this particular song, Follow Me Home, is a Kipling poem, and I think it's a great way to end the night. Thank you all for listening in. I hope you enjoy the next song.
There was no one like him, or foot, nor any of the guns I knew. And because it was so, I of course he went and died, which is just what the best men do. So it's not at your pipes and follow me, and finish up your swipes and follow me. Oh, to the big drum calling. Follow me, oh. Well, his mare, she neighs the whole day long. She paws the whole night through. And she won't take a feed, 'cause her waiting for his step, which is just what a beast would do. So it's not that your pipes and follow me, and it's finished up. Your swipes and follow me, oh, up to the big drum calling. Follow me, oh. And his girl, she goes with a bombardier before a month is through. And the bands are up in church, but she's got the beggar up, which is just what a girl would do. So it's not your pipes and follow me, and it's finish up your swipes and follow me. Oh, up to the big drum calling. Follow me, oh. And we fought about the dog last week. It were no more than a run or two, but I struck him cruel hard, and I wish I hadn't now, which is just what a man can't do. So it's not your pipes and follow me, and it's finish up your swipes and follow me, oh, up to the big drum calling. Follow me, oh. He was all that I had in the way of a friend, and I've had to find one new, but I'd give me pay and stripe to get the beggar back, which it's just too late to do. So it's not your pipes and follow me, and it's finish up your swipes and follow me. Oh, up the pipes are crawling. Follow me, oh. So it's take him away, he's gone where the best men go. Take him away, and the gun wheels turning slow. Take him away, there's more from the place he comes. Take him away with the limber and big drum, because it's 3 runs blank and follow me, and it's 13 rank and follow me. Oh, passing the love with me. Follow me, oh. Follow me, oh.
It's been an absolute pleasure. We will be back with more of the same. Would you like to say goodbye, boys? Because I think it's about that time.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming, staying, and listening, both to the discourse at the beginning, the discussion, and these last 2 or so hours of music. It's been a real pleasure. I've enjoyed myself greatly as always, and I hope to see you again sometime soon if we're next time back on the stream.
Cheers for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This here stream will be in MP3 format on t.me/The Reality Report in T plus minus 12 to 16 hours. I'm going to get myself some sleep. I'm quite exhausted. Y'all have a great evening, gents. Till next time.
Thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gents. And as always, please think for yourself. Take care. Hello, ladies and gents. Just whilst we give this a share and while we wait on a couple others to join, I'm going to play a song. I have played this song before in the past, but the stream was taken down. This one won't be, most likely. This song isn't just important because it's stunning, but it's important because it highlights there was once a time when people left their Western homes that they never saw them again. That when you left on a boat, that was it. The last night in your little village or your little town was genuinely not just the last night that you'd see home, but the last night you'd see everyone and everything you ever recognized. And you'd jump on your boat from Ireland all the way over to New York. And that last night in your city or town, whether you're Welsh or English or whatever, must have been heart-rending. Because nowadays you can just jump on a plane. Well, if there isn't a virus in the way. But back in the day when you left home, you left home. So I'm going to play this video. It's only a few minutes. Do enjoy with me, and then we will start our discussion once we have listened to a short rendition of Flanders Field, narrated by Alex, who's late, by the way. As usual, Alex is late. Feel free to goad him in the chat for being late. Anyway, I'm going to play this song. Please give this a share across platforms. We're banned from most of them, and I will be back with you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Farewell to you, old Ireland, since I must go away. I now shake hands and bid goodbye
and can no longer stay. Our big ship lies in deep Loch Foy, bound for the New York shore. And I was gone from all I know, and lovely money more. That little town encircled round with many's the grove and hill, where lads and lasses they do meet for pleasure, there's the rule. Through spring hill braes and flowery fields, where oft I've wandered home, and by my side was the girl I loved, the rose of my home. How lonely is the pigeon's coo, and sad the blackbird's lay, and loud and high the thrush's cry on a long bright summer's day. And as I sat down to cry my fill, sure the tears come trickling down. For in the morning I must leave you, my own dear native town. Kind friends, I'll bid you all adieu. I can no longer stay. Our big ship sails tomorrow, and it's time I was away. So fill your glasses to the brim and toast with one loud roar. And we'll sing in praise of Spring Hill Braes and lovely Money More.
I saw people requesting the name of the song, quite rightly, because it's stunning and it is a beautiful representation of anyone who's moved out of a family home knows that feeling of walking away from something incredibly important to you. And it's probably part of the reason that Westerners are so dedicated to their culture. But before we start, I'm going to play another very short video, and it's a very quick video of our friend Alex, Mr. Missing, on the missing list, Alex. So let me type in this. Well, there we go. But he did a beautiful job on Flanders Fields, which I bullied him into reading because he was busy making up work for. Oh, what's the score here? Video unavailable. Georges, can you hear me? Is my
I can hear you loud and clear.
So it's not my internet. It looks like YouTube has removed
a video of him reading In Flanders Fields.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Blooming heck. I tell you what, censorship these days. You know, who'd have imagined it?
Wait, do you know what though? They're not going to win. They're not going to win because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the voice alone over the mic. They're not going to win. You can so many of my videos, I don't realize they've been banned until I go looking for them. So in Flanders, I can go straight to my page. Sorry about this, Georges. Well, I'm going to play this. Let me know how well you can hear it, because it's going to have to connect to my mic. I know what I'll do.
Ooh, technical moment this to beat censorship.
Yeah. Well, it's closed my Telegram down now.
Oh no, we can't win. Well, why don't we while we can play it later, I suppose, or keep trying. I suppose it sort of sets the scene, though, doesn't it?
That's the thing. So what I'm not going to let it win because I know what's happened here. Mass reporting. So I'm going to go to it on my phone. Type in Flanders Fields. Gotcha. Ha! We're winning left side on our piddly little platforms.
I think I heard it too.
Yep, I've got it. See, they thought they'd done us, but we're one step ahead by being a few steps behind. Well, many millions of steps behind. Yeah, we've won. Right, so let me know how well you can hear this.
Fields, the poppies blow.
Perfect.
Between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks, still bravely singing, fly. Scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago, we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up your quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break the faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields.
And that's basically all we ever really got when it comes to the First World War and our education. All we ever received was, woe is us, let's all put a pound in the pot for the poppy, and let's all watch the Queen on the TV. But my education certainly never addressed why the war took place or how we should go about fixing the things that happened. Georges, you are very, I was going to do it again. I was going to say it again. You know what I was going to say. You are very well versed in your historical knowledge. But when you was a kid, was you taught properly, or did you have to do it all like most of us after school?
It's difficult to say. I studied certain things at school, so we would cover the basics behind why it started in terms of the Grand Entente and the union of alliances that led to it. We covered an awful lot what it was like being in the trenches, a trench foot, going over the top. But in terms of understanding, I don't think I understood it any more than you, and any more, I think, than any of the soldiers who were present, to be honest, because who of them knew what they were fighting for in this political cobweb that led to it starting?
And like you touched on, I went to a Catholic school, which I'm sure you did. But ours really was a case of draw people in the trenches, talk about rats, talk about puddles in the trenches, the living conditions. We did hours upon hours of, non-important things. It sounds to me like you was learning more than we was, at least.
Well, I'm not sure how much I was taught and how much I simply read in the book which we were learning from. So while I think most of it did focus on life in the trenches and how awful and ghastly they were, a few episodes of Blackadder might have been watched, there wasn't anything more than that. I just remember the pictures from the book, the picture of Turkey holding hands with France and holding hands with other countries, while you've got Austria-Hungary. It was a whole cobweb all over the place of different alliances, and it made no sense to me. Well, why did this start? How did this war begin? Was one archduke gets shot. How does it end up with millions of people dying? And I think that's a question which rightly should be answered.
Didn't you feel that students were almost scared to ask because of what the Second World War had done? People treated it, when we were kids, you treated them as the same thing. You didn't really acknowledge the huge difference between the two. And prying was wrong. So I felt I couldn't keep asking, but sir, you've not really told us why it happened or who benefited from it starting or anything like that. I felt that if I had done that, I'd have been taking side with the Germans. And I inherently knew somehow that was bad. I can't ask the teacher, what had the Germans done to deserve us steaming into them in that fashion, and virtually destroying our military at the same time. It was a huge financial and physical loss to us. And what wasn't mentioned, and I don't know if your teacher bothered mentioning it to you, because anyone that's had a look at it will know the awful tactics used by our leaders, which just led them into gunfire, field marshals and what have you, that just sent them over trenches. And it takes a very special type of individual with a very non-existent touch of reality to send British, or should I say English men, white English men, to their death by slow walking through no man's land. No real English people would send other English people to die that way.
It was an interesting point. I think the idea at first was that by walking slowly against the quick rush of machine gun bullets, you'd somehow manage to go between them, which was absolute folly. And the ground was such a mess anyway, from the bombardments and the barbed wire, which wasn't helped by it, craters and unexploded ordnance. It really was treacherous to cross, but imposing on people that they walk towards their death. Heroic people, I've got every respect for the soldiers who went along with it, but I feel nothing but sympathy for them. They really were sent to die.
Of enjoyment, of relationships, of family, of entire generations wiped out. And if you was actually, hundreds of years ago, people had better warfare strategies than that.
Oh yeah, it was a failed strategy.
Yeah, people had sieges for years to avoid losing human life. You wouldn't send people over the trench like that to slow walk to their death unless you thought this is it. This all works out for us either way.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a good thing for us to really explain what this stream is about. The title "No More Brother Wars." It's going to be looking into some of the causes of brother wars, why we're brothers, and why it's a very bad thing for us to be fighting one another, and what attitudes have actually led to the continuance of these wars. And I hear it still today. If you watch an England match against Germany, you'll hear the fans. They've got a chant, two World Wars, World Cup. Yeah. And it's precisely the same attitude, this idea of we're beating a foe, and this foe has done nothing but bloodlust against us. and they're ultimately the causes of it. And I don't think any of the countries involved really profited that much from either war. Certainly not the people of those countries. You know, nations may have redrawn the boundaries quite significantly, and some new ones even pretty much brought into existence from the dismantling of empires, or indeed the creation of a Soviet state. I mean, you look at it. I mean, who benefited from this war? Every single continental European empire fell. It was destroyed. And at the same point, the Russian Revolution takes place in Germany, in Russia. Sorry, of course, not in Germany, in Russia, and it's colossal cost of life. There simply was no gain to the people. So, cui bono? You know, who profits from this?
And also, we're going back a mere not even 100 years, right? When we talk about the so-called world wars. For me, they're not world wars. If we was to assess them correctly, they are white people bashing the shit out of each other and using other countries to get to do it. That's how I would explain it. It was white countries having a go at each other twice, because there was no racial connotations made during these wars, but the racial connotation has been upheld for the last 90 odd years. So you cannot, for instance, show any sympathy or affection towards Germans of the First World War. Why is that? What is this overarching sentiment of hatred towards Prussia? And if we was to look at Prussia, and listen, I am English. There is no, you couldn't even get me away from South, never mind away from my country. But I have to admit something. If you go back and look at Prussia in comparison with the rest of the world, it takes the piss out of everyone. And if you was terrified of Western individualism, if you was terrified of people that rejected your, I don't know, monetary system, or if you was terrified of your just basically strong-willed men and family units, the country to be most worried about wouldn't be Russia, it wouldn't be America, it certainly wouldn't be Great Britain, where there is lots of coercion already long taken place. It would be this huge empire called Prussia, with vast acres of land that needs no one's help and has the complete understanding of everything from religion to the family unit. You know, I'm not a religious person, but they had a system where everyone could live side by side and thrive. But that's not what I was taught. I was taught that these evil Germans with spiky hats were shooting people, shooting up Franz Ferdinand and, you know, naughty boys, and then all of a sudden everyone's having the biggest punch up in the world. Well, hang on, sir, you've missed a few extreme points out here, because all I hear in my lifetime when I was a kid is Iraq's bad, we shouldn't be going to Iraq. No, I agree, but you know, what's the reasons? Oh, we don't want to talk about the reasons. Okay, but you want me to hate Germany for my whole life? So this is nigh on 100 years ago, and you want me to maintain my hatred for Germany, and if I drop my hatred for Germany, then I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of black propaganda from World War One, and as we're very well aware from the Second World War, that still hangs on today is hideous. I mean, the idea that the Germans in World War One were throwing babies in the air and using them for bayonet practice in Belgium. That was one of the lies that was produced by the British press to try and encourage people to have this emotional, visceral hatred of the Germans. You know, the Hun, they renamed them after, you know, the barbarous hordes of the Tiller. You know, they were going to sweep through and destroy things. But these were our own royal family at the time. You know, the links, you've seen the picture, I think you've used it before, of the imperial families of Europe prior to the First World War. You've got the Tsar, you've got the Kaiser, you've got our own monarch, and they're all related. They're all of the same line. They're family. So it's become almost a family feud. And ourselves as peoples, we're all related. Every European people are interlinked. And just to say, oh, now you should hate them because this part of your Europe is barbarous, was a total lie. And that's why they punish them so strictly, so harshly at the end of the war, to crush them so they could never have any might again against the powers of France and England and other powers which are more hidden.
Well, what about the disgusting propaganda that they, and it wasn't even propaganda, it was the instruction to Russian generals to literally rape German women into non-existence to destroy any future that may have existed after the 40s. And this isn't spoken of often, but you can go and find entire books on this. It wasn't just that the Russian men came into Berlin and decided to do this. They was told that you're okay to do this. You're given free rein, because it's not just about hurting and damaging these women, ruining their chastity. It's also about what it does to the men when they return, when they see their home and what's happened to their women. It's about their ethnic kinship and survival. It's nothing to do with sexual gratification. When these orders came down for this to happen, because there was leaflets being handed out to the soldiers, etc., and this can all be checked on. This is the Russian government, which, you know, Roosevelt and Churchill are working with at the time, and they're fully aware of this because Patterson could have taken Berlin, but he wanted to take Berlin. Now, as we all know, Patterson turned on them and was he died, shall we say, for saying that certain things. But he said, I want to take Berlin. And American soldiers, as we know, would have taken Berlin and taken everyone prisoner. But no. That's not what Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin wanted. Because their interests were for the Prussian people. Patton, that was it, sorry. The Russian people to be, the German people to be truly demoralized, not just taken prisoner, not just beaten, not to surrender. It was about more than that for them. It's the same when millionaires pump money into this and they don't make a profit. It's about destroying people. It's not about making money or winning. It's about getting rid of people for the future. So, I mean, do you know much about that particular case of where the Russians were told to rape women?
Yeah, I know a little about it. I mean, it really is the most disgusting order that was given to them. Now, I don't have the text of the order. I can't remember which marshal of the Red Army made it to them. But the idea was that they should kill Germans and then rape the women. And this is how they were going to celebrate their victory. I think altogether, up to 2 million German women were raped. I don't know what the total population was, but that is probably the single largest amount of people raped in one time, sometimes repeatedly. 100,000 in Berlin alone, and so badly that it caused deaths, which are estimated about 240,000 of them have died. I mean, that's absolutely hideous. You know, so anyone's talking about the Russian liberation of Berlin, of Germany, etc., they're absolutely wrong. They tried so hard to stop them. The mass
they still wrote this in,
suicides.
by the way. The Guardian and that still wrote this in. The Guardian release articles. I mean, if you were to type this in, you'll find people at the Guardian reporting on this because they want to keep that sort of disgusting notion alive. What happened to them?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Marshal Zhukov perhaps who ordered it. One of the key ones going into Berlin, though please don't quote me on that. I'm sure someone can correct me on that in the chat. But truly hideous. And the idea was to destroy Germany. And this was on both sides. So you had the book written by the American Jew, was his name Kaufman? Germany Must Perish. The idea that every single German must be destroyed in order for there to be world peace. That Germans were, in fact, the cause of the wars that happened. And on the Russian side, you had the idea that they simply had to be have their purity of blood, their but not even just that. The idea that a menfolk can't defend their women, and having that shame on them, that their women have been taken by a foreign horde, it really defies all imagination. And I think that needs to be held in mind when people discuss the Second World War, because this was a new phenomenon. This was a communist phenomenon. They had no morals, and it would have been much better to do as General Patton had suggested and just go straight through all the way to Moscow and wipe Bolshevism off the face of the earth.
He had quite a few good
it wasn't done.
suggestions, actually.
Well, that's probably why he ended up dead.
And with China.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to show you something, because I've showed people this picture before, but I'm going to show them something interesting. Now, this picture is of a 15-year-old boy, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it says it there. And he basically, his parents had died, and he'd been forced to join the Luftwaffe. Now, this is him being captured by American soldiers, and his world's obviously falling apart in Berlin. But if you look at him, he is the epitome of your cousin, your son, your brother. If you look at him in the eyes, what is the difference between him and the monarchs we had, the people that you had as your neighbors throughout your life? That there is you. You have been taught to hate you. Now, let me show you where I'm going with this. Now, for some strange reason, now all I'm making about this post isn't, I'm not talking politics. I'm talking, we have to drop the hatred of the past. It's no more brother wars. It's quite self-explanatory. So why would this take place? German pig. Glad. Can you see that?
I can see that. Yeah, it's disgusting. Oh,
Now
look at the flag.
worse.
Look at the flag.
It gets much better. Now, if I click on this, let me see if I might have to reopen a different screen. Is it going to her profile? Now, I'm going to show you her profile now, because you're not going to believe the spurg she has had over that one picture. Okay. I'm just waiting. Yep. Okay. You can all see this. So if we scroll down, her pinned tweet is, I won't be tweeting a single tweet more until I have blocked every single person who follows Vinnie Sullivan. If you want to know why, check the Nazi wannabe scum on his profile. If you're a Nazi wannabe too, block me first. I love my followers, and I'm hoping you're not Nazis. Now, bear in mind, she threatened to kill me in certain threads. The Nazi wannabe is pissing on graves of our dear ancestors. Now, this one's brilliant, though. This one is a video of her going through people and basically saying, I'm going on, follow me now. So this is her going absolutely mad. Also about this picture here, right? Which is just no more brother wars. That's all I'm saying. And look.
Nazi scum must die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was wishing death on. Yeah. And all I was asking her, Georges, was who made the word Nazi? Tell me what a Nazi is. So I've not said I am a Nazi, right? So she keeps calling me one and then saying I must die, or Nazis must die, or you'll die. You know, and I've done very little to deserve this, other than say no more brother wars. And this is the best one. This is a Nazi. If you follow it, I will block you, no questions. But I think if you was to go and read the comments of some of the people, and bear in mind, this has got 178 likes. Wait, let's have a look. She's not tweeted since as well. That's the best thing.
Well, that's good. At least you had one positive effect from it. I mean, this is a woman who's wished death on all Germans. Good, glad the German scum are dead. One of the greatest talents of American propaganda have been present the Second World War as a war against Nazis and not against Germans, as if that were even possible. No, we're fighting your ideology.
I didn't even. I didn't say National Socialism. All I said, it's a picture of a 15-year-old boy crying. He wouldn't have even known what he had. He wasn't even old enough to vote at the time. I don't think he couldn't. He had nothing to do with the chancellorship. So what?
Yeah.
Why would she? You can see what it's about.
He was a boy who'd lost both his parents and who'd decided to take up arms to defend his city against the approaching armies. How can that be wrong? You know, I'm not in favour of child soldiers, but someone loses everything and says, you know what, I'm going to take up arms instead and stop the army that wants to kill the rest of us. Now, hats off to him, brave lad. There's nothing. No, one doesn't have to be a National Socialist to get that. To say, actually, yeah, that was brave. You know, we can recognise bravery on all sides. These people.
You know what though? I don't look at a Syrian or Iraqi citizen and think that they're evil if our countries went to war. I think that even see with Islam as well. I don't think those people are evil at all. I dislike a religion which just really corrupts people's brains. But there are other people that inherently dislike us. Volkism, absolutely right. Alex would be talking about Volkism in a big way. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this hatred, you see, note her flags. She had a British flag, an American flag, an Israeli flag. The problem of dual citizenship and the problem of dual loyalty still exists to this day. And we had that problem back then. Those who claim to be British and those who claim to be American who actually belong to a different nation, even if the state itself did not yet exist. And they're the ones who have this massive hatred. This isn't you pissing on the graves of the Allied war dead who went to fight bravely. Yet again, hats off to them for.
She kept saying that. She wasn't just on that. She was making posts with other people, and they was posting about this guy's disrespecting soldiers, and it's so far from reality. And what they do is, the more you ask them questions they can't answer, because one guy comes in and he starts talking about how many people they've killed, etc. And I start dropping, well, no, I think you'll find that that's just Google and that's a lie. And most of it was down to Bolshevism, whether you're talking about Germany or Russia. And once I've debunked their few little points, it's this guy's definitely a Nazi. I've blocked him. You're right. And then they'll all like it and retweet it. And it's just, if you confront anything they say, bang, that's it. You're gone. It's all intimidation tactics. I mean, whoever that is, it's probably not a woman for a start.
Who even knows, to be honest? I mean, even if it's a real person, a real woman, it's still totally the wrong attitude. The fact is, we have to get over the hatred of the past. We destroyed Europe, or rather, let's say Europe was destroyed by these wars. The First World War was the death of the Central Empires of Europe. The Second World War was the death of every empire in the world who entered into it. It ended our hegemony in a world.
It wasn't even a world war, though. I mean, Switzerland was fine, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, those who stayed out of it. Yeah, sure. But why was it that certain countries were brought in and certain managed to resist getting involved? Those who managed to resist getting involved usually had a strong sense of their nationhood. You know, look at Spain, who got involved only sort of voluntarily. You know, they sent people, but not actually declaring war. Portugal, who just didn't get involved. Places like this, who had a strong concept of leadership, of their nation, of their identity, and who saw it was not in their nation's interest to get involved in this bloodshed. There was no benefit to this war. It wasn't a war. on a political ideology. It was a war against people, fought for the same reasons as World War One. Stupid alliances deliberately made, promises deliberately made that would get you into a war, that people knew would get you into a war so that more people could die, more arms could be sold, and more of Europe could be rewritten for the future replacement, which I'm sure might have been in the back of some of their minds.
I would love to have heard what some of the leaders had to say that stayed out of the war, but we'd never know. They'll never publish the reasons that they really stayed out and how they managed to do it. But you'll notice that the same hatred wasn't kept alive for Italy or Romania or Austria.
But I mean, this is the thing. Austria, if anyone were, Germany was dragged into the First World War. It was not brought, it didn't start the First World War itself. Austria had to declare war because its Archduke Ferdinand had been assassinated in Sarajevo in Serbia. Why is it that that Germany entered? It's because Germany had an alliance with Austria. And yet Germany and not Austria was made to pay the war debts. But in truth, why should any of them have had to pay the war debts for just wanting the assassination of one of their royal family redressed? That's all it had to be. They wanted the Serbians to act and to make clear that actually, no, assassinating him was a bad idea. But it was this Black Hand group, the Black Hand, who assassinated them. And what was the loyalty of a Black Hand? Well, it's something like our Livingstone lady. They're technically Serbians, and yet they belong to a dual identity, a dual ethnicity. And that's sort of where it comes from.
Agreed. Now, I went to a location yesterday. I don't know whether I should talk about it. Should I talk about it? Did I tell you what happened?
I didn't get a chance to watch him or read anything about it. Unfortunately, I was rather busy until about a quarter of an hour ago. A quarter of an hour before the stream. But if you feel it's worth talking about, silence not violence.
Well, I went to see an anarchist squat, but it's not a squat anymore, as you pointed out. And found myself an anarchist.
You found yourself an anarchist?
I certainly did, and he found me.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, and verbal occurred, to which he wasn't in the position to start following me from our discussion. He didn't feel confident. I think he was surprised how much I knew, to be honest, because he's seen me looking at him, because I found him interesting, because I've seen him come out of the building. So I'm the other side of the road looking at him, thinking, because I'm going, look, an anarchist. He's come out of the building, and he's stopped and he's looked at me over the road, and he can tell I'm looking at him, and it sort of happened from there. So I'll tell you about it off stream, but he was very cocky until he realized how much I knew, and then he wasn't cocky anymore. And as soon as I spoke to him, he realized I wasn't his friend. And he tried saying, no, I'm not an anarchist, I'm not an anarchist. And I said, so you didn't just come out of that anarchist building around the corner then? And his face dropped like a sack of cement.
Aye. Preparation is a key for warfare. If you go in prepared and your enemy isn't prepared for that, you win. Simple.
Well, yeah. But it's I put it out on Twitter anyway, so I'll go get it. Hang on.
Thanks.
But I've not put the video out yet. But our discussion isn't on video. But I did get a second backup video I have of him and I having me shouting to show that nothing
sort of untoward happened, you can see I walk away. So I got a video towards the end, but it didn't catch the best part. So let me share the screen. But this is the character in question.
We need to get you a GoPro so you can catch these things.
Yeah, no, but I wasn't going to start walking down the road filming him, because that's, that is not on. You can't be doing that. Taking a photo is fine, but if I'm walking down the road filming someone and they don't know, that's a weirdo thing to do. So there's reasons to say that's harassment. But I walked around the corner to look at him, and I didn't know he was going to stop at that bus stop. So I'm just sort of slow walking. Oh, there's an anarchist, and then he stops and he turns and he just notices me because it's about 7:30 in the morning or something, double early. There's no one about, so you can't not notice me stood there in my barber jacket. So let me yeah, sorry.
Can't beat a good barber jacket, I'll be honest.
Yeah, so this is the chat. And that is that was where the discussion happened between him and I.
He looks pretty agate.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to say too much, but he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy at all. Never give away too much, because karma will always get you if you gloat. But he did. He shriveled up pretty bad. But this was in Aldgate. If anyone knows the city, this is a huge. I didn't realize how big it was, Georges, because the pictures that you and I looked at before I went.
Yeah.
They really don't do it justice.
Crikey.
Because
I thought it was quite small.
No, it's not small. All I could see through this, that they've got, there's that tunnel, which no one in the public would have any excuse to walk through. And at the end of the tunnel, which reeks of piss, by the way, is this really well-protected gate. And you look over and you can see it's a seriously impressive building. And they're printing the Marxist claptrap in there. And this building's worth millions. Anyone that knows Aldgate, Aldgate East, knows that area is incredibly expensive. It's not like a warehouse or something like that. They've got a proper printing operation there. And this isn't the location, this is around the corner. But I will be releasing that video shortly. And also down the road, I come across anarchist squats. I even found a nice Anna Campbell flag, Georges. Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, for those that don't know, it was an anarchist woman, Antifa member, who went to fight ISIS and lost her life, and is seen as a hero as a result.
She went to fight for Kurdistan. Fighting whoever it is they sent her to fight. It's she's just another deluded young girl who was sent to die to profit the cause of Antifa, anarchy, and Marxism. Just waste of time, waste of space. It's a pity, but she ended up that way, because had it not been for that propaganda, she might have been alive and doing something useful, rather than serving as a poster girl, a dead poster girl for more military recruitment for these imbeciles.
Yeah, and the thing is about these people is they're convinced in their mind that, we're on the right side. Our leaders are just, especially our historic ones. But the truth is, if they knew how their leaders ethnically or socially or class-wise looked at them as cannon fodder, if they understood how small they were, they'd be on our side. So just to wrap up on this, for those that don't know, we have a history of outing Antifa squats and locations and warehouses, etc., where they live in huge communities, while we're expected to live in separate locations, etc., where we can't even have meetings without being harassed. But they're allowed to have council-funded operations and council-protected squats. Even have, for instance, Hackney Wick is a utterly leftist community, and it has its own little council building in the middle with graffiti and shit all over it. So the sort of privilege that these leftists scumbags have is second to none. We couldn't even imagine it. You and I couldn't set up, say, the modern equivalent of whatever a internet caf would be for not even conservatives, because none of us are conservatives. Let's have it right. Even if you set that up, it would be smashed to bits, classed as far right, etc. But these people have got huge strongholds.
We couldn't even set up a corner shop. You know, if we wanted a little corner shop or a room, a little office room set up, you can be sure as heck that that there'd be complaints to the council, to the papers, to various militant groups. They wouldn't stand for a second us having a place to print our own things. And yet here they are with long-established printing setup, squats, public vandalism. They really have it all. And yet, here's the great white pill. They are terrified. They are terrified of being found out, of being challenged, and of being beaten politically. They hate the idea.
Well, especially when you've pumped in trillions and because lies will waste trillions. You can't fight facts. You can't fight the truth. And when you've done something inherently wrong, it eats you up. And with you and I, it's something called guilt. But with others, certain characters, it's something called fear of the past repeating itself. It's fear of being caught out. It's fear of being proved to be human. Whereas you and I, if say you had found a £50 note on the floor and you thought, oh, I've had a bit of luck here, and then you're walking down the road and you spend it, and then you see your friend that you was with that day and he says, I can't believe it, I've lost a £50 note. You're going to think, oh no, what have I done? I've got to give him 50 quid now. You're going to do that because you're not going to keep your mouth shut, are you? You're not going to say, oh shit. It's like putting your hand in his pocket and taking 50 quid. But the sort of people that we're discussing go, oh, did you lose 50 quid? That's fucked. You should be more careful, mate. That's basically the mindset of between genuine guilt and fear of being caught.
Absolutely. It's the lower end of humanity. There's a certain higher elite of humanity who can do good just because they know it's the right thing to do. They do good.
They call it philanthropy. They call themselves philanthropists.
Philanthropists, yeah, and who are they? but there's the lower end. The lower end who do good only when they're forced to, constrained to by the law. And every time they can escape past it, that's what they'll do. Because otherwise they'll just do their normal wickedness. And they're funded to do that. But what's great is no matter how much money is thrown at them, they don't actually have an unlimited resource in terms of human resources, people, to put it into action. That's why they've got old buggers like him walking around rather than some proper sort of security, which they could definitely afford. They are limited. And their wealth does not beat the activism.
Army, it's all based on money. It's always based. You're paying for your soldiers, and your soldiers are always going to drop out because you don't have your own army, especially when they come under risk. But where I was going to finish on that area, because down the road I found another one where basically I found the usual suspicious graffiti. Popped my head over. A fence, and I was like, yeah, this looks suspicious. I've walked back down the road, put my head up, and there is an anarchist flag, and it says something like dead cops equals good, or something like that. Brazen as you like. And this is Whitechapel Road, Mile End Road, right? And anyone that knows this area knows that police drive down there in abundance, right?
And yet they can have that message.
Hundreds of police drive down there a day. Bicycle police, moped police. I cannot believe. I mean, I've got the pic. I'm going to put these all on Twitter. I should have really uploaded a few more today so that I could put them in here. But I was thinking about making just a complete video on the area about and keeping it to below 5 minutes. So, and then releasing the pictures because I'm going to have to explain because I couldn't get into the place because of the protective gate. But when you see this gate, you know what these places are like. You've looked at them with me.
Yeah.
You're going to go, okay, well, this just by looking at the gate, this isn't like the normal establishments. It's very well protected. There's no way the council doesn't know what's going on here. There's no way that, I mean, you'd have the most mental parties, and they clearly have the most mental parties in this place. The alley, the smell of piss was second to none.
Well, it's a natural smell of the left. You know, the unclean, soap-dodging, uncivilized people. And if they own a toilet, they'd rather use their alleyway outside their place just to show how disgusting they are.
My suit shoes were burning. Just walking in that alley. Yeah, my eyes were singeing. My eyelashes were shortening from the fumes of piss. Just walking a few yards towards their location, and that's where they live.
Now I wonder, was it whether it was actually that much? Whether that alley was really the communal peeing spot for the homeless of Aldgate and Whitechapel
Road? It definitely is. Yeah, that is a mad crackhead homeless area, and it's beautiful for the leftists. They don't care. Virtually, they open their door, they'll step over it and walk on. Me personally, I'd put 1,000 marbles out there or buy scorpions or something, you know. But these people, it suits them perfectly.
It stops anyone investigating. You know, who wants to walk through that?
Yeah. Yes. It looks
that's
like
the stuff we have to go through to get to the left. They hide themselves behind all manner of repulsive things. You know, be it pee, be it gates, be it ridiculous vandalism that makes the area look unsafe. And that's how they managed to stop, your man on the Clapham omnibus going to investigate what's going on and thinking, hold on, why are there these Antifa and anarchist communes right in the center of the city? How is that possible? Where are they getting money from?
In a million years, dream of setting up a company in that location. I mean, I say in a million years, maybe if I'd lived a different life, but looking at the area now, I can't see any normal companies there. They're either Muslim, because you've got East London mosques there, which is humongous, very Muslim area, or they are foreign, and you've got Brick Lane nearby, which is all Indian, very famous for its Indian restaurants.
Curry Mile, isn't it?
Deal for these people.
Absolutely.
Look at Shadwell, for instance. Shadwell is a completely Muslim area, but it's where one of their main murals is. It's where they all go to worship that huge shrine of Cable Street, where they take all of their flags, etc., and put on a victory that wasn't really worth celebrating or making a day out of.
Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. These people, they on sort of their remembrance days of the international brigades in Spain, they all traipse up there. I think there's a memorial just south of it, in fact. And they all take photos there. This great victory against fascism at Cable Street. No victory at all, busing communists from Glasgow to pretend the local people are against this. The local people had no problem. A week afterwards, they were out marching with the BUF through the same area. Mosley was for peace. The slogan, "No more brother wars," was in large part popularised by Mosley in his campaign for peace with Germany, saying, look, it's not in the interest of the English people to go and die in fighting against Germany again. He remembered the war. He was fighting in it. In his autobiography, My Life, he describes at one point a very brave scene where the Germans are in, with all their pickle houses, their pointy helmets, are there in a trench being bombarded by Canadian artillery. And they know they're not going to make it. So what do? They get the order to all stand up, and then they march ceremonially towards the enemy because they know they're going to get obliterated and they want to die bravely. And that really struck him as one of the most heroic things he had seen during the war. And I think that sort of heroism is what we killed in these wars. We killed the best and bravest part of our country. For what gain? For the gain of financiers, the gain of politicians, and fat overpaid military staff in Whitehall. It served no one. None of the men who fought gained anything from that war, apart from injuries that would last them for life and a few bits of tin pinned to their chest. A waste of British life, a waste of German life, a waste of all life.
That kills me is the gassed one with all the blind lads leading each other through that one really.
Gas, boys, gas. Yes, that poem is really haunting, and the idea that we'd use chemical warfare on what's essentially our own people, things that we would condemn anyone for doing to anyone else, but we would use it, just like the Geneva Convention forbids the use of phosphorus in weapons. Yet when we went to Iraq, we bombarded Fallujah with phosphorus bombs that cannot be put out by water because phosphorus is ignited by water. So when people were burning and they sought to relieve their burns, these burns only got worse. And it's the same.
How sick do you have to be? How sick? I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Sure, be they Iraqi or be they European, it's not something you do to people. And yet that's the sort of thing we were doing. The fire bombings carried out by Bomber Harris, who I believe nicknamed himself the Devil. He deliberately created these infernos in cities which had no armament production. People talk about the bombing of Dresden. I know there's sometimes a bit of attack made in national. So why do you care so much about Dresden? Dresden's in Germany. No, it's not about Germany. It's about the human life. There in Dresden were all the refugees who fled other German cities. Hamburg, which we destroyed by fire. Berlin, which had to evacuate the majority of its population. And so many other cities. They had fled, women and children, to the undefended town of Dresden with no flak weapons to shoot down the aircraft. And they were burned to death in hundreds of thousands in such a way that even the cellars which they were hiding in, they would be burned to death underground. It's absolutely hideous. And this is not something we should encourage. The whole thing today is not about a vindication of Germany over England. It's not about that. This is not our war. This was never our war. There is no one side that won. It wasn't Germany. It wasn't England. It was a different people, and they won the war because they sent us all to die against one another and divided our empires and destroyed the political might and imperial armed might of Europe for themselves.
One of the touchiest ones is Churchill, obviously. And I think that one character alone is what stops people ever being able to listen. And a lot of people don't like me because I detest Churchill, for instance, but they're not willing to understand why, because it takes too much thought. It takes too much admittance of the mistakes that you might have made. So as you know, when you turn to someone and say, no, Churchill was an asshole, they look at you as if you've just broken wind at a funeral. They look at you and then you realize, wow, you're going to need a few lessons here. You're going to have to learn from the beginning. I mean, why do people think that we've got a statue of him where he is? If he was actually a figure that had done anything decent for us, we wouldn't have him there. He wouldn't be a hero. He wouldn't be on the £5 note. Because trust me, the people that give permission to print these notes don't put anyone on them that they don't want on them. Churchill didn't fight any rebellion. It's like Churchill was no different than Antifa today.
Oh, don't say that. The Antifa people will be rubbing their hands, but it's true. It's true. He was someone who did not fight for an ideological cause, apart from the desire to get back on Germany for the First World War. Here was a failure from the First World War. It sent tens of thousands of Englishmen and Australians to their deaths in the invasion of Turkey, trying to land them there on the beaches and then being machine gunned down. He had failed completely then, ruined his reputation. He wanted nothing more than being able to give it another shot. And he gave it so many shots, again, with the failures of Dunkirk and such like. Let's just send British people to die on the beaches. We will fight them on the beaches is not a heroic, inspiring phrase. It's a phrase of a psychopath who wants people to die in the same way again and again and again, up until he can have the victory and the extinction of this foreign race. It's abominable.
There's no difference really between him and Trotsky, is there? Or him and Lenin, really, is there? As far as the damage that they have done to us?
None whatsoever. I mean, in terms of the ideology, yeah, sure, we can say his ideology was different, but we'll have to see. But for me,
yeah,
the only ideology that Churchill really had, it wasn't really a nationalism for his own nation. It was ultimately the Zionism, which his family had always practiced. His father, one of the first Zionists and the first to advance its cause in Parliament. And Churchill continued with this. Churchill, who Boris Johnson wants so much to be like, let that be a warning to everyone. He sees himself as the next Churchill. He's written his biography of Churchill. Churchill, whose main concern was really, which Jewish side do we back? Do we back the Zionists or do we back the Marxists? He said so himself. And we said, we're going to back the Zionists instead. While fighting with the Marxists as allies. What a
child after his father's heart. Just a child after his father's heart. That's all I'm going to say on that one.
And his mother's blood.
And his mother's. I was going to say something revolting there. But all the same, that's all going to come out in the future. But it's okay to hate Churchill. People need to stop feeling guilty for disliking Churchill, I think. Because you go into say you're in the workplace or whatever, it's like the example I was used. People don't want to wear a Trump hat to work. They can't slate Churchill. So hang on a minute. I thought Churchill was the bad guy to the left, but yet somehow right-wingers can't question him, have unconditional love for him. But I saw something really interesting. Natty retweeted, someone had taken the thumbnail that Alex and I had done when we did a stream releasing the information about his book with Churchill, printed it off like 100-handers and started putting them around their town. So this thumbnail, I'll go get the video. Hang on.
That sounds really good.
I said, that's our thumbnail. And I went and matched it up because I chose the picture on the left and the right and the book. I merged them together. There's no way in a million years it could be an accident, the picture that was used. And I'll go get the thumbnail. And if the public hasn't seen this, then once you see this thumbnail, you'll realize, oh shit, I didn't know that. I don't need to make excuses for disliking Churchill anymore. So one sec.
Sure.
Videos. Here we go. Now this is An Idea Conquers the World by Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, but the foreword, most interestingly, was written by Sir Winston Churchill. Don't take my word for it. Feast your eyes rather, on the screen. Voila. Now, what you're looking at in the center is the actual book itself, the pink book. On the right is Mr. Kalergi.
Look how big Churchill's name is on it. Like he's the one giving the prominence to Kalergi.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes. This is like waiting for someone huge to invite you onto like a panel or something. And he's like, yes, I've got Churchill. That's it. I'm going to make bang, putting his name in bold. I've done it. I'm on my feet. When he was already in with specific families, which were, you couldn't get any more powerful than these families. He didn't need Churchill, but Churchill was also a huge asset and had earned his place, as it were. So what you're looking at here, for those that don't know who Kalergi is, he is the man that wrote Practical Idealism, and he basically wrote the manuals for the world leaders on how to de-whiten Europe, referring to us as disgusting terms, and would advocate
everything that we don't want in society, basically. So for Churchill to be writing a foreword in his book, now, if you're Winston Churchill, you know who this guy is. You know what his beliefs are. He dislikes whites. His father hated whites with a passion. You have been warmongering with Prussia for 10 years before the war even starts. How can anyone look at Winston Churchill and think that he cared about white people?
It's all it's a lie. But nationalists need to lose him as a symbol. It's one of the things that one of the key weaknesses of the Sivnat position was, who are we going to choose for our symbol? I know, we'll take Churchill, the Tommy lot, Britain first. For Britain, we'll all use Churchill as our symbol of what nationalism looks like. It's whereas Churchill is not nationalism. Churchill was internationalism at its finest. He betrayed the empire. He was willing to waste it.
In that exact clip, he says the words European project. He was an internationalist. He would have been. I reckon he'd have sold the pound note down the river.
Oh, regardless of the pound note, I mean, that was yet again another failure of civic nationalism. Defend the pound. I think that was the phrase under which who was it? That useless failure of a Yorkshire Toryman. Ran under. Someone in the chat remind me.
Not Aveling.
No, not Aveling. And more recently, the one who ran before Theresa May. In any case, useless like William Hague.
Prescott. John Prescott.
William Hague, Prescott's Labour. William Hague ran under this phrase, defend the pound, as if it were about the pound. It's about control. Yeah. It's about the European project set up by Kalergi in the name of miscegenation and the destruction of individual nations to have power over themselves. Britain was the biggest loser of the Second World War. There's no doubt about it. We have everything in that to owe to Churchill. And people say, oh, but Churchill was pro-white. He once considered momentarily at a cabinet meeting the phrase, let's keep Britain white, as an ex-conservative slogan. But it was quickly rejected by someone else at the table. He made no more mention of it, as if this was what a good nationalist would do. Oh, right, well, I don't actually care about keeping Britain white that much. I'll shut up the moment I get challenged. Oh, bravery. This guy is no model to us. The last good nationalist that I think we could present as a model would have been Sir Oswald Mosley, whom he imprisoned for a large part of the war on no charge because he was a danger. He said, Britain for peace, no more brother wars, stand by the king. He wanted nothing more than for us to have our own affairs and to leave Central Europe to their own. But Churchill had no plans for that. I'm going to defend little Poland. Defend Poland. That's great. Actually hand it over in its entirety to Stalin. He gave it to Stalin.
Yeah, he just gave it away, and the Poles still haven't forgiven us for it, as if it's our fault because he did that. He promised them for years that he was going to do X, Y, and Z, and he just gave it away to Russia.
He made use of their soldiers throughout the war, their airmen, and he sent them in to die in Arnhem, parachuting them straight into the German machine guns, where they died even before they'd touched the ground. If you go walking on the moors or in the forest of Boland or wherever, you'll see little memorials to where Polish planes that were practicing had crashed and died. He didn't care. He had the entire Polish government in exile in London. But where they consulted about giving their country over to Stalin, not at all. Stalin, he said, we've got to guarantee their independence. And then he gave it over to Stalin. This man betrayed everybody he went with in the war. And he may have been an admirable speaker. His propaganda was good, but his cause was evil. And people have to get over that. Getting over Churchill is a key step towards getting proper nationalism in this country. Nationalism, which is ethno-nationalism, racial nationalism, which understands the rights of folk, of people, to live in peace with one another. And here, at that very moment, approaches our folkish commentator, Alex.
Before he speaks, let me just comment on what you said, because I have to also highlight again, because a lot of people become terrified of stepping into
in fear of making tens of thousands of enemies overnight, and they should fear that. Loving your own isn't the same as hating others. Nationalism isn't about detesting, putting down, or hurting anyone else. It's protectionism. And there's a distinct difference between that and the people that they try and make us out to be. Sorry, Alex. Welcome.
No worries, and thank you for partaking in the festivities this eve. All and gentlemen, I have only recently woken up, so I require a little bit more time.
AWOL Alex awakes from his slumber to demand more time. A moratorium.
You've just missed the Kalergi chat. You'd have been handy.
Oh, that's great. I don't know who Kalergi chap is or what is going on presently. I will be back
You've done
shortly.
2 audio books on him. What are you talking about? You've released 2 audio books that are on Audible, by
Yes,
the way.
Easy Meat Inside Britain's Grooming Gang Scandal and Practical Idealism, the Kalergi Plan to Destroy European Peoples. What of them, sir?
So why did you just tell me you don't know who Kalergi is?
I do know who Kalergi is, sir. I've just woken up. The brain takes more than 10 minutes to prepare itself to talk about Kalergi because security protocol.
Cups of tea with your silly amounts of sugar. Come back in 10 minutes.
Obscene amounts of sugar, sir. If I was the guy from The Fly, you know the movie, sir, nothing would be different. All right, be right back.
Alex reminds me a little bit of, I don't know if you ever read A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's one moment where the main character attempts to convince the computer on the ship what tea is, because it's incapable of making tea for him. So he goes in a long discussion of the history of China, the British Empire, etc. And he finally manages to convince it to make a good cup of tea. And just as he does so, the ship is attacked or something, and he loses his cup of tea and the computer for good. That's what you get for taking too long about tea.
Alex is spoiled, right, when it comes to tea. He gets the way he behaves if he doesn't have tea, right, is that of an insolent child. So I'm led to believe that he has access to tea at any time.
Well, let me use this moment, if I may, for a quick advertisement for Grandma Towler's tea. It is exceptionally good. It is actually one of the nicest brews I've had in a long time. A perfect honey-sweet balance of Ceylon and Assam tea, I believe. Very, very flavoursome and much better than the Yorkshire tea it's now replacing. So, recommended purchase. So I think it's pretty much out of stock for this time. So might have to wait for the next wave.
Well done, Steve Turley. Well done.
Hey, look, got to support nationalist business. If nationalists are starting businesses when people have told them, you racists can't drink our tea, we've got to support that. It's not a question. Support white businesses. Blacks are saying, let's have our Black Pound Day or Black Pound Week.
I don't think they are, though, to be honest. I really don't think they are. I think that there's a small collection of them doing it, and our usual Marxist characters are doing all the work, and they're using very few faces to make it look much larger than it is. But not to detract from your point, carry on with the advertising, because it's good to plug while we can.
Well, I'm just told it is currently in stock, actually. So worthwhile getting some. I very much enjoyed it. I'm glad to have a little chance to talk about it since tea is on the menu.
I was sniffing it all afternoon, and I was buzzing. So
you have some?
Well, no, someone wrapped me up some, and I was snorting it.
So before I came on, someone was talking about Churchill. Did you go through how Churchill's being owned by a certain faction and incitement of brother wars is not a good thing overall, and the loss of our Britannic territories of the empire under Churchill is also the doing of the factions that owned him and plucked his strings? Have you gone through that, gentlemen?
Only,
yes.
Well, I say only in passing. Actually, we've gone in quite some depth. But I am reminded of a comment I saw in the chat a few minutes ago. Indigenous advocate, a good man, has said that that Churchill was in debt, and he managed to get that cleared by the by the bankers in 1936, and ever since then he had to dance to their tune. Who plays the piper? Who pays
It's
the
a
piper?
very
called-
similar tune throughout human history, sir. If you ever want to know why people are at each other's throats and ripping them out, ask who funded the war. Fairly frequently, the answer will be obvious, but we have a very long task ahead of us of wakening from comas the normies, sir. Our side is already prepared for an ideological death match with Glowho till the final breath is drawn. But I want to know what your thoughts are about convincing as many normies as possible, annihilate Glowho ideologically this decade, century. Your thoughts, sir? These are the common thoughts that cross my mind whereupon waking, sir, you see.
In any public and legal fashion possible within.
In any legal and righteous fashion
This is a
possible. No
positive
instigation
thing now.
to violence, no instigation to criminality, no instigation to violence, yada.
Yes, well, this is about No More Brother Wars. So we're highlighting, and bear in mind, we've only got about another hour and a half before StreamYard cuts off.
Yeah,
my free
the thing
time I get
the thing that I said in the last stream concerning No Brother Wars is very specifically, you must always ask who is the instigator, the prime instigator of Brother Wars. If you get down to that, then you're already halfway winning, I would say.
Well, I want to touch on something, but I'm not. This is one of those subjects. Unlike most things, this is one that Alex strangely isn't that familiar with, which I was surprised with. But Ireland. So just drink your tea for a sec, Alex, while I address this, because Ireland.
Definitely will do, sir. I need the sugar lemon.
Yeah. Do you have any? Before I talk about Ireland, do you have anything to say on this, Georges, or shall I just go?
I'll go after you. You get into your get your teeth sunk into it.
Brave of you. Now, the problem with Ireland is people have got dead relatives. This is the problem here when it comes to it's not the same as the early 1900s and the 30s and 40s. This is quite recent, really, and it's been ongoing. So there's a lot of people that have been physically damaged and mentally damaged that are still suffering from those wounds at the minute. So it's not, you can't just say to north and south of Ireland, get over it. You can't just say that. It's not that easy, and I understand that. But we don't have the luxury of being enemies. We don't have that luxury. We no longer even have the luxury of being allowed a Christmas. So I'm not saying those of you that have legs missing and people that were bombed and what have you. And bear in mind, the citizens of these countries are not the people that did this. They're not the people who had outside Marxist interests. Like the Irish government is disgusting. Just like the British government is disgusting. So me, I've been here for a long time. My real name's Burke, which has a British Northern Irish descendancy, as well as Sullivan, which is another family name. But I used to be slightly bothered by that. But I've learned so much this last year that I am incredibly proud of the things that I was once angry about. And my resentment has been changed by my lack of self-importance. I'm not saying I'm an internationalist, but what I am saying is the countries that I took for granted are disappearing. And if we don't appreciate each other, before you know it, it'll be too late to shake hands. We'll be long gone. As with our music, our humor, and every warm thing that we've created along the way. So for me, I am glad that I have Irish and I clearly have Germanic in me, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm lucky enough to have been in England, because England is made up of Prussians and Celts, people from Viking lands and all sorts, Saxons, Normans, you name it. And it's an established country of a collection of those individuals. People say, but you've got this in your name, that's German, or you've got that in your name, that sounds Irish. England is made up of those people and centuries of war under that unified people that developed its own language, which spread. And the attempt to undermine that will be met every time with clear defiance. So the point of what I'm saying here is, do not allow anyone to dictate to you what being English is by saying, well, look at you 1,000 years ago, there was no England. Well, if you're going to go like that, mate, we might as well all jump in the sea because we're all fish, aren't we? No, you're not taking my land. I'm English. But I do
Cultural
not
deconstructivists and emotional blackmailers are from the same rotten tree of fruit.
Yes, but I can still be proud of the fact that my roots stem elsewhere. I've never been to Germany, but if I,
do you know what racial ethnic group gets its kicks from deconstructing other racial ethnic groups?
Alex,
we're going to go back to the tea drinking, sir. Don't you worry.
Yeah, but stop highlighting the obvious, would you? Only make a point when it needs to be made. Don't just.
I'm not sure what percentage of our audience knows and have to have it spelled out for them.
They had 66 minutes of chat before you arrived, in which we made it very clear what we were talking about.
Yes.
So I assure you, they
haven't had a
understand.
gander at it. Back to the tea.
Back to the tea.
Right. Thank you, Georges. What are your perspectives on the Irish situation? Because I'm sure you understand how sensitive it is.
The Irish situation is incredibly sensitive. We have there a conflict which has been running for hundreds of years now, and which occasionally flares back up and seems at this moment in time to be flaring up again. And I could think of nothing worse for the Irish people or for the people of England, Scotland, and Wales than to re-engage in this conflict, because at this moment we're actually fighting an undeclared global war of the movements of people deliberately and by force into our land. So take, for example, the British government in this year alone has given 215,000 passports to the Chinese and is actually making at least issuing 5 passports per minute to the Hong Kong people because they want to bring them over here. They want to replace us. Now, 4 million Hong Kong people. 4 million is the population, I believe, more or less, of the Republic of Ireland. They will be swept up in this gulf of immigration long before our people are. And they do not have the luxury, and we do not have the luxury of being able to fight one another over old territorial claims. This is a battle which must wait for another day. We must be, above all things, ethno-nationalists. And that means defending the ethnos of our nation, and the Irish defending the ethnos of their nation against the immigrant hordes that are being brought there to replace them. We do not have to fight against them, because give it a few decades and there won't be any Irish left to fight for the independence of Northern Ireland or the unification of the island of Ireland. There won't be any left to make that decision. It will be in the hands of foreigners who've been brought there, and that's what we need to stop. We must unite with the Irish people and put aside all political questions about them until we've actually solved this issue, because this issue is more pressing than any other. We are all brothers. No more brother wars.
If I was a general or a sergeant and I had a squad of X amount of men, I put a status up recently saying this. I would do everything in my power to keep them alive. And if I had to take out the enemy, I would turn off their water, I'd lie, I'd steal, I'd cheat, I'd do whatever I had to keep my men alive, because that is the whole point of my army, to defend the national citizen. Even the army soldier itself, you are supposed to be part of something national and important. And I think it needs to stem deeper than that. So I am lucky enough, and there's lots of Irish people out there that are lucky enough to have been touched by the Troubles. I know there are many, many that have, but I am lucky and they are lucky not to have been. Why do we have to let it ruin our relationship? Why can't we still not let it happen? Because there's a lot of people out there that have never been involved in the Troubles, but will still keep it alive.
Yeah, the Troubles were terrible for all involved. I mean, imagine you live on one street, and on the other street there is the opposite. There's the opposite side to live, and there you've got murals for each one showing armed soldiers, armed paramilitaries, and there's firing between the two. You need a gated community. You need protection all the time, and if you stray in the wrong one, you might get shot. It's absolutely awful for these people. How are they to advance as a nation when they are caught up in this fighting against one another? People who are ultimately, for the most part, of the same or very similar blood. We are all of these islands at the very least. And here they are. You go to Dublin today, you're more likely in many parts to meet a Somalian than an Irishman. It's truly shocking. And even the attempts at so-called nationalism, like the Scottish nationalists and the Welsh nationalists, to preserve their language, what they're actually doing is they're creating a unified so-called Irish language. Believe it or not, Ireland had different languages depending on regions. These were different words, and they're pretending it was all the same. Another plastic form of nationalism to satisfy a few people who voted for them. You know, and all the same, the mortar attacks continue. This has to end if we're going to get anywhere. Their race has to be protected. Our race has to be protected, and I think we can work together. And our parties in Ireland do that.
The only way it can end is if the authorities take the crime seriously, as opposed to both sides having no problem with it continuing. They need to stop the attacks because, as we know, the authorities ignore things. They ignore what they want to ignore. So when I'm at these squats and etc., you know, if I'm finding them, don't tell me they don't know about it. And it's the same out there. But I can't lecture people in Northern Ireland. I really can't. It's not my place. I can't expect them to forgive anyone, especially not when you've got absolute lunatics. But listen, the one point I will make is if you are a savage, murderous lunatic, you're going to move up there and start hurting people, aren't you? You know, it's where you go. It's the Broadmoor for violence. So Southern Ireland, the people that are attacking people in Northern Ireland, it's not necessarily a representation of Southern Ireland. Every country has got loads of lunatics and murderers. And some things are a good avenue for them.
And who was arming them? This is the thing. It's not like this was a fight fought by the Irish on their own funds. The Irish Republicans were funded in large part by Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. And
Argentina sending in loads of guns, yeah.
Argentina and by the Americans, and the Unionists in the north by Britain, and possibly by other countries as well. Just like every war, there's people giving arms, giving loans, and making a profit from it, and people being used. And it's, you know, the Marxism which penetrates the nationalism there has robbed it of true meaning. And the Irish, it looks like some of them are getting back to it now. They're seeing the situation happening, and I believe there's a few genuine nationalist groups fighting for ethno nationalism right now. I think there's one called the National Party. Feel free to correct me in the chat if I'm getting that wrong, but I'd be led to believe that is a good group, a small group still, but putting things back in the right direction. A nationalism which is not founded on the territorial question alone, but on the idea of what does it mean to be an Irishman, just as in England and in Britain as a whole, what does it mean to be British? And it cannot apply to people like the Scottish Justice Secretary, Humza Yousaf, or to Priti Patel or Rishi Sunak. None of these people qualify under a proper consideration of nationalism.
We're being forced into an uncomfortable situation where we have to say this because we're being outnumbered and outbred and replaced. We should be able to get on with other countries and respect other countries and other races, because if migration was tiny, everyone would get on very well in every country. You'd go on holiday and enjoy that culture. But we're forced in the situation where we have to say, sorry, we've been very much undermined here. Our voting register looks completely different. You're shipping people in to completely. I mean, look at London with Sadiq Khan.
It's a monstrosity what's happened there. I think is London currently about 60% non-white British, and the amounts of crime only rise as that percentage increases. It's linked, and there was a good point. I was listening earlier to a message by Daughter of Albion. She put it out on her channel about Majid Nawaz of now I can't. Is he LBC or Quilliam or both? I can't recall. But in any case, he was. They were talking about. Oh dear, I've actually lost my point there. I was so busy thinking about it.
I was on that stream a little while ago. I joined that stream where there was phoning in.
I listened to a message of yours recently. I think you showed me. I mean, this person's not English. I've remembered my point now. That all of these characters are hand in hand. The Sadiq Khans of London. No, the Majid Nawazis, who was in prison for 10 years. In Egypt for his crimes committed in insurgent Islamic warfare, and yet these people are given a role on LBC, or they're given a role as Mayor of London or in the House of Lords, like others. I think is it Nawaz Afzal, who was a member of the House of Lords for various, being done for various crimes. Or like the mayor of Tower Hamlets, Luftur Rahman. All of these people are connected between one another, and we must remember their unity around their religion and around a sort of common race is much more powerful than our own. That's why we need to bring our own racial consciousness, our own ethnic consciousness to bear in equal and greater measure.
I would add to that a key strategic element of the enemy is to suppress white racial consciousness and to elevate other racial consciousnesses, be they Jewish, Black, Asiatic, etc. Therefore, we should be keenly aware of it. We should be keenly aware not for our own white racial consciousness, but because others want to, one, suppress it, and two, eliminate it entirely from the face of the planet. Besides, no one is going to tell a Black or a Jew don't have racial consciousness. Only whites get that treatment. The reason why is because we are the greatest threat to Jewish international world hegemony. Liberal, that variety specifically. Something to always keep in the back of one's mind.
You've just not.
The people who push this.
You've just not listened at all.
No, I'm listening, sir. The thing with Ireland is heavy infiltration and subversion in their government, right?
Just try and word things with a bit of grace.
I'll word things with a bit more sugar-coated topping flavor.
About 20 minutes ago.
Ireland is in a stage of advanced subversion.
We've moved on from Ireland.
We agree on this, yes?
Yeah, just stop naming the obvious every time. Every time you speak, you just say the same thing that you said the first time. Right? You're not
this is a strategic
point. You're making a point and then leading to it. You're just coming in with the obvious, right? Do you get where I'm going with here, Georges? It just comes.
I don't think it's obvious to most people, sir.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that most people view it in those terms as frequently as they should.
Without any
Hence why it's
criticism
raised as a
of
point.
Alex, without any criticism of Alex, I would say that certainly building up racial consciousness is a key thing, and that the whites are kept from that. I think we did sort of cover that in our points before, but it's a point that can't be stressed too much, really, because that is the key. And it's by doing that we're going to resist the destruction of our peoples, because our people seen as ethnicities, racial groups, stops us allowing the immigration which destroys, such as recognizing the other as one of us, noticing that he's other.
Indeed,
is key to
precisely
resistance.
so, sir. The enemy is making plans a decade down the line. We should have that ability as well, is how I see it, sir. For example, in a decade's time, I would like to have all Marxist assets exposed, expelled, and catalogued, shall we say, such that what is happening currently can never, ever happen again. You know how in prior ages they thought that people would rise from the dead, so they put cages on the graves? Well, I'm saying Marxist ideologues get the silver coffin treatment.
Silver's too good for them, but we certainly need to stop Marxism rising from its grave. The first thing is to make sure it gets in there in the metaphorical political sense with its ideological death. But to keep it from rising is another thing. Defeating all the elements of class warfare is key. We have to have a society where the different classes collaborate, a word they hate, but work together towards the national good. It's only then that we're strong. But what we have at present is an elite on the top, a financial elite, acting against the elite, the normal mass of the nation, where they should be working together. It's clear that certain members of that elite, if not the majority, are unfit for that role and should indeed themselves be replaced and not us.
Right.
Be right back, by the way.
Yeah. Check your inbox.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to know a bit more about this, you can check out the UN Global Compact on Migration full audiobook in the comment section momentarily, and on the Reality Report YouTube channel also momentarily. Just a
I
second.
played your version of Flanders Fields in the beginning, but I think they've removed the video from my YouTube, you know.
Really?
It said video unavailable. I don't know if I was having internet problems. Go and have a look while I play this. Yeah, so the point I'm making is, Al, I mean, if you say that at the end of a sentence, it makes more sense, but sort of lead into it with a point. Anyway, so what I've got on screen is some guy, right? This guy called Richard from Woodford years ago. Don't know who he is, but he's a proper legend. He ran
They
into
did remove it, sir. What the actual hell?
How can they do that? How can they remove that?
Well, sir, it's cozy nationalism which causes them distress, because if they don't actively try and suppress and destroy it, they automatically lose the ideological war. Yes, I'll check it now, sir.
I've got it. I found it. I played it earlier. Don't worry.
Ah, right. Okay, good.
It's safe. Even if it wasn't, it will be on a device somewhere, because I put it on my YouTube, didn't I? So don't worry. Anyway, on screen. And I phoned in ages ago, and I was highlighting his crimes of the past, right? And he decides to write this article and make it all about race, right? And obviously I did comment on nationalism, but he sort of derails the fact that I've just called out that he went to prison for terrorism charges. And that's okay. That's all very well. You've turned a new leaf.
fine. But why are you then making loads of money in England selling books about your experience? Because the way I see it, if every Muslim went through 10 years of being pro-terrorism or Islamism, we'd all be dead. So why are we celebrating this man by allowing him a career? So I wasn't even pointing out the fact that he's Muslim. I'm saying you are a Muslim who was who went to prison for hating the West. You shouldn't be giving your opinion. But he instead takes it elsewhere. So I'm going to play this video. And this was before I was Mr. Heretic. I first started as a character called Mr. Heretic. And bear in mind, all I was some prat from Woodford called Richard, right? And I get an article. So let's have a look at this article for a start. Yeah. He received the ultimate shutdown. So what he did was he pressed a button and then just spoke. I'm not sure about the ultimate shutdown. I'll let you be the judge of that. Okay. And look at this article. Look at the length of this article over some guy, over some phone call worth a couple of minutes. That's how annoyed he was. Right? Because he was covering a weekday slot, if I remember right, and this audience didn't know about his past, I think. So anyway.
I'd like to say that our troops should stay where they belong and defend where they have come from, which in fact, someone like yourself who went to prison for Islamic-related incidents.
Buffering, what a pain.
Not be voicing his opinion on our Western belief and how we live. That's my opinion, and I'm free to say it because we're not in Pakistan and we're not in these countries that
Maybe let it reload.
Wonderful.
Richard, Richard, you sound like a clown.
That you've offended. When you debate people like Douglas Murray, you look a fool.
What?
You look a fool, and you know it. You don't say what. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
But Richard, hold on a minute. Calm down.
You're a hypocrite. Do you believe?
That's annoying.
I best wait for it to load. Let it buffer, and then play the whole thing. Yeah, it's a good call though, and if that's what he calls the ultimate shutdown, the only shutdown in it is that he actually muted you, so you couldn't continue talking, but he could rant at an empty space.
He cut off the original beginning as well, and this is the bit where I'm about to ask him if he thinks Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse, because it's important, and it's not. I know it's sort of funny, but what I'm trying to highlight is: do you genuinely believe in like ethos? I want to hear him say that. I want to hear him say that he believes everything that he reads. Therefore, he can't really defend any of the other things that he's saying. But he doesn't because they've cut out the first part of my call where I said, and obviously I was being controversial, but I said, do you think that there's anything in the East or West that Muhammad, I said, that's evil that's going on right now that Muhammad wouldn't agree with? And they cut that question out. Which is why
suspicious.
Which is why he's so annoyed. I don't know why it's not buffering. I think I probably need to play it.
You in Muhammad or not?
Calm down, sir. Calm down, Richard. Relax.
You can't, my good man.
Well, you don't sound it. Richard, take a breath. Richard,
He flew to heaven on a winged horse.
take a breath, Richard. Take a breath. Relax. And let's first begin with what you just said 2 seconds ago before we get back to the subject of religion.
You're avoiding my questions.
No. I'm trying to stick to the subject of the hour, which is troop surge in Afghanistan, which you did address in a roundabout way. You did address by saying that you don't think I have an opinion on it because I'm not British.
Bloody
you play
annoying,
if you mute it and play it in the background, it will buffer the entire thing. Once it's all actually buffered, we can listen to it then in entirety.
Why didn't I think of that?
Because I'm a
Genius.
genius. Oh,
You are.
from a horse's mouth. Yeah. Oh, but
Every now and then,
do you know why the guy's back in England after his 10-year terrorist charge? It's because Amnesty International helped bring him back in. You know, this poor suffering fellow. So this totally subverted charity brings him back in for our benefit. Can you imagine, Vinny, if you had a 10-year prison spell for such awful crimes, getting given the role of presenting a public radio show? It's absolutely abominable. Absolutely abominable.
they don't let villains make money off their books. Never mind terrorists.
Well, speaking of books people aren't allowed to make money off, didn't they remove Alex's book, Easy Meat, his audiobook, after classing it
No,
first in
sir,
fiction?
they
No,
put
what
it.
they did.
There's two
No,
things
no.
that have happened. Let me explain this. Firstly, they put it under quote political fiction, okay, and crime thriller. Okay, I'm not fucking with you. They changed it from something along the lines of politics before I kicked up a massive fuck off fuss. They changed it to criminal fiction, okay?
Criminal
And then it got
fiction.
changed back within 18 hours of me finding this out and almost losing my shit. And also Twitter, if you type in hashtag grooming gangs and you go to the latest segment on Twitter, there's little panels. If you go to the latest segment, there will be nothing there. Twitter has fully scrubbed the hashtag latest on grooming gangs for years, as far as I can tell. So we're shadow banned to living hell. And there is
Covering up
absolutely
the
no
crime.
hope in terms of getting the word out there other than doing the right thing and expecting that people will notice it and spread it. For example, I would like a campaign where everyone gives the chapters 7.6 and 7.7 of Easy Meat to every single woman in the country because it directly relates to them. Sharia law - legality of child slavery, of child marriage, and Sharia law - legality of slavery. Legality of slavery and legality of child marriage, chapters 7.6 and 7.7 in Easy Meat, is why we need to shut the borders to barbarism. Legally codified barbarism and abuse of women and children. Fuck that noise. We don't want it. We don't need it. It didn't build Britain. It can fuck right off. Final verdict.
Yeah, absolutely. That wouldn't be a bad campaign at all. If only we had Soros bucks who fund the printing of these things. But
The enemy
alas-
has a furnace that they chuck notes into, and we have a burning inferno in our hearts. Therefore, we are guaranteed absolute victory when a sufficient proportion of the population wisens and is no longer intimidated by redacted. We could list it, but we won't.
Proud of you, Al.
I think
Proud of
that history is defined very frequently by a few very good men dedicating a great proportion of their lives to a set of ideas or stances or whatever. This here time that we're currently alive in is one where the enemy won,
No, he
and the
didn't
current
write,
world
sorry.
that you see around you is one where the enemy has won, and this can be reversed, but it necessitates understanding the tools, the methods, the ideas, the mindsets, the neuroses, the weaknesses of the enemy. And therefore we will win, so long as people try actively to understand these things rather than be passively dopamine addicted, whatever. It's a long hill to climb.
Very white pilling,
Yes,
Alex.
sir.
Very white pilling.
I'll put it in the chat because someone asked, "Did you write it?" It was written by a man called Peter McLaughlin. Alex did the audiobook. He's an audiobook narrator. He's done no, he's not the author, no, but he's done some great audiobooks.
Audiobooks are brilliant because they enable you to take on information which is obviously most people don't have time to read. And some academia can really be quite daunting and long-winded to read. So even if you have to listen to an audiobook twice to really take it in, it is a nicer way of doing it. I find him hard to listen to because I've worked with Al for years and I would speak to him every day for hours and hours and hours. So I'm just sick of his voice. But, that's a personal thing. But as an audiobook narrator, he is absolutely amazing.
Tip top. If we can get a link for that in the chat. Someone's asking where we can find his
Will do,
audiobooks.
sir. Just a second.
Sure. Yet again, like we said with Grandma Towler's tea, the same thing goes for Alex's audiobooks. Support proper nationalists doing stuff. If he's making audiobooks exposing these issues, nationalists should be getting hold of them and listening to them, especially things like Easy Meat, which is so relevant. We can't leave the grooming gang issue to the now defunct Tommy Tars. It's a major issue for FNATs. The fact is, here's an invasive people, like the Red Army we discussed earlier on their way into Berlin and their mass rape. So the same thing with the so-called Asian grooming gangs that have been brought into this country and have no respect for our laws nor the lives of the individuals in it. So definitely worth getting hold of.
Yeah, someone in the chat just said you love him really, Vin. Right, listen, Alex is a voice in my head, right? I speak to Alex more than some of you speak to your own kids or parents, right? This guy, when we're at each other's throats, it's just the workplace to me and him, right? You'll hear me and Al sometimes and you'll think, Jesus, what's this? But it's just, like I said, the workplace. I couldn't think any higher of him, but he winds me up on a level I can't.
Sir,
explain.
I guarantee you that lesser men, weak sauce bumpkins, would not be able to tolerate the way that I go about ensuring that my work is completed and that we maintain a high standard of news publication. Yes, it's a standard of fixational operative optimization that is consistently imposed upon myself and others with ruthless prejudice.
Lesser men would have been insane by now, and many have been made insane by the presence of Alex. I am one of the strong ones.
Thankfully, I'm rarely awake to Alex's and my times of being awake rarely coincide. So I don't hear Alex half as much as you do, Vinny, and I still find his voice and his charming verbiage to be delightful.
I hear him when I'm not talking to him. You can't get that voice out of your head. So you can, if he sends me a message, I hear it in his voice. Even if something happened to him, and I lived for years and years and years, I'll never forget Al's voice. It's just there. It's a tattoo in my brain, and I can't escape it. It's like a dripping tap. It's like Japanese water torture.
Sounds about right.
So, Georgius, how fare things where you're at? I believe that the left have two hubs of central control in the South London, and in the North, I'm not certain.
In the North, they have Manchester and Liverpool are key sites.
I see.
If you listen to us more often, you'd know, but you don't.
Don't worry, we're moving
awake,
on
my
all
friend. I'm
fronts.
just sipping the last quarter of the lemon tea, and I will be fully awake in T plus 10 minutes. Give it a moment.
Actually, the moment you challenge him, it's straight back to the I'm sleepy excuse.
Yeah. Low expectations of himself. Weak abilities.
But he does produce well when he's awake, being properly awake, not half awake. Once he's consumed several pints of tea, he can produce good stuff.
Makes you sick, doesn't it? Makes you sick.
Oh, sometimes, I know. I mean, if he were actually hired to work, he'd turn up 3 hours late and then expect everyone else to apologise to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And then come in demanding what everyone should do.
Or have you already spoken about this or done this when we did it 7 hours ago? But by himself, he does good work, and we appreciate.
He deserves the freezer, mate. He deserves the freezer, no less. But anyway,
deserves the freezer. What does this mean?
I can't go any further than that because anything further than that is a stream.
So we agreed on this, not the freezer. I want to at least be cozy in the silver coffin.
Excellent. We'll get you a bed ready. We'll get you a bed ready.
Did you, before we go back to our actual subject, did any of you ever have the fascination in watching the many documentaries on serial killers?
Oh yes, well, I mean, quite interesting. You were speaking about Whitechapel Road earlier, and of course, that brings back the mind
I know where you're going. I know
Well,
where
yes,
you're
sir,
going.
but I prefer historical documentaries such as those on Leopold II.
No, Nelly.
Off the topic. So about Jack the Ripper, whose DNA was used to identify who it probably was quite recently from one of the shawls of the victims. Very interesting indeed, to what group he belonged. It caused very much with graffiti that was found at the time saying the redacted are the people who cannot be blamed for nothing. Very fair comment by some good-hearted local Londoner.
Yeah, I mean, fact is fact. We've got no problem saying if that's what it said. You know, it said something like Jews on the wall, didn't it?
Juze, I think it might have been. Yes, are the people who cannot be blamed for nothing. But that was always suspected at the time, and quite possibly covered
I knew
up.
where you was going. When Whitechapel, and you said an interesting. I just knew where you was going. But anyway, where I was going was I wasn't going to talk about Dennis Nilsson or anything like that. But did you hear about that chap, the Iceman in the States, who claimed to have killed 200 people?
I've not heard of him. I don't follow much of stateside murders. There's too many.
Richard Kuklinski. They made a film about him, and that bloke with their who played Johnny Cash was in it.
Interesting name. Okay, what was the name? Kuklinski.
The Kaczynski murderer, sir.
Kaczynski. Oh dear, it's getting even more confusing.
And he claimed he killed 200 people as a part of the mob. But there's no such thing as a mob hitman. There is no such thing as a mob hitman because if you're a made man, you're just told to go and kill people. You don't really get paid. Maybe he was a mob hitman, but he had an interesting story. But I'll never know the truth behind it. Just wondered if you'd ever seen anything on him.
What about Harold Shipman? I think he was another individual from Redacted who killed. He was redacted from hundreds of people, perhaps, in the country, and as we're meant to believe about a certain island-owning character who liked aeroplanes, who recently died in prison. He was able to extinguish his own life before actually facing justice for his actions.
Shipman, the one who was injecting people and convincing them to kill themselves under medication. Right.
Redacted.
Okay. Well, you learn something new every day. That is interesting. That is interesting. Alex, do you have a favourite murderer?
I mentioned him prior, sir, much to your dismay.
Oh, look, listen. Just because I am leaving you open to mention the interest of something doesn't mean you need to go to a place I was happy to leave. Right?
Sir, the moment that they tore down his statue, it was decided.
A place I was happy to leave. A place I was happy to leave.
Are we talking about Churchill?
No, we're not.
Oh,
no, we're not.
No. Well, he's one of my favourite.
No, we're talking about the grandest Belgian that ever lived, sir.
Oh, well, that is a controversial subject. Drink tea and not umbongo.
Yes. Drink tea because you're going to get flying kicked one of these days at head height. A running flying kick.
You see, the audience think that you lot are bullying me, but in reality, both of your asses are bloody clenched from the mere mention of a single name, which amuses me deeply. But it won't be mentioned, worry not.
Just power levels decrease. You know, there's no need to go Super Saiyan. Just sort of drop the levels. It's no more brother wars. Not that. Yeah, no more brother wars.
So should we get back to the topic of brother wars in a certain sense? I mean, how can we apply this today for the good of our people? We mentioned the Irish situation. What other ways can we go about this
Well, the
to
public
prevent?
are yet to still take on the fact that the Germans are not their enemy. They're still yet to take on the fact that they're their kin. I think what they need to see is the reverse propaganda that's been done throughout the last century. We need to show them, and people would stop us doing it. Many images of British soldiers and German soldiers stood together, how identical they are. Young boys carrying rifles, young boys crying their eyes out in trenches. It will remind them of when they're dropping their kids off at the five-a-side football that Sunday or something. And it's no different than those young boys that are all playing football. They'll look at them and they'll look at this photo and they'll see there is no difference between the people they made batter each other and stab each other with bayonets, cannon, you name it. And yet,
so strike at the soul of false history, sir, is what you recommend as a foundational groundwork thing to achieve this decade.
We need to make it visual. We need to show them there's no difference between those people fighting, and then really weigh up what it is you think you've won. Who is it you were hurting? It's no different than the Irish situation, where there are many people that are born with great sense of humours and would love English people, but if any of their mates find out that they've not got anti-English sentiment, they'll get isolated or disliked. We have to drive that out of. I mean, for me personally, I'm going to put a vote in the chat again. I think we've had this vote before. Me personally, if I was in any position of power, I would put out a vote to say, shall we get rid of the word Europe and take every country seriously as an individual? So therefore, if that country is a shit, you don't have to have a good relationship with that country. There's no body of people telling you have to get on with them. So therefore, we treat France as France. It gets its nationality back. If you're going abroad, you're not going to Europe, you're going to France. You go there and you respect them. And if they respect your government, you have a good relationship. Same with Spain. You're not going to Europe, you're going to Spain. And if Spain are not good to you, you have a bad relationship with Spain. Therefore, nationalism. So do you think it would be too strong to suggest getting rid of the word Europe, not just the European Union, but this international idea, which I know it's a nice term that brings us all together, but I think it's doing far more damage than it is good. What do you think?
I like the term Europe myself. I think it's useful. I think it's only Americans who say, "Oh, I'm going to travel Europe. I have to see Europe.
I'm going to Europe, man."
Yeah,
it was great.
And they believe it's one great big block. I think the rest of us see it as different countries, and the problem really is this political entity of the European Union, which overrides the nationhood of these states, so that they're bound by a common finance, a common law, and common duties towards the migrant population. I think that's the serious issue. And the word Europe has always existed, and I think should exist, but not as a political body. I think it's been shown in the last 40 years that Europe as a political body is something deeply detrimental to each of the nations that make it up. And I think if God willing we get Brexit, it will be a good thing. It won't be even half of what we want, but it will be a good thing. Now, one thing that's interesting is there's a Twitter account in the name of someone called Mr. Mason Mills. Now, this is commonly regarded as being the alt account of Dominic Cummings. I think not without good reason, though official denials are in place. And it's quite interesting. He thinks that Brexit is about to be betrayed. And he even says that Boris Johnson is a psychopath and should be in The Hague for crimes against humanity. I think perhaps in relation to the vaccine or immigration or the lockdown in general.
This was a tweet?
Yes, this is a tweet from what is regarded as Dominic Cummings' alt account. And I think it's very important.
This? Is this journalist that speculates this, or is this
Oh,
where have you heard this on the channel, on the board?
He ignites this himself. His picture is a cartoon picture
of Dominic Cummings says. He's always known a lot of inside information from number 10 before it happens, and has been generally quite trustworthy. So there's reason to believe that even if it's not DC himself, that they're in very big connection with one another. They speak quite a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Yo, DC. But DC is out of number 10. This account has been exposing something of the hideousness of Carrie Simmons, this new girlfriend that Boris has found, who now has her ear, this leftist, ecological, anti-racist, pro-immigration, anti-Brexit woman whom Boris is now bedding. This is the unfortunate situation. He has been replaced in favour of her. It's a power struggle which has been lost by a man who was slandered by the leftist media for a long time.
You know who annoyed me the most? It's not even Boris, because he's doing exactly what I expect him to do. It's the people that go, "Why is Boris doing this? He's really letting us down." Listen, these people are all. He's being told what to do. I put out a video of him.
Anyone who thinks that Boris is the final most decision maker is merely ignorant of history, as far as I'm aware.
I put out a video a while ago of him stood next to what's her name, Rothschild, talking about feminism.
Linda Rothschild, sir, the one that directly collaborates with David Brock of Media Matters. That one.
That's the very one.
That
Alex,
one. Wait, are you saying Boris and Lynn?
Yeah. If
oh
you
boy.
type in, what was my status? What did I write?
When you
Type in
think
Boris and
exactly
Rothschild.
how fucked we are, and then you hear news like this, it washes over you as a spread of euphoria.
Al, just type into Telegram and see if it's still there if you want to see it. Linda Rothschild and Boris, and see if it will come up. See if I put it on Telegram. You'll be able to see it. But anyway,
well, I'll be fucked diagonally, sir.
Language,
I'm gonna post it in your inbox.
Should we play it? Send it to me. I'll play it.
Surface, yes, I'll give you the Twitter one such that you can play it immediately, because no one's going to be posting this on their streams. You'd have to be an absolute madman to do so. Carry on, sir.
But we are madmen, are we not?
Sir, it is righteous, benevolent, and right overall to be mad in a world ran by redacted final verdict. Right, moving swiftly onwards before further elaborations occur.
Right.
The stream of self-restraint versus elaboration. That's basically the mini game we're playing the second that I come onto a stream. Right, carry on.
Self-restraint, losing battle. Anyway,
I'm going to play it.
If you have
So
it,
bear
yes.
with me.
Yes, I highly recommend to anyone to check out the Twitter account, Mr. Mason Mills. It's a locked account. You'll need to follow it. But if you follow it, you will get some interesting information. He also runs a Discord server, which is widely used, a good source of inside information from someone who, if not our guy, was at least better than the rest and gives us a bit of honest news.
In complete agreement that the UK initiative requires companies with over 250 employees to disclose to the public what their ratio of women to total workforce is a very important step toward getting us to finally have gender equality.
Look at him, stood there like a stooge.
And the other thing that we're doing is making sure that people can see whether women are paid less than men, and if so, by.
Is it playing up for you two?
It's just slow.
Is it? Was that playing up for you?
Yes.
Right. What I'm going to do, because I'm going to.
You may need to mute
No,
yourself.
she's selling to Boris fourth wave feminist tripe, isn't she?
Vinny, but before you play your song, I'm going to send you a little video in your inbox from Boris Johnson himself, showing who he believes he is. and I think that's quite an interesting one to play. Well, watch it first, see if you think it's fitting.
Bear with me. Let me go to my. I can't play that unless it's on a an actual internet link. I can't bring it up.
Then I shall find you one.
Thank you. I'm just going to go for a Jack Dash. So, Alex, try not to, annoy Special Branch while I'm gone.
I will do my utmost, so worry you not. Enjoy your piss.
Oh goodness, Alex, can you do a slight monologue while I find this clip? I know it's not difficult to you to monologue.
Yes, howdy ho, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to follow the sum totality of years and work that we put into elevating standards of public consciousness to glow ho, we will put a link in the text channel momentarily that will lead you to a fuck off list of all of the channels that we either own or assist and facilitate the growth of because we deem them to be excellent work doers. Now, the primary means by which the Reality Report and a great many other associated factions judge and estimate the worth of content creators is, are you above the target and taking flack, number one? And number two, are you offering useful digested insights that can prove useful as tools, weapons, munitions, ideological, of course, with which to bring about an ideological apocalypse unto Marxism this decade, because otherwise Marxism wins and the world turns into a literal third world shithole. Because the plans of the UN Global Compact on safe, orderly and regular replacement migration are such that they want to sculpt a future which is Kalergi's dream, his vision. They want to replace the white Anglosphere slave race with a mixed slave race. And they write about it and speak about it very openly. And let me give you an example. Kalergi calls European and Anglo stock bipedal livestock. Okay. In this segment, this is a segment from Practical Idealism called War, Food, Work, I think. I don't remember exactly, but suffice it to say, the elite consider everyone to be their slaves, and they want a more obedient set of slaves, which is why whites must be replaced, according to them, and, two, because whites are, quote, too warlike. So Kalergi dedicates an entire 10 chapters at the end of his guidebook for internationalists, called Practical Idealism. The last 10 chapters are dedicated, right, to weaponized pacifism. Therefore, we ought to be ideologically warlike, simply and only to oppose Kalergi's compelled pacifism of the three-letter word that begins with G. Now, the reason that Kalergi was buddy-buddy and best friends with the people who call their slave underclass the G is because he was funded by them. He was getting travel trips around the world by them. He was directly influencing and convincing them that it is best to replace the white slave race with a mixed slave race. Not my words, Kalergi's. And that is why he is the venerated prophet of the European Union. Prophet to his ideological supporters and enactors of his visions currently in the world. If you want to know exactly what is going on in the world, if you want to go to the source material, if you want to know exactly what the plans are, they were written in 1925. It's a book called Practical Idealism by Kalergi, buy the audiobook on Amazon. Any nationalist who has not read it or come across it or has not digested the materials therein will not have as hard a conviction against white racial replacement. So when you when you tune into this stream, ladies and gentlemen, and you hear me and Georgius and Mr. Binzand talk about one, white racial consciousness, and two, white racial replacement, it's considered quite far out there. Guess what? It's not far out there for Kalergi and his benefactors a century ago. Okay, 95 years ago, white racial replacement was having guidebooks written from it. The UN Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration is directly inspired by Kalergi's practical idealism. The parallels are there to be known and seen. If you know your enemy, half of the battle is already won. That's how I see things overall. Does that suffice as a monologue, sir, that is in equal measure
you are
informative and
excellent.
entertaining?
That was excellent.
Right, now, this is what I've been sent by Georges, which I find quite interesting.
Let me wish you a very, wherever all our Jewish friends, to all our
Just
Jewish
mute your
friends,
own
neighbors,
mic
and
while you
relatives,
play it.
wherever
We
you
can't
are in
hear
the
it.
world. Let me wish you a very happy Hanukkah. And there's every reason to be happy at this time of year. After all, quite aside from the joys of latkes and donuts, and I had the pleasure of baking a few myself when I visited Golders Green during the election campaign, who can argue with a festival where the kids get presents every day for more than a week? And it's time to celebrate not just the miracle of the oil, but also your unique identity. To pop the Hanukkah menorah in the window and say to the world, just as Judah and his small band of poorly equipped Maccabees said to Antiochus III and his mighty Greek army all those years ago, I am Jewish and I'm proud of it. That's really important right now, because I know that recent years have not been easy ones for British Jews. In the media, on the streets, and particularly online, anti-Semites have in alarming numbers been emboldened to crawl out from under their rocks and begin once again to spread their brand of noxious hatred.
The man is a slave in a tug of war between liberal Judea and conservative Judea,
Well,
where
where's the rest
80%
of
of
it go?
them... Huh?
Play the rest of it. You've cut it short.
I don't know why it got cut, but it is fairly heavy content. But don't you agree, Mr. Georgios, that every world leader is in a tug of war between the blackmail entrapment operatives of liberal internationalist, redacted, and Jews that are simply middle upper managerial class, etc., who have not sold their soul to Gloho, who are rich enough to
Here we
avoid
are.
it?
Mute yourself, Alex.
Not
Mute
their head.
yourself. The Prime Minister speaks.
I don't know if I click sound. Can you hear this?
I want you to remember this.
Yes, mute yourself.
When the Maccabees drove the forces of darkness out of Jerusalem, they had to do so on their own. Today, as Britain's Jews seek to drive back the darkness of resurgent anti-Semitism, you have every decent person in this country fighting by your side. Because Britain would not be Britain without its Jewish community. And we will stand with you and celebrate with you at Hanukkah and all year round. Hanukkah Sameach.
Well, if that doesn't show you what our leaders are in favour, I don't know what will.
I cannot believe. Well, I can. Obviously, it's obvious.
The problem is that the spectrum, the pendulum is so far towards pandering towards the supreme-most decision makers of the world that even if you try and criticize, he is never going to criticize male genital mutilation, also known as circumcision, because he has sold his soul to them. This should be known and widely accepted and understood as such. Anything less than this understanding is merely being ignorant at this late stage,
Right,
I
Alex,
would say,
listen.
Mr. Georges. You agree, I take it?
Listen, you're absolutely right, because, you know, FGM as well, people ignore it with Islam, but no one wants to talk about it in Judaism. No one wants to talk about male.
There's literally an entire industry selling foreskin creams in both America and South Korea, where the three-letter word redacted gets profit off of genitally mutilating males. And they exported this as a, quote, cultural coming-of-age tradition in South Korea. Imagine that.
I'm only cutting you off because we're at the 2 hours 20 margin. So I'm going to play this song, and then we will have a little goodbye and a chat afterwards. But I will play this song because, as you know, the StreamYard time was limited. So those of you that stay, we're going to continue our conversation afterwards and get back on the topic of No More Brother Wars. But I'm just going to play this whilst we take a moment just to run to the loo or whatever. Okay, so please enjoy this on our behalf or my behalf. And we shall be with you in just a few moments. Please mute up, lads.
Oh, me and me cousin one after my bride as we went walking down by the seaside. Now mark what followed and what did betide, for it being on Christmas morning. Out for recreation we went on a tramp, and we met Sergeant Napper and Corporal Bam, and a little wee drummer intending to camp, for the day being pleasant and charming. Good morning, the sergeant did cry, and the same to you gentlemen we did reply. Intend no harm, but we meant to pass by, for it being on Christmas morning. But says he, my fine fellows, if you will enlist, it's 10 guineas in gold I will slip in your fist, and a crown in the bargain for to kick up the dust and drink the king's health in the morning. For a soldier he leads a very fine life, and he always is blessed with a charming young wife, and he pays all his debts without sorrow or strife, and always lives pleasant and charming. And a soldier he always is decent and clean, in the finest of clothes and is constantly seen, while other poor fellows were dirty and mean, and sup on thin gruel in the morning. What says Arthur? I wouldn't be proud of your clothes, for you've only the lend of them, as I suppose. And you dare not change them one night, for you know if you do, you'll be flogged in the morning. And although that we are single and free, we take great delight in our own company. And we have no desire strange faces to see, although that your offers are charming. And we have no desire to take your advance, all hazards and dangers we bar to your chance, for you would have no scruples for to send us to France, where we would get shot without warning.
sir, says the sergeant, I'll have no such chat, and I neither will take it from spouting or brat. For if you insult me with one other word, I'll cut off your heads in the morning. And then Arthur and I, we soon drew our hearts, and we scarce gave them time for to draw their own blades, when a trusty shillelagh came over their heads and bade them take that as fair warning. And their own rusty rapiers that hung by their side, they flung them as far as they could in the tide. Now take them out, devils, cried Arthur MacBride, and tempered their edge in the morning. And the little wee drummer, we flattened his pow, and we made a football of his ride. Threw it in the tide for to rock and to roll, and bade it a tedious returning. And we haven't no money paid them off in cracks, and we paid no respect to the two bloody backs, for we lathered them there like a pair of wet sacks, and left them for dead in the morning. And so, to conclude and to finish disputes, we obligingly asked if they wanted recruits. For we were the lads who would give them hard clouts, and bid them look sharp in the morning. Oh, me and me cousin one Arthur, my bride, as we went walking down by the seaside. Now mark what followed, and what did betide, for it being on Christmas morning.
Great tune. Thank you for that, Vinny.
The thing is, as well, when you listen to it, I just find it resets your mind, doesn't it? It resets the tone and the conversation.
It's entrancing and cozy to me, at least.
Mm.
Well, I have another song for you, Vinny. If you're playing away, I'll send it to you afterwards. It's called "Dancing at Whitsun," and it's an English song about the war dead and the changes it's made in Britain. It's really quite a good one. One of my favourites to sing.
Well, I fear we may be cut off within the next 10 minutes.
It's shocking. Here's a free service, but please don't use it too long. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably end up signing up to it, but I'm not familiar enough with doing all that to do it right now. I didn't really realise until last minute. It said you're running out of time, and I looked, and it said I had about 2 hours 40 left. So we're coming towards the end, unfortunately. But what I can do is use another system. What is the other system we can use, Al?
It's called OBS, sir. It's very easy to set up.
Right, because we will be returning for a musical stream where it will be only nationalist, old school, or heavy on the heart songs that you won't be familiar with. Maybe some I've played before, in case you haven't heard them. Anyone that knows me knows I love throwing in a sea shanty. Georges as well, he's massive on music, loves his singing as well. Very good singer.
I may sing for us one day if we get convinced, but we'll see. I'll have to practice first. But if you're doing a stream, would it be following this one, the musical stream?
Yeah, not now.
Oh, you got me so excited.
I know, but then you've got
ultimately we have to pick songs that they won't get banned as well.
So, I can find you plenty. I know them off the top of my head.
Well, I've got quite a few, but I like to sometimes find something that even I'm like, you know what, I've not found this one before, because some of the stuff I've listened to for many years, and I hope people feel what I did when I first heard them. But I'll never know if it means as much to them as it does to me. So I like to provide myself with new gems, because I've got loads and loads and loads, like I'm sure you have. But it's never good enough. You know, for decades, you'll forever look for new sounds because of that effect that they can give you.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think, though, this the song I've sent you would be a great one to round things up with. It's sung by English people, which I know is rare for your songs. More often Irish and Scottish. But
how dare you?
But it's true. It's true. I mean, I love some of the Scottish music, some very heroic music, but you know, can't beat a good old English song.
Huge. I am a massive fan of Scots music. Massive fan of Scots music. Okay, so we're now going to play Tim Hart and Maddie Pryor, Dancing at Whitsun. Thank you for staying as well, ladies and gents. It's an absolute pleasure. Just before I play this, what I'm going to do is get everyone in the chat. First of all, this is my page on Telegram, which has a linked group. So if you're not familiar with us or what we do, you'll be amazed how much in-person stuff we have done. I won't bang on about it, but I'm going to also get another little group called the Citadel. We've got loads of massive groups, but the Citadel, all it is, it's only for chat and to alert people if we're going to do a stream. So join the groups with hundreds or thousands in, whatever. But this one is just a little group, which you can't put links and pictures in. It's just for typing. So let me get the link for you now. All right, it's not going to let me have the link for that. So I'll get you the We Are TRR group. TRR and Conrad, here we go. In the chat now, ladies and gents, that is Telegram, a far safer place than, let's say, Twitter. That's something else I will get you. Do you want to advertise your Twitter while we're here?
Who's me?
Yours, or would you rather not?
Well, my Twitter is Twitter of Patriotic Alternative Northwest. I don't have any other Twitter, so it's an official Twitter of Patriotic Alternative. And we occasionally share good content and regional activities there. I'm going to share after this stream something about the leafleting some of our lads have done today. It's good activities and worth having a look into, as are all the official Twitters.
Right.
I think,
what's your tag? I'm going to type it in and put it in the chat.
So it's
because there's so many.
It's Pat Alt NW. Pat Alt NW. All one word.
There you are. Got you. Yeah. There's so many of them. Here we go.
No more brother wars. That's the absolute key. And if we're playing this music, it's not just because it's nice music. It is nice music, but it's music with a message. Music that hasn't been captured by the Marxists to push their thing, but in fact to say this is the real folk song of our country, talking about the horrors that war has inflicted on our people and the destruction it's wrought in our nation. I think it's very important to bear that in mind.
Whilst it's playing, we will be putting groups, links, and stuff in the chat. I'll even put a couple of videos in if you can go and watch. There might be an Antifa squat. It might be a Alex. Could you go and drop your Magnus Hirschfeld video in the chat for me as well, please? Do you know where that is?
Can do, sir.
Thank you. Right. So, ladies and gents, I'm going to bring this up. Bear with me.
How did we do 4 hours on this stream the other day, by the way? We were in the StreamYard as well, and we did 4 hours.
I've been doing too many of them. That's the problem. I've run out of time. Those two 4-hour streams that I did on the trot, 2 days in a row, is what's done this. So everyone mute up and then get in the chat.
Brilliant. Thanks, Vinny.
It's 50 long springtimes since she was a bride, but still you may see her at each Whitsuntide. In a dress of white linen and ribbons of green as her memories of loving. The feet that were nimble tread carefully now, as gentle a measure as age do allow. Through groves of white blossom, by fields of young corn, where once she was pledged to her true love. The fields they stand empty, the hedges grow free, no young man to tend them, or pastures go see. They are gone where the forests of oak trees before have gone to be wasted in battle. Down from the green farmlands and from their loved ones marched husbands and brothers and fathers and sons. There's a fine roll of honor where the maypole once stood, and the ladies go dancing at Whitsun. There's a straight row of houses in these latter days, all covering the downs where the sheep used to graze. There's a field of red poppies, a wreath from the queen, but the ladies remember it with song. And the ladies go dancing at Whitsun.
Absolutely stunning. Now, I think we better wrap up before it cuts us off. And
Sir, if you need assistance with setting up another stream, you need to just create the stream, make the stream link, and then I can, host it on my end via my OBS. It's up to date.
It's getting late now, and there's no point overdoing it.
Fair dues. I understand. Regardless, for the next stream or for whatever follows, I can do it via my own OBS so long as you make the stream link
The problem
Just
is,
for
when we
the-
do them 4-hour ones or them 3-hour ones, you know, when people go to watch it back, you're thinking, Jesus, you know, where do I begin? So
That's all right, sir. You download it as an MP3 and you upload that.
Okay, let's not overtax people's patience. I think it's been a great stream, and we've discussed